My neighbor invited me to a Wounded Warrior Project event. I didn't know what to expect, but it felt like everyone understood me. We got each other. So I got more involved. I joined support groups with other women warriors, and it helped me realize a new purpose in my life.
Through our hands-on programs, supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post-9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Suns couldn't find a way to get by the Kevin Durant-less Houston Rockets last night in a 114-92 loss. They'll have the day off before heading to Sacramento for an NBA Cup game on Wednesday night. In the college basketball world, ASU Bobby Hurley and Maurice Odom rallied past Texas in the Maui Invitational last night behind Odom's 36 points and late go-ahead three to help get an 87-86 win, and they'll hit the hardwood again today against Washington State and Maui at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of their home game against Denver 103-73 behind Braden Burries' 20 points. And tonight in Palm Desert, Grand Canyon and the Lopes will tip off against Utah and the Utes at 10 p.m. tonight. And after the Cardinals moved to 3-7, head coach Jonathan Gannon was on Burns and Gambo yesterday, emphasizing the record is not where his thoughts are at.
I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me. I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing.
The Cards will be in Tampa for the Bucks this Sunday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to a Tuesday that feels like a Thursday as we inch closer and closer to the end of the week on a Wednesday. Gotta love this week. Say it every year. And the other cool thing about this week, it's also basketball feast week.
Yes, it is.
College tournaments everywhere.
You could basically watch college basketball at any time of the day.
Yeah.
And if you were a night owl, you could have enjoyed ASU last night. And if you're a night owl, you can enjoy GCU tonight.
Somebody on social media said baseball is to be viewed in person, football is to be viewed from the couch, and college basketball is to be viewed from your office cubicle while you pretend to work.
That's pretty good.
That is good. I like that.
I was just talking to Sammy about this. Like, these Thanksgiving tournaments are a tradition and sort of what you associate with college basketball outside of what happens in March.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for these athletes and these coaches that they're, okay, great, you're in Hawaii, you're in the Bahamas, but you're away from your family almost every Thanksgiving. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, listen, I've thought about this consistently throughout my life. Athletes who are forced to work on the holidays and why it doesn't seem to bother them. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't bother them. When you're an athlete playing in these tournaments, you feel like you're famous. You are the center of everyone's attention. At least you feel that way. So that makes up for the so-called loneliness or whatever you think they might be feeling.
It's all temporary. I mean, if you're away for your college basketball, I mean, you're only going to miss your Thanksgiving with your family like 7 years with all the transfers and everything. So.
Right. I used to think this all the time because I would get stuck covering these events. I'm like, why does it not bother these athletes one bit?
Look, when Kevin Durant got traded out of town, my first thought was, hey, cool, I've got Christmas off this year. Working on the holidays when you're not one of the highly paid people really sucks.
I've had to work.
You didn't read a line from my blast when I went to the bathroom, Vinny. You're going to recognize something later. Yeah, seriously. Continue.
That's funny. I've worked lots of Christmases. Obviously, I don't celebrate Christmas, so it's a lot of times it's the Jew crew here on Christmas. But I did work one Thanksgiving. One year, the Cardinals played on Thanksgiving when I was doing the games, and that was terrible because those are all. It's not like I could celebrate before or after. Those are all day,
it's an all-day
broadcasts, and that's like the one holiday too that's like truly. Whether you hate the food or whatever, it's the real family holiday. Yeah. So that kind of sucked. And
the biggest pity party I ever had was I had to spend Thanksgiving in Detroit, the old Silverdome, for a Bears-Lions game, and the Thanksgiving dinner that they fed the media was it was disgusting. Right? Mm-hmm. So I remember looking at this paper plate at this stiff wooden turkey, just like, my life sucks.
I had a pity party, too, on a holiday.
Oh, did you?
I had to work once upon a time, Christmas Eve. We were supposed to host Christmas Eve at my house, and ASU made the bowl game in the Hawaii Bowl. Remember when they went over and got absolutely punched in the face by Hawaii?
I do.
And I was sitting in a dark studio, me and a board op on Christmas Eve while my family celebrated, watching Colt Brennan throw for 9,000 yards. I think that was the night I called for Dennis Erickson to get fired on the air, on the postgame.
Did you really?
Somebody said, "What do you think, Vince? You're not saying anything on the status of Dennis Erickson." I'm like, yeah, maybe he should go.
That's fantastic.
I want to be home.
That's good. That's good. That's a good way to get off the post-game show. That solves your issue for the following year.
Nobody's listening anyway.
Nobody was listening. All right, start the show. Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
In all fairness, I don't think Dennis Erickson wanted to be here anymore either. Suns looked very much like a team playing the second night of a back-to-back against a good team in a 114-92 loss to the Rockets Monday night at Mortgage Matchup Center. Houston jumped out to a lead in the first quarter. We're virtually on top the whole way. Suns kept it within shouting distance, shrunk the Houston lead to 5 with 2:22 to go in the third quarter. But the Rockets ran away in the fourth, 16-4 run. They went up by as many as 23 in the quarter. Rockets were without Kevin Durant, whose return to Phoenix was put on hold as he's dealing with a family issue. Amen Thompson picked up the slack, 28 points. Another former Sun, Aaron Holiday, came off the bench, hit 6 threes, pumped in 22. Dylan Brooks had 29 against his former team, but the Suns bogged down. Only 11 assists, turned the ball over 21 times in the loss.
Yeah, that was a physical, bruising, ugly kind of game.
Suns homestand in the books. They're now on the road for the next two, both Emirates NBA Cup games. Sacramento on Wednesday, Oklahoma City Friday, and then, look, a back-to-back. The toughest back-to-back you could possibly have this year. Oklahoma City on Friday, and then home against Denver on Saturday night.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty difficult.
It's pretty brutal. In the NBA on Monday night, the Detroit Pistons tied a franchise record with their 13th straight win. They beat the Pacers 122-117. Toronto topped Cleveland 110-99. Brandon Ingram had 37. Knicks ran past Brooklyn 113-100. Another triple-double for Nikola Jokic, 17, 10, and 16 as the Nuggets topped Memphis 125-115. Pelicans get a rare win over the Bulls. Zion Williamson had 29 points and a whole rebound in that one, Bick. Warriors beat the Jazz 134-117.
He had one rebound?
One rebound. Steph Curry had 31. And Sacramento shocked Minnesota in overtime. 117-112 despite Ant Edwards' 43 points.
You really do not like the tip.
I'm not even hiding it anymore. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder named the Western Conference Player of the Week on Monday. 31 points, 4.3 rebounds, 6.5 assists per game, which honestly kind of sounds like a down week for him, doesn't it? Why was that award worthy? Donovan Mitchell wins the award in the Eastern Conference. College hoops, nice win for ASU over Texas in their first-round game at the Maui Invitational. Bix dude, Mo Odom, the hero.
Gives it over to Odom. Odom moves into the offensive end. 18 seconds to go. Odom on the dribble. Keeps it active around to the top of the arc. Shoots a three and hits it. The Devils in front. 10 seconds to go. Holy smokes.
Jeff Munn on the call on the Sun Devil Radio Network.
But he's no Vince Morata.
That was enough to win it. Well, he's in Maui. I'm here.
Oh, that's true.
Sun Devils came up with a turnover on the last possession to seal the win. Odom, 36 points on the night, 16 of 18 from the free throw line in the Devils' win.
What a big shot.
Sun Devils move into the winner's bracket. They will play their second of 3 games in the Maui Invitational tonight against Washington State, who barely beat host Chaminade. Tonight's game is 6 o'clock. You can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 5:30. Sun Devils looking for a Maui Invitational championship for the first time since '94. They went to the Sweet 16 that year, Big. Second-ranked Arizona.
Vinny, you know, we do this every November. This ASU team flashes, and you think they got something.
One thing about Bobby Hurley.
It's different this year.
He is good in the non-conference. He really is.
Yep. Arizona, the Wildcat Classic in Tucson, routs Denver 103-73 at McHale Center. Braden Burries had 20 points. Karchenkov, is that how you say it?
Yeah, Karchenkov.
Ivan or Ivan?
Ivan.
Ivan Karchenkov.
Jared had no clue. Thank you, Sam. Jared's one of his hands like, I don't know. I'm watching wrestling. What are you asking me for?
The Russian guy.
He had 20 points.
That's what my friends call him.
And Tobe Awaka, 12 points and 15 boards. Arizona now 6-0. The Wildcats did jump up to number 2 in the latest AP Top 25 rankings. They beat third-ranked Connecticut in stores last week, but voters did not find that enough to put them number 1. That spot still belongs to Purdue. They're 6-0 on the season. Houston is 3rd, Duke 4th, UConn 5th. GCU in action tonight. They're taking on Utah at the Acrisure Classic in Palm Desert, California. That game gets rolling at the very convenient viewing time of 10 p.m. on CBS Sports Network. Cardinals day off today. They're back on the practice field yesterday. Head coach Jonathan Gannett said defensive lineman Walter Nolan III, a knee injury. Will Hernandez dealing with a hip injury, but other specifics were not offered on the severity of either injury. Their next opponent, the Bucs, their quarterback Baker Mayfield, underwent an MRI, but it showed no additional structural damage to his left shoulder. It's being called an AC joint sprain. As of yesterday, his status for Sunday's game is unknown. He'll play. He's Baker Mayfield. The Browns had a choice, and they're choosing Shador. Quarterback Dylan Gabriel cleared from the concussion protocol, but Kevin Stefanski riding with Shador Sanders, who won his first career start Sunday in Vegas against the Raiders. Vikings placing quarterback J.J. McCarthy in concussion protocol. That's one explanation for how he played against the Packers on Sunday. Week 12 wrapped up last night in Santa Clara. 49ers slogged one out over the Panthers 20-9 in an interception-filled contest. Brock Purdy had interceptions on 3 straight possessions for the 49ers, but they still have Christian McCaffrey.
He was so bad, Toyota called him and said, take our jacket off.
Please.
It's an inside joke.
142 yards and 12-yard touchdown run for McCaffrey in the third quarter. Niners moved to 8-4. And baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani announced Monday that he will play for Japan in the upcoming World Baseball Classic. He was part of the Japanese team that won the event back in 2023. And guess who's going to win it this year? Japan. There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday, November 25th. Coming up next, the Houston Rockets did not need KD to push the Suns around last night. We'll get into it as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing.
Oh, wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Mason Ritz, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you and the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they quit showing up. Happens to all of us in Arizona, but this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are an award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. And what could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? They're even in the pickleball business now. They can build you a pickleball court in your backyard. Guarantees you will always have court time. But think about Turf Monsters. Customers rave about their professionalism. They believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your home so you're not dealing with different workers every time you look out your window. Check out their work online. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did Dylan Brooks fare last night against his former team? We'll be talking Suns Rockets at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, you folks out there in Whitman that are listening to us right now or watching us on YouTube, sit down.
Hey, you.
Yes,
you.
We appreciate you. Thank you for the support from Whitman.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. You look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. In those areas. Some of it was them, some of it was us. We could just never really get to it. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
If there was ever a post-game soundbite that was accentuated more by the sound of a digital fart noise.
That's it.
That one belonged in the middle of that. That was Jordan Knott, head coach of the Suns last night after a rare clunker of a game by the Suns. They got pushed around on their home floor last night.
They did.
They got punked in their own crib, as the kids said in 1990.
Yes, it was. I give the Suns credit for at least hanging in there and trying to kind of fight back. Because last year's team would have, I think, gone and ran and hid under the bed with those kind of elbows and the stuff that was flying last night. Yeah, that was a very, very, very physical effort from the Rockets. The thought occurred to me that I think you might have gotten a tougher defensive game from that team without Kevin Durant playing than you would have had he been on the floor last night.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know.
They're long.
Yeah,
they're athletic. I think Ahmed Thompson might be the most athletic player in the league right now. I mean,
to make an argument for it.
He or his brother.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Ahmed's actually a little bit advanced and playing a little bit bigger role for his team right now, although Detroit's having success too.
You forget how big Jabari Smith Jr. is.
Yes.
You know, that's a good basketball team. And Ime Udoka obviously had them ready for the return of Dylan Brooks and the Suns.
You want to talk about a no-nonsense coach.
Oh, boy.
And I am not casting aspersions, but I have to share this story.
All right, please do.
And I don't feel like I'm breaking protocol because I don't work for the Rockets.
All right.
And they put me where they put me to do my job.
Yeah.
There was a play in the second half where Sengun, near midcourt, apparently freelanced on a play and then gave the ball up and set a screen and got called for an offensive foul near midcourt.
Mm-hmm.
And Ime was not happy and told Sengun, stop making bleep up. And then got a little bit of resistance from Sengun, and he looked at him and said, you know what? Steven Adams will do what I ask him to do.
Wow.
That's Alperen Sengun, who's one of their best players.
Wow.
That is a no-nonsense
That's
coach.
a coach who's got control over the group.
In today's quote, Players League. My goodness.
Yeah.
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
But that's a good basketball team. Suns didn't have it last night. Here was more from Jordan Knott on why the offense had no flow.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look. I think early maybe we had a couple good looks that didn't go in. And you just need those to break free a little bit. We're so worried about them going to the offense. This is what happens when you face teams with really good offensive glass. Like you worry so much about a defensive rebound that you can't get the ball out and up the floor. And the second night of a back-to-back. So we see these guys soon, so we'll have to figure something out.
Yeah, it was just a bad list of circumstances, and the way the Rockets defended Devin Booker was exemplary. They put the clamps on him. Devin Booker said after the San Antonio game that he hadn't been happy with his own personal performances the last two games. That's the last thing he wanted to see. But big picture, Bick, if I would have told you that in a 3-game homestand against Minnesota, San Antonio, and Houston, that Devin Booker would average 19 points per game, shoot 32%, have a game where he had 9 turnovers, would you be
0-3?
Would you be of the belief that they could have won 2 of those games?
Nope. And I think you really do have to dial out. You give the team some grace for last night. It was not a must-win game. There's no referendum. They've been far outpacing everyone's expectations. They're allowed to do what they did last night on the second night of a back-to-back, especially when you realize how important Mark Williams is to what is going on so far with this group. Because Nick Richards starting in his absence wasn't it. With all due respect to Nick Richards, he had one of the most awful, rough sequences of basketball in that second quarter last night that you could imagine.
It
right?
was it was described as not good.
Not good.
And they had gotten to a point with their center rotation where I think there was some comfort with Mark Williams starting and Oso coming in to start the second quarter. Richards getting the second half of the first quarter. Felt like there was some comfort last night. They didn't have it. Dylan Brooks played against his former team. He's becoming a go-to scorer for this team. 29 points in the loss. But he had some stuff to say about the officiating in last night's game.
I've never seen so many flops being rewarded on the other side. It honestly felt like I was in a FIBA game, like playing basketball in FIBA where you just get rewarded for flopping. and that killed every single run we had. Couldn't be physical, but the Rockets were physical, grabbing and holding. And when we tried to do it, there was calls right away. So, got to fix that somehow, some way. They got to get in the lab and watch these things, because that looks like every night.
That was the other consistent thing through the homestand. Yeah.
Cha-ching!
I mean, we got to keep a running total.
Yeah, we should.
How much he's going to be writing checks for. He's not. It was another frustrating officiating performance, but it wasn't the reason why they lost the game.
No. You're going to have to get him a contract with Aspiration, a side gig to pay for all these fines he's going to be getting. Get him one of those Kawhi gigs on the side.
Does that bother you, Dan? Because we all become big fans of Dylan Brooks' play and his attitude and stuff, but he does.
Yeah.
This is now consistently complaining about the refs.
It does bother me. You know, it bothers me a lot. But
It's not my money.
But I think in the situation of last night, I think he just wants to throw some smoke at the Rockets. You know.
Yeah, it was more about.
That's his way of taking a parting shot.
Yeah, but
right?
it was also
calling him a FIBA team.
Floppers.
Come on. Yeah.
Felt like I was in a FIBA game. Maybe words. You could have said FIFA.
That's what I thought he was.
A lot of soccer
Originally,
going
when I was cutting it, I thought that's what
before the game, and this is the illustration of what Dylan Brooks means to teams. Before the game, it was a nonstop parade of Rockets players and personnel, and it was all love. They were all thrilled to see Dylan Brooks. And then when the ball gets tossed up, he and Amen Thompson were going out. He was talking so much stuff to Amen Thompson during the game. That
time,
dude.
Yeah. That time when he was running back up the court with his head turned, looking back at the official, and he ran into Amen Thompson, I thought, uh-oh, something's going to happen here. But you're right. It was like you flipped the switch.
Yeah, I mean, watching him play basketball when he's got that switch flipped on, you're kind of on edge because you think something's going to happen a lot. And to his credit, I mean, he referred to himself after the San Antonio game as a hothead. He said, "I'm the only hothead on the team," but he knows how to manage it too to get his point across. Territorial.
I'm sorry. I'll bring this up later. Go ahead.
Territorial Cup is Friday. And whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or back in the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. And here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. Coming up next, can the Cardinals claw up from their latest trip to rock bottom? We'll get into some Cardinals talk on this Tuesday next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and they have got something special going on for the holidays, folks. Check out the Too Good to Toss sale. What is happening at Parker & Sons because of government changes upcoming in 2026 that require all existing air conditioning units either must be installed by the end of the year or discarded. Parker & Sons is unveiling a huge sale offering these perfectly good systems at huge discounts, and they also come with a full warranty. It's their Too Good to Toss sale, and if you need a new air conditioning unit or multiple, give Parker & Sons a call. Do not pass up this incredible opportunity. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They are reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. And this November, be thankful for comfort and savings from Parker & Sons Too Good to Toss sale. For more information, call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting. Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Construction managers. You prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits. Naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns couldn't make it 4 straight last night against a very good Rockets team. The 114-92 loss was a product of Devin Booker's 3rd straight dud, the lack of health for this Phoenix Suns team, and just a really buttoned-up Houston squad. And here was Jordan Ott after the loss.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. And you look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
The Suns will be back in action Wednesday night in Sacramento. Both ASU and U of A basketball found wins last night, but in different ways. Arizona in a blowout win against Denver, 103-73, and ASU in dramatic fashion with a late 3 from Maurice Odom to get by Texas, 87-86. And the Sun Devils will be back in action again tonight in Maui against Washington State at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as we inch closer to the Territorial Cup on Friday afternoon, see where both teams stand in the Big 12 and what bowl games both ASU and U of A could find themselves in this year at arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What should we expect from the biggest Territorial Cup game in years? We'll ask former ASU safety Jordan Simone at 11:30 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
At that point where you are with 6 seconds with no timeout, I don't, depending what the defense does, I think you're putting the team in harm's way there, truthfully. You've seen a lot of things that can happen. Not that you're thinking something bad is going to happen, but when you put the team at risk because of what you're trying to do, it can be a coin flip, and I didn't love it.
That's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, facing the media after Sunday's loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Question posed there to Gannon: why not go for the win in regulation versus the win in overtime? And we heard a lot of talk Sunday after the game. It was backed up again yesterday. Look, the fourth down play that ended the game in overtime, it's a quarterback trying to win the game on one play, even though there was no safety net there on fourth down and 4. So there was this urgency in overtime to win the game on one play. But really what looked like a lack of urgency at the end of regulation after the long completion to Michael Wilson, where he took full, and I totally expected this to happen. He took full accountability for spinning the football, said it looked undisciplined and sloppy.
I appreciated that.
And he took the blame for that.
Yeah.
But the lackadaisical effort of everybody else on the Cardinals to get to the line, they could have spiked the ball with about 11 seconds to go on the clock and had about 2 shots.
Yeah.
And they didn't take it.
Yeah.
And they in golf terms, Bick, they laid up for the field goal and went to overtime.
Yeah, listen, so there's little doubt in my mind, and I heard some national analysts say exactly the same thing yesterday. The Arizona Cardinals, in their current formation, they are terrible at situational football.
Yeah.
Terrible at managing these little moments in crises that pop up that, okay, what do we do? They're all over the map is what they do. And it's obvious in some of the endgame decisions and what we've seen. That, to me, when you go back and you listen to the play-by-play, again, you hear Dave Pasch say 25 seconds, and that is right now the play's over. You've got, like you said, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, whatever it takes, you should be getting up to the line of scrimmage. And the Michael Wilson thing should have been a bigger deal because the team should have been there waiting for that football or close to it.
But their lollygag into the line kind of let Michael Wilson off the hook, and he still took the responsibility.
Very much so. And then you talk about that last play from Jacoby Brissett, the attempted pass to Xavier Weaver. You go back and you watch that. Jacoby Brissett doesn't look anywhere else. He's not even checking any of his other options. He got the pre-snap read that Xavier Weaver was going to be single covered and made up his mind, that's where I'm going with the football. And I think that's a mistake. Yep. I think they got very impatient.
Here was Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo on why that play unfolded the way that it did.
So the pressure answer is the balls, if they zero you, the ball's going to 14. If they 5-man you, the ball's going to 85. If they play double-double or bracket coverage, which is the coverage that they really played, bracket coverage, where they're 2-on-1 on Mike, 2-on-1 on Trey, you got a 1-on-1 ball down the middle of the field to win the game. And I loved it. I'll be honest with you guys. I'd do it again.
Okay. There's a convicted explanation for it.
And
First of all, I appreciate
the conviction, but in big moments, you think of players, not plays.
There was also 2 defenders there when he threw the ball. There wasn't one-on-one. And maybe it was one-on-one, but
it was one-on-one.
He threw the ball with so much air.
Yeah, right. But even when you watch it, if you buy their explanation that he should have thrown it lower, deeper, I think the phrase Jonathan Gannon said, if he would have shaded it more or thrown it...
shaved it a little thinner.
Shaved it a little thinner. Yeah. Right, exactly. Then
like Jarrett likes his roast beef.
Exactly.
Shaved a little thinner.
Exactly. Maybe that other safety doesn't get back over, but the play was still very well covered.
It was. And you go back to, and we've had fun with that phrase this football season, players, not plays.
Yeah.
Do you feel better at 7 or 8 yards throwing to Michael Wilson or Trey McBride, who's consistently made plays, even though they're well covered?
Yeah.
Or take a shot on Xavier Weaver, who had played, it was his 6th game playing in the NFL and had 3 catches.
Right. Well,
it wasn't like as desperate a situation as they made it sound either. Yes, it was 4th down, but it was only 4th and 4.
Yeah.
It wasn't like there was 5 seconds left in the game and they had to either win or lose on that play.
4 minutes to go about at that time of the play.
Listen, and had Liam Cohen not been brain dead as well, people would have been wondering, why are you going for it, Jonathan Gannon, on 4th and 12 from your own 28 at the 2:07 mark when you've got all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning coming up? Mm-hmm. Why are you not punting the ball there? It didn't matter because Jacksonville, in their own goofiness, gave the ball right back to him. Yeah, so
not kicking the field goal to go up 6.
Yeah,
there was. Yeah, you really harped on that yesterday. Just the ping pong of decisions back and forth by both coaching staffs at the end of the game has you going.
Yeah.
And rewatching it again yesterday, you're doing that whole thing over again.
Yeah.
None of it made sense.
Well, listen, the Jaguars are the 6th seed in the AFC playoffs right now. If they get into the playoffs, they're not winning a game. They're not good. We saw that. Part of the team is good, but that quarterback, you're not winning a playoff game with him. That's pretty obvious to me. Meanwhile, how about this? If things weren't bad enough for Cardinal fans, the Rams are the number 1 seed in the NFC right now. The Seahawks are the number 5 seed, and the 49ers are the 7 seed. So as of right now, because of the 49ers win last night, there are 3 playoff teams in the NFC West.
The NFC postseason is a Western Division party.
That's what it is.
Oh, by the way, Cardinals, your invitation got lost in the mail.
As Jared so aptly said, it's the 4-dragon meme. 3 fierce dragons and 1 googly-eyed.
Can I give you I'm not a hot take artist, and I don't know how hot this take is either.
All right.
The Cardinals have a new number 1 wide receiver. Michael Wilson's been better in the last 2 games than Marvin Harrison Jr. has been at any point of his tenure with the Cardinals.
I totally agree with that.
And Jonathan Gannon kind of talked about that yesterday, maybe getting more snaps, more reps, more opportunities for Michael Wilson, even when Marvin Harrison Jr. comes back. But they have their number 1 receiver. It's number 14. He's been a stud.
Before I get into that, why is Darrell Lee tweeting out that social studies questions already are on Thanksgiving vacation this week? Are you already mailing it in, Jarrett? No. What are you putting out there in social studies?
There were several stamps used yesterday.
Oh, man. Let me go look.
Several stamps. Why is he tweeting out 9 minutes ago that our social studies questions are already on Thanksgiving break?
He could have. I mean, that could have been tweeted yesterday morning.
I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. They seem like 2 good questions.
I haven't even seen them. What do we have out there?
Suns fans. What is the team's biggest weakness this season, and why?
That's fair.
Yeah, that was where Darrell made the response.
We've been very positive this season. I was flipping that after the game last night. The other one was in regards to what we were talking about this morning. What is your best, worst, or craziest story about having to work on a holiday?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I like that one.
I got to put some questions that are sports related and relevant to the big topics we're talking about.
That's where Jared draws the line on being buttoned up.
Not my shirt. That's for sure.
I have to be relevant and pertinent on social studies.
We're going to get back into this because you're absolutely right. Michael Wilson has proven that he needs to be a primary target in this offense. And again, doesn't it seem a little weird that somewhere along the line, this coaching staff didn't tell Kyler Murray to get this guy the ball? I mean...
Or did they?
Maybe they did.
It's punchiness happening already. Coming up next, ASU heads into rivalry week to play for the Territorial Cup and maybe more. Yep, their Big 12 championship hopes are still alive. We'll get into it next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think I know where this is going to go from here. I think this is going to devolve into a mess of a season where they win 4 or 5 football games. I just want to see if they have something left in them in these last 6 to give me some reason to believe that Jonathan Gannon can pull. Because it's about him. It's about him and his ability to keep his job, too. If they finish with 4 or 5 wins, I don't know how he can.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Black Friday is coming up, and if you're waiting for a one-day deal on vehicles, don't do that because Black Friday deals are happening all month long, and they're happening right now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, best place in the valley to get into a new Ford, and that's where General Manager John Nissen and his team have discounted nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot, so that means big savings for you. Stop in, take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 in Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on their most popular models, including 2025 F-150s, Lightnings, Super Duties, Mach-E's, Escapes, Explorers. The list goes on. These offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end December 1st, 2025. Just stop in, tell them I sent you, because you know at Earnhardt you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Just how difficult of a matchup could Arizona pose for Arizona State football on Friday? We'll talk Territorial Cup matchup on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Great opportunity to finish strong, though. Devils will take over at their 12-yard line. Here's Rayleigh Brown. He bursts up the middle. Off to the races, Rayleigh. 50, 40. Say bye-bye, Rayleigh Brown. No one is going to catch him, I believe. Rayleigh Brown takes it the distance. An 88-yard touchdown run, which equals the Sun Devils' longest scoring run of the year. Oh, doctor.
Tim Healy on the call Saturday night in Boulder. Rayleigh Brown, an 88-yard touchdown run, which made it 28-17. That was in the fourth quarter. Going into that play, ASU's backed up deep in its own territory. Rayleigh Brown had just committed a foolish fumble by trying to hurdle two defenders, and Colorado was hanging in that game, and something happened. Something happened, man. in the fourth quarter. ASU's offensive line got the memo. There was that cut in from the ESPN broadcast where they talked about Kenny Dillingham challenging his offensive line. Well, that challenge was met because they ran the ball for over 200 yards, including that run by Brown in the fourth quarter alone, and they win it going away 42-17. But that was not your run-of-the-mill 42-17 performance by ASU.
No.
It goes down as a 25-point win. But for much of that game, and I tweeted about this on Saturday night, I thought ASU was playing down to the level of its competition again.
Yeah, so
and that's
did
one
I.
of the reasons why they play in so many close games.
That's a very good point. There was a time, I believe it was 13-10 in that game, and I'm like, this team better pick it up here.
Colorado was leading 14-13 early in the third quarter.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, but I do remember thinking this is how you get bit. This is the kind of game that would be really, really bad to lose, and you're playing with your food, as they like to say. They really uncorked and finally got that running game on the rails, and Raleek Brown just brought it home.
Yeah, going into this game against Arizona, obviously there's a lot on the line still for ASU. It is a very, very slim chance that ASU gets back to the Big 12 championship game. But there is that carrot. That's not what they need to focus on, though, going into this game. And we know this about Kenny Dillingham. I think his team is going to be focused on the right thing, and that is playing a good, solid 60-minute game, which has still eluded this team all season long, despite the fact that they're 8-3. Because I don't know if there's a more confident football team in the Big 12 right now than the team that's coming to town in the Arizona Wildcats on Friday. They are a confident team. They're playing really good football.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is going to be maybe the best pairing of two teams in 10+ years in terms of just quality of teams playing each other. This is one of the better ones in the last decade. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, about that 88-yard run, and there was also the 68-yard touchdown pass from Jeff Sims to Derek Eusebio. Kenny Dillingham kind of exhaling after the game on Saturday about finally getting more explosive plays.
Coach, you came into this year talking about how you wanted to see more explosive plays from your offense. You got a few tonight. Just how have you seen that aspect progress for you guys this year?
Yeah, week 11. Better late than never. Hopefully we can build on that going into next week because, they're playing really, really, really good football. Really good football. I mean, they're probably one of the best teams in our league right now. They're playing as good a football as anybody in our league right now. So, they've been at home at 4 o'clock today, and on the couch relaxing, and we're about to fly back right now. So they're a really good football team, and we better have more explosives next week.
Yeah, so 42-17 win. I thought the way the game unfolded offensively was interesting, too, because we had seen leading up to the game, Jordan Tyson was back. He was on a pitch count. He did make a contribution, had a couple catches. They didn't lean on him a lot. They ran the ball almost exclusively in the fourth quarter, and they did it without Jeff Sims playing a big role. And they have rode the shoulders of Jeff Sims in the running game as of late. I wonder, we talked to Kenny Dillingham about, dialing stuff up and how he's able to manufacture wins. And he did it against Iowa State and Ames. And that was the Jeff Sims coming out party when he ran the ball 29 times. I wonder how much cooking up of something special offensively is going to happen against Arizona.
Ooh.
Were they saving Jeff Sims for this game?
Oh.
Because he wasn't a big factor, and I don't think Jeff Sims played all that well, quite honestly. But we've seen what he can do.
Well, listen, yeah, I think more than anything, ASU has just got to clean up their offense, right? You can't be fumbling the football all over the place.
No.
And this has been kind of an issue that they've overcome in recent weeks, right? And so I think that I think a lot of things. I think the way ASU is playing defense now is it's in a good place right now.
I would agree.
You talk about all those turnovers that ASU gave every single time the ASU defense, I believe, forced a 3 and out. That's getting the job done. But I also think you're right. I don't think if you're ASU, you can go into this game thinking, okay, these are our chances. We've got a 1% chance to get to the college football playoff. You're going to have to deal with this team that's in front of you because the word that you used, there's a playing free and easy.
Yeah.
There's something very dangerous about that team right now.
Yeah, we joked about it, in previous weeks leading up to this, but I think it starts with the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Brent Brennan looks like a different guy. His demeanor looks different. Yep. His attitude seems different. His quotes are different. I mean, he lost the flower lay, and it looks like he was like released from something.
It's like a curse that was a wizard put on him, and as soon as he took it off, it was broken.
Yeah.
Well, and the Cats are coming. So both teams coming in their last 2 weeks 2-0, but you kind of look in the way both ASU and U of A have won those games. ASU was in control against West Virginia home, but it got frisky and weird late. And then they took care of we can all agree, a bad Colorado team. And then U of A at Cincinnati, tough place to play, found a real good win. And then home for, I think we can all agree, a good Baylor team. And they beat.
I think that's a talented Baylor team.
It's a talented Baylor team,
I don't
sure.
think it's a good team.
Okay, but they beat the brakes off of them. And so both teams are 2-0 coming to the game, yes, but
I think there was a lot of similarities in what the final scores were between ASU Colorado and U of A Baylor. I mean, that was a close game down in Tucson, and then there was like a 4-minute blitz for U of A, and they scored like 4 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns or whatever it was in a 4-minute span. That game was not a 60-minute blowout either. Not to say that your points aren't valid.
Right. I mean, the biggest difference is that U of A has the healthy quote-unquote star quarterback, and ASU has their backup quarterback. I mean, their ceiling is not quite as high with Sims as it would be if they were healthy, don't you think?
How many times has Noah Fafito won the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week this year, Jared?
Hey, he did win it one time this year.
Oh, there you go.
That's half the amount of times Jeff Sims has won it.
That's true.
That's funny. That's funny. Let the smack talk begin. Listen.
I love that. That's one of the things that every year I feel this, especially when both teams are good and there's something to play for.
Yeah.
I love that this game always falls on Thanksgiving week, but I hate the fact that we live in such an NFL world now that a lot of this gets forgotten about, and we don't get a chance to address it leading up to the game.
It's true.
It kind of gets buried. It kind of gets buried now.
No, it's kind of a good point.
Yeah.
It really sucks that Utah came back and won that game, because if they lose that game, then it's a much more realistic shot. You really only need like 1 or 2 things to happen. Now you need 2 out of the 3 of any combination just to lose and to win the game.
Well, listen, I think there's a bigger story brewing in college football. This might be the year where you get 3 or 4 teams that get left out of the playoff that fan bases are going to go nuts. Could be Miami, could be Vanderbilt, could be BYU.
Yeah, I mean, there
might be 4, 10, and 2 teams that don't get into the college football playoff.
They just have to be patient. Pretty soon, this will be a 48-team tournament. Everybody will get their chance.
Right.
Playing games like the NCAA.
Exactly. Coming up next, Suns not real good last night in a loss to the Rockets. We'll give you some more thoughts and Vinny's view straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with big news from Chapman BMW. Their Black Friday sale already underway. Head on down to Chapman BMW now for the best selection. You're also going to get 90 days to your first payment, which means you can buy your new car now and not start payments until next year. You get 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. You're going to get the best prices and the best deals of the year by far. And anybody who mentions this radio program, you're also going to get a $500 credit for a shopping spree in their awesome parts boutique where you find all that awesome BMW gear and swag and merchandise. And by the way, their Black Friday event also applies to their award-winning service department where you can get free pickup and delivery from home or work. They can drop off a loaner for you while your car's in the shop, where they'll accept all extended warranties no matter where you purchase the car, and where you're going to get huge holiday savings packages going on for service work you may have postponed or procrastinated. You can always check them out online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great Black Friday experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Suns couldn't find a way to get by the Kevin Durant-less Houston Rockets last night in a 114-92 loss. They'll have the day off before heading to Sacramento for an NBA Cup game on Wednesday night against the Kings. In the college basketball world, ASU, Bobby Hurley, and Maurice Odom rallied past Texas in the Maui Invitational last night behind Odom's 36 points and late go-ahead three to help get an 87-86 win, and they'll hit the hardwood again today against Washington State in Maui at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of their home game versus Denver 103-73 behind Braden Burries' 20 points. And tonight in Palm Desert, Grand Canyon and the Lopes will tip off against Utah and the Utes at 10 p.m. And after the Cardinals moved to 3-7, head coach Jonathan Gannon was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, emphasizing the record is not where his thoughts are.
I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me. I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing.
The Cards will be in Tampa for the Bucks this Sunday. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here. Don't go with the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
That boy is good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
Well, they all can't be magical now, can they? The Phoenix Suns look like a shorthanded team on the second night of a back-to-back against a good team Monday night when they lost to the Houston Rockets 114-92 at Mortgage Matchup Center. The game that was supposed to feature the return of Kevin Durant to the Valley didn't. KD missed the contest, wasn't in the building as he deals with a family issue. His absence, much like the night of March 8th, 2023, when Durant was supposed to make his Suns' home debut but turned an ankle in warmups, sucked a lot of energy out of the building. The rest of that energy was sucked out by Houston's relentless defense, which held the weary Suns to 41% shooting, a season low in points and only 11 assists, the third lowest total in a single game in franchise history. Add in 21 turnovers by the home team, and this, a lot of times, was a tough watch. The Suns were outplayed, out-hustled, and out-everything by the Rockets on this night, but for me, there was really only one takeaway, and that was that the shorthanded Rockets are a better basketball team than the shorthanded Suns. Houston was missing Dorian Finney-Smith, Tari Eason, Fred VanVleet, and, of course, KD, while the Suns were without Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, Ryan Dunn, and Mark Williams, who once again did not play the second of back-to-backs as the team continues to manage his long injury history. The Suns still won 2 of 3 on a homestand against 3 surefire playoff Western Conference teams. But despite not having much to cheer about on Monday night, mission accomplished. But buckle up, Suns fans. The schedule is about to get really, really unforgiving. That is today's edition of Vinny's View.
Crucial turnovers when we're on runs. Like they're not stopping us. We're just killing ourselves with the turnovers, with ill-advised passes. But they capitalize on every single one. And when we were there, down 6, they end up pushing it to 11. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those games where the Suns obviously weren't playing well pretty much from the outset, Bick. And you referenced this earlier in the show. They were finding a way to stay in it, stay within shouting distance.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a run in the second half where Dillon Brooks, again, took over offensively and I think scored 3 straight baskets back to back to back and kind of charged up the crowd a little bit. And Houston answered, and it was just that kind of night. There was never really a sustained run, and credit goes to Houston with the way they handled the situation.
Yeah.
And the way they handled that situation was they made life really difficult on Devin Booker.
They sure did.
And I think that was one of the themes of this homestand for the Suns was the way that Devin Booker was defended and the way he responded to that defense. I think Book would be the first one to tell you. He's got to play better. But Colin Gillespie talked about the rest of the team not responding as a result of how Devin Booker was defended by the Rockets.
He was getting off the ball, making the right plays, and we kind of were getting stagnant on the backside where just pass, not shooting the ball. And you got to give them credit. They did a good job there flying around, making it tough. But, we just didn't feel like we were getting the same kind of actions, playing with the same kind of pace as we normally do. So credit to them a little bit, and then also we got to be better.
Yeah, one of the things that we marveled at leading up to this game was the Suns' ability to pass the ball, move it around, the assist totals. 11 assists, the least number they've had in a basketball game in 8 years.
I did not know that. That's not a good night. And like you said, when you're over 20 on the turnovers and you only have 11 assists, that's a bad juxtaposition of numbers. That's a night that did not go smoothly for your offense. But look, we've already mentioned the way the Rockets defended last night. They were very, very intentional. They were defending very fast. They weren't giving an inch, and clearly Ime Udoka had that team on point last night, probably for obvious reasons. He knew that he was going in against a team and an environment that was really kind of had the feels recently that that things were really rolling for the Suns, and they made the Suns very uncomfortable. Like you said, though, they always seem to kind of hang around 5 to 7 points behind. I thought that series of plays when I thought there were a couple of instances that were swing points for the game. There was the foul on Nick Richards while Royce O'Neal made a 3 that got nullified. Then the Rockets come down and make one on that end. That's a 6-point swing there. That after the flagrant on Devin Booker, that thing went from close to being, I think, an 11-point game.
Yep.
Yeah, and so they're just every time the Suns kind of got within arm's length, the Rockets just kind of grabbed back control of the reins. I'm not tripping about this. I'm really not. They've been so good for so long, second of a back-to-back, and not having Mark Williams out there, you could see in the second quarter the difference that made.
Well, you went exactly where I was going, too. I don't think anybody was shocked that Mark Williams was in street clothes last night. Again, we have not seen him in the back-to-back, and the Suns have been very aware, very consistent with how they've dealt with Mark Williams and how important he is with this team. And I wonder if he'll get to a point where he's going to play a back-to-back. And even going into this stretch, we were asking the question last week, knowing that he's not going to play both games, what do you do? Do you play him against San Antonio with Wemby out, or do you save him for Houston? I don't know if Mark Williams' presence swings that game last night. Houston was that relentless. But this is something to keep an eye on. And Jordan Ott was asked about it too. Mark Williams' absence, and he has become comfortable with a 3-center rotation that he's been using. It's been effective, and he kind of doubled down on that last night.
We need all three of them. That's the reality. We know it. At times, one of them has it going over the other, but we need all three of them.
Yeah, and we did. The Suns, we didn't see Mark Williams last night. You mentioned Nick Richards. He ended up a minus 17 on the night.
Mm-hmm.
Did not have a good night. Oso Ighodaro had a couple of glimpses. Didn't put up big stats, but did some good things out there. But Mark Williams is very important to this team's success.
So when Jordan Ott says we need all three of them, and then he repeats himself, say that's the reality, we need all three of them. What does that mean?
Is there going to be a change in the mentality and the handling of Mark Williams?
Boy.
Is he healthy?
Yes.
Is he in shape?
Oh,
I don't understand.
This is precautionary stuff.
This is all precautionary stuff to keep him available so he's not gone for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean...
by him not being available, it's to keep him available.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Could him saying that at all maybe show that Malawach could be getting some more minutes if Mark Williams is continuing to miss these back-to-backs?
I don't think, and this is my own personal opinion, I don't think Kamen Malawach is anywhere close to being ready to contribute to winning at the NBA level.
That last word is the key here. I'm not sure this team expected to be winning at the level they've been winning.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, the outlook has changed.
Very much so.
I mean, they're 18 games in.
Yeah.
And if you would have told me they'd be 11-7 after 18 games, I would have told you you're smoking some funny stuff.
That's right. But that's why you send rookies to the G League, is because you're focusing on winning right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of and I don't think they had planned on that, and I don't think they had planned on it when they set out this plan for Mark Williams. And will they reevaluate it? Maybe, but at the same time, you can make an argument that it's working.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it's a small sample size.
Well, and for Williams to be this falling on the second night of a back-to-back, and it coincides with Houston coming to town, the biggest starting lineup I think in the history of the NBA. And when they can roll out Şengün, Steven Adams, Clint Capella as a luxury item, that's a pretty tough go.
And Steven Adams, we know, will do what Ime Udoka wants him to do. No doubt. That was a great anecdote you told earlier.
The next back-to-back, too, it's going to be Denver. So we're not – if this continues, Mark Williams won't be there for Jokic.
One of those two. Yeah.
Well, unless they manage it differently.
But then he's not there for OKC.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather have Mark Williams going up against Jokic or Hartenstein? I mean, you pick your poison.
Yeah. Exactly. It's the tough part with
But
all
I am
this.
curious to see, because Jordan Ott did double down on that. We need all three. It's as simple as that. So we'll see if maybe the kid gloves are off, if they're pleased with the conditioning or the preservation of Mark Williams at this point. But we can all agree that they need Mark Williams to win basketball games. That is Vinny's view. Coming up next, we'll get back into some Cardinals talk. And the Cardinals have one of the worst records in football, but Jonathan Gannon says he doesn't think about that. Huh? We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is the biggest disappointment of the season for me. This offensive line that I took so much stock in going out and actually being able to run the ball. I was so excited to watch this rushing attack develop over the course of this season. It just has not transpired like that at all.
You're going to have to overhaul this in the offseason.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovik Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last two NBA Cup group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Is that a little bit better, Vinny? No. No.
Wow.
Wow.
Honestly,
Wow,
Gambo,
right.
much like I do with your show from 2 to 6, I tuned most of that out.
That was, it was me that was, I also, the last time he did it where he was like, oh, the NBA Cup game, I'm so excited. I was the one that pointed out that, we all laughed the first time he did it. So, of course, he did it again and again and again. So.
Can you play that again?
Yeah, you want to hear the rejoin that he just did?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last two NBA Cup group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Was that a little bit better, Vinny?
Okay, it was okay.
It was pretty funny.
I think he showed the requisite type of anticipation and dialed down the snark just enough.
Good job.
Yeah, way to, B+, Gambo. Way to go. Hey, shout out this morning to our listeners and viewers in Surprise, Arizona, a place I called home for 18 months of my life.
Wow.
We appreciate you out in Surprise.
No, I think throughout the game every game materializes differently. I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me. I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing. I really, the record, it doesn't matter if we're 7-3 or 3-7, like that's irrelevant to me. So every decision I make goes into trying to put our football team in the best chance to win the game. And that's how I make decisions.
All right, there's coach speak, and then there's coach speak on steroids.
Yeah, and that's the latter?
I think
so, too.
I think in today's landscape of NFL coaches being hired and fired, if you're not thinking about your record, trust me, everyone else is.
Yeah.
And usually it's the guy whose signature is on the paychecks.
Yeah. And again, I really believe that this is going to be very interesting to see what this organization does after this year, because it would seem to me that the lack of experience and the lack of answers from this coaching staff has been a problem this year. And look, if you want to stack the absurdities, we can do that as well. There have been any number of just bizarre moments that have happened to this team and this team alone this year. From that incredibly embarrassing loss to Tennessee that had a series of incredible events that had to occur for that game to flip the way it did, to the pair of touchdowns.
I haven't seen that many unfortunate events since I hung out with Lemony Snicket, babe.
And there's just any number of them. And so and then you look at the Cardinals' schedule, and man, who are they going to beat on the way out the door? Are they going to beat the Falcons? I don't know who else. The Bengals, maybe? I don't know who they're going to beat.
I don't know. The way that they're playing.
And that, too.
And to hear Jonathan Gannon say that's all he thinks about, that's commendable. That's what you want, especially in adverse times, the personnel on your football team to be buckled down and focused on winning. But if that's all you're focused on is putting your team in the best positions to win football games, and they fail miserably to do so, when those games are there for the taking, that becomes doubly discouraging. And in close game situations this year, they have been dreadful.
Yeah. No,
I don't know if that changes against the Atlanta Falcons or the Cincinnati Bengals or the dregs of the league. It certainly hasn't been the case against the good teams that they've played.
Right. Well, and again, it's one thing for Jonathan Gannon to claim that all I do is think about what I can do to help the team win. That doesn't mean the decisions he's making are good, because a lot of the ways that this team is functioning in situational football is not good. Leaves a lot to be desired. A team that doesn't know how to win, I think, is what we've continually said. Look, if you can say one thing about what we saw on the football field against Jacksonville, the effort's still there. So this team hasn't quit on anybody.
No.
But it's also very early in the year to be quitting. We're not even at Thanksgiving yet.
Yeah, normally the way the schedule shakes out, we're not talking about zombie football till right around Christmas.
Early December, second week of December. Yeah.
The one thing you could say about this team is that they haven't quit, and they're still losing every game. It's almost more unfortunate that you can't point to that as the reason.
Here's more from Jonathan Gannon with Burns and Gambo yesterday, his thoughts on the play calling and overall how the operations went against the Jaguars.
What's cool about it, not cool about it, it is kind of cool about it. There's so much strategy and prep and study involved in those. And like I say, like there's decisions throughout the league that we watch every week, and some we agree, some we disagree, and some that we agree on work and some we agree on don't work, and some we disagree on work and some of them don't work. You know what I mean? That's the nature of the game, you know, but I do like the process, how we get to where we get to. Have I messed some up, since I've been the head coach here? Absolutely. Have I made the right decision and it not work out? Yes. Have I made the wrong decision and it work out? Yes. Like you just kind of learn and keep growing and go from there. But I love the question about the record. Like any decision that we make on the field is strictly predicated on trying to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there, but is there a lot there? And again, I want to reiterate, coming out of the bye, I was pulling, the talk was we've dug ourselves a hole. We got to dig ourselves out.
Yeah.
The Dallas game was a good exercise in digging. I want Jonathan Gannon to turn this around. I like Jonathan Gannon. I have not been impressed with what this coaching staff has put out there this year. I don't think many people have. And that's where we, from the outside, we look at what the record is and what the operation has been. And this has not been consistent with a building team in the third year of a rebuild. It just hasn't. Firing coaches every 3 years is not good for any organization.
No.
And that's why I'm pulling for Jonathan Gannon. Nobody wants to start from square one again with this team.
No.
Because it just seems like it's a constant process going back. When you're filming a movie and there's a shot and somebody messes somebody up and the director calls out, back to one. Nobody wants to go back to one with this team anymore.
No, and that's part of why the agitation of these last few weeks are hitting me probably harder than usual. It's because the idea that we're going to have to go back to one and start this thing over it makes me nauseated, Vinny. But at the same time, let's be honest here. Nobody even knew Jonathan Gannon as a head coaching candidate when he was hired.
True.
They were the last ones in for a coaching search, and there were no guarantees this would work.
No.
Last one in, depending on who you believe, when they first made contact.
Well, but you know what I'm saying?
There was a penalty.
You know what I'm saying? Again, this has been a fundamental issue with this organization. We had Michael Bidwill in here on Newsmakers Week, and we talked to him specifically about Sean Payton. And I remember the conversation vividly, and he said the draft capital that we would have to give up to acquire the rights to sign Sean Payton, it's just too much for us. And we're all kind of like, okay, that kind of makes sense. For a team that's rebuilding, you don't want to give up all this draft capital for a head coach. But then you step back and you see the difference between a Sean Payton and a Jonathan Gannon, and you go, there's a reason why.
And it didn't really hinder the Denver Broncos in their coaching search.
No.
It's time for Character Counts, and today's Arizona Sports Character Count Scholarship nominee is Desert Sunrise High School junior Adrian Williams. Adrian has starred on his school's swim team for 3 years. He even led the team to the state finals last season, all while getting straight A's and maintaining a 4.0 GPA. He's also a member of the Science Club, Math Club, Speech and Debate Club, Aviation Club, Asian Club, Black Student Union, Rotary Interact, and is the vice president of his class. There's still only 24 hours in a day, right, Big?
These kids make me feel like such a loser every time we do these.
Beyond the classroom, Adrian loves to give back to his community, volunteering his time to help tutor his classmates, as well as helping local food banks in Maricopa County. After high school, Adrian wants to be an astronaut, with his top choices for college being MIT and the Air Force Academy. Congratulations to Adrian Williams. And remember, Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday in the Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Protecting your estate with a living trust. is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns couldn't make it 4 straight last night against a very good Houston Rockets team. The 114-92 loss was a product of Devin Booker's 3rd straight dud and the lack of health with the Phoenix Suns roster right now. And here is Jordan Knott after the loss.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. You look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
The Suns will be back in action Wednesday night in Sacramento against the Kings. Both ASU and U of A basketball found wins last night, but in different ways. Arizona in a blowout win against Denver, 103-73, and ASU in dramatic fashion with a late 3 from Maurice Odom to get by Texas, 87-81. 86. And the Sun Devils will be back in action again tonight in the Maui Invitational against Washington State at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as we inch closer to the Territorial Cup on Friday afternoon, see where both teams stand in the Big 12 and what bowl games both ASU and U of A could find themselves in this year at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
7:30 means time to get rebooted with Sammy. The reboot is here.
Yes, good morning, 7:30. Happy Tuesday. And I want to start with the Suns. The injuries caught up with them last night, it seemed, and they ran into just, honestly, a better team in Houston in a 114-92 loss to the Rockets, where Devin Booker kind of struggled again, kind of his third straight dud. So how much will this workload wear on Book if that he doesn't get his reinforcements back sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I saw Kellen Olson make a point of that very thing in his game story. It's interesting, too, because Book came out last night, made his first couple of shots. I think he had 9 of the Suns' first 20 points, and I thought, this is going to be one of those good nights. And then they just put him in the icebox. I think you could make a case these last few games, and I think the way that he's been defended, he was defended last night, the way he was defended Friday. He also didn't have a good game against the Spurs. But, yeah, I think that you can make the argument that he needs help.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's going to be, until those reinforcements, as you put them, Sammy, come back, there's going to be nights where Devin Booker is feeling it. I don't think on this homestand he was, quote-unquote, feeling it. There was some good work in the mid-range when he gets to his spot, hitting those types of shots, but he's not hitting his open threes. He's not hitting his free throws consistently either.
That's been the weirdest thing about his whole season to me.
But to not have specifically, and it's hard to lean on this, but again, last night was an instance where Jalen Green would have helped out a lot.
No doubt.
Last night against that Houston team. But to not have Grayson Allen, who was playing really his best basketball as a pro at the time of the injury, just to space things out, to give some room, because there was no room. They were suffocated last night.
Yep.
They absolutely need those guys back.
Yeah. So
Booker will, until they come back, Booker will have some good games. He'll probably have a couple more stinkers, but let's see what they look like all together.
Yeah, I agree. So elsewhere around the NBA, the Detroit Pistons have won 13 straight basketball games just a few years after losing an NBA record 28 games in a row in 2023. So how impressed, not only with kind of this turnaround in Detroit, but how impressed have you been with the first place Detroit Pistons?
Yeah, the last two Pistons teams to post 13-game winning streaks each won a championship.
They did.
So it's very impressive, but it's really the turnaround that is just mind-blowing to me.
Speaking of those teams, too, there's a lot of comparisons between this year's team and those Bad Boys teams.
Yeah.
But I want to point this out. This is how, not long ago, how irrelevant the Pistons were. The Sporting News, a very, very old publication that's still out there, not in printed form, but they're still hanging on. They tweeted out last night, 13 straight wins for the Pistons. Detroit already has more wins this season, 15, than they did all of last season, 14. Eyeball emojis. And then somebody was like, oops, we forgot about last year.
Wow.
Oh, man.
2 years ago.
Wow.
You know what else I thought of when I saw that tweet? I thought of Monty Williams.
Yes, you can't.
Just doing, you know when people do snow angels? Monty Williams is doing money angels.
Yes. On his couch somewhere.
J.B. Bickerstaff has done a miraculous job with that team.
Yeah, he really has. So we mentioned this in passing, but we talked about Michael Wilson being this team's wide receiver 1 for the last 2 weeks. What does this wide receiver room look like this week with Marvin Harrison Jr. coming back? And can Michael Wilson, be the same guy with Marv in the lineup?
Are you breaking news that Marvin Harrison Jr. is coming back?
Well, no, I'm not. But I'm not going to assume. But if Marv is back, what does that wide receiver room look like?
Look, I'm sticking with it. Marvin Harrison Jr. has not responded well consistently to being the number one option as a wide receiver. Be the number 2 option. Take pressure off the kid. We know he's talented.
Totally agree.
Go to Michael Wilson, who's delivered. Michael Wilson had 3 catches for 21 yards in the first 3 weeks of this season and has still got more catches and yards than Marvin Harrison Jr. this year.
That's unbelievable. And the way he was underutilized, the talent that he has put on the football field, it's almost criminal the way they underutilized him.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
It is brutal. His
it's like that
separation numbers are top 10 in the league.
Yeah. It's like that old hair metal Cinderella song, Bick. You don't know what you got until you throw the damn ball to him.
Absolutely.
That's that. I forgot how that song went. That's right. That's how it went.
Play that at proms.
Man. All right. So this is kind of in relation to the Cardinals, but also the rest of the NFL. What would have been more improbable at the beginning of the 2025 season coming into Week 13? That the Cardinals would be 3-8 without Kyler Murray and talking about the future of Jonathan Gannon. The Colts and Danny Dimes being 8-3, cruising to a playoff bid. The Bears being 8-3 atop the loaded NFC North, or that the Chiefs would be 6-4 and outside the playoff picture.
To me, by far, it's the Bears.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, I think that everything else...
What are you, from Chicago or something?
No, I think that everything else was foreseeable. I predicted Daniel Jones in my prediction column to win Comeback Player of the Year. So I kind of saw a path for him there. And that division was pretty wide open.
My choice would be the Chiefs, being 6-4.
6-4 outside the playoff.
Yeah.
And it's not because we talk about them every single day, but mine would have to be the Cardinals being 3-8, no Kyler, and Gannon on the hot seat, because Jared mentioned it yesterday. We thought at worst maybe this team is 7-10, or they take that step back, 8-9, but 3-8 and not a lot of promise looking forward. That's improbable to me. Last thing,
but they've told us who they are from day one.
Yes, but
I remember having the conversations after Week 1, the Monday after the Saints win. You're like, woof. That was that got a little sweaty at the end.
Yeah.
The next week,
same thing.
Not wanting to hold on to a lead. They announced who they were, and they've been very consistent on that front. They don't know how to win games.
No, they don't. Lastly, real quick, some local college basketball. It feels like we know right now what U of A is as a team, but ASU got a nice win last night in the Maui Invitational against, Sean Miller and the Texas Longhorns. Overarching, how important is this year for Bobby Hurley's future with ASU?
It's hard. It's hard to diagnose because we know Bobby's in the last year of his career, or the last year of his contract, not his career.
Right.
His contract, and was thought of after last year. So much promise at the beginning, got real ugly at the end. Lame duck. That was what was stamped on Bobby Hurley. Jarrett brought up a great point, and that is Bobby Hurley does really well in holiday tournaments, in non-conference.
Yes.
They're going to go through another gauntlet in the Big 12.
Yep.
The conference is absolutely stacked once again. So, I think it's very much wait and see at this point.
It has to be. I don't know how many years in a row it is. It's either 2, it might be 3. Who knows? It might even be longer. But this team has popped in November.
Yeah.
And we've been like, oh, this is the team. Then we saw Jaden Quainton. So, oh, this is the team.
I mean, they've had years where they've been top 10 ranked going into conference play back in the Pac-12 days.
And then last night when my guy Maurice Odom drains that 3, this is the year.
Modem, or as you call him, dialing it up.
And they've got an earlier tip tonight, too. So if you didn't catch it last night, you can watch the Devils at 6 tonight.
Yeah, this is how late it was. The Suns started a half an hour later. Took a while to get out of the parking garage. I had to drive my son after the game back up north. I was listening to the Sun Devil game. Got home. The second half was just starting at about 11 p.m. And I watched about a 4-minute clip of the game, and I was like, I can't do this. I got to go to bed. But I was very pleased when I woke up to
well, you get good daddy points.
Yeah,
that's above and beyond.
I got a smile on my face when I woke up this morning after cursing out my alarm clock. But I picked up my phone and my ASU fan group text. The only text I saw on the screen was, "Ha ha, Sean Miller still sucks."
Yeah. Hey.
Holy smokes!
When you can beat Sean Miller, it's a good evening. There you go. Every morning.
We can all, ASU and U of A fans can agree on that.
100%.
Right,
Yes, we
right,
can.
That's exactly right.
Yes, we
Sweet fancy Moses.
Thanks, Sammy. We're all rebooted. Coming up next, we will talk some Phoenix Suns and some NBA. Justin Termini from Sirius XM NBA Radio joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Don't miss Macy's best deals of the year. Hurry in and shop epic Black Friday deals on this season's best gifts before they're gone. Like men's and women's boots for just $19.99. Active looks for the whole family, 25 to 50% off. Levi's jeans and denim, 40% off. Plus, 50% off top beauty gifts from Yves Saint Laurent, Armani, and more. Don't wait. Black Friday is here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did Dylan Brooks fare last night against his former team? We'll be talking Suns Rockets at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Suns at 11-7, 2 of 3 on the homestand, even though they lost the final game of that homestand to the Rockets last night. But here to talk Phoenix Suns with us and NBA from Sirius XM NBA Radio. Justin Termini, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Justin, we appreciate you coming back on the show. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Always good to have you. We were talking about, and we've been talking about the Phoenix Suns. Nobody expected this kind of start for the Suns. 11-7. They were picked to finish near the bottom of the Western Conference, and we don't know what happens in the future. But I'd love to get your early impression of what you're seeing from Jordan Ott in his first year as a head coach, and how the Suns have kind of acclimated to what he's putting out there as a coach.
I mean, I think it's been really impressive. I mean, just the atmosphere there. I'm assuming you feel that within the fan base, right?
Oh, yeah.
As well, where you had like these expectations the last 2 years where you're contending for a championship. And, you know, it just seemed like it was a miserable team, a miserable experience. And then you have a year where nothing's really expected and, you know, they're taking off. So you credit Jordan Ott for the culture that he's created. You credit Devin Booker for, I guess, keeping everybody focused there after the last couple of years where maybe he's a little hesitant to step on the feet of guys like Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant. It seems like he's taken charge this year and kind of rejuvenating his personality. And Dylan Brooks, I really think that you have to give him a ton of credit. A couple of years ago, people are saying, you know, get him from Memphis over to China, the way that he handled that first round against the Lakers. And, you know, I think he's been probably their second best player up to this point, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks, the people on the Suns will tell you he has changed everything from the minute he walked into the door. And you're forgetting, I'm a guy that covered Dennis Rodman. You forget how effective instigators who are really good at it can be in the NBA.
No doubt about it. I mean, guys like Jack can, you know, turn around the culture a little bit. You know, you think of like the Marcus Smart type of player that the Lakers just got. I think that's helped them out there. Guys just play hard every single play. You know, defend. And you can see that in like Grayson Allen's got that type of personality. I know Colin Gillespie, who I'm sure you were going to ask me about just as a really nice surprise. I think that was the guy that went up to Dylan Brooks at the outset of the year, even though Brooks was being coy about it and said he wanted to follow in his footsteps. So you got a couple of those type, you know, Ryan Dunn is another type of player like that. So, you know, you got a couple of guys on the team like that aren't, you know, as talented as the Durants or the Beals, but maybe play with a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder.
Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA radio host, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Final thing on that particular group coming to Phoenix. We haven't seen Jalen Green for more than a game, and he was fantastic in the one game he started and finished. But you mentioned the impact of Dylan Brooks. Kevin Durant is having an impact on Houston. We didn't get to see him make his return last night to Phoenix, but is it too early to term this maybe a win-win deal for both teams, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, the way that it's looking right now, I mean, now it depends on what Phoenix does after this, right?
Sure.
Because Phoenix is good. They're fun right now, but they're not a championship-level team. So it depends on, like, how they build off that one move. In regards to Houston, yeah, because Houston's probably in the mix to win a championship. Do I think they're as good as OKC or Denver? No, but do I think they're capable of maybe beating them in a set? Like, you're just seeing Aaron Gordon go down with an injury. Okay, Aaron Gordon gets hurt again. Houston can step in and win. You know, last year you saw the injury to Halliburton in the NBA Finals, a couple of other injuries as well. Like, so stuff like that happens. They're good enough to take advantage of it. And I think Durant's kind of in a perfect role there where I think there was like a little bit of overlap between Beal's game and Booker's games and Durant's games. You look at the pieces in Houston, they're all different skill sets. And I think KD has settled in nicely to the score, but the second best player on that team, Şengün's been the best player for them so far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A lot of big name players injured early, and that's not new in the NBA. But there's a lot of people focusing on the fact that the pace of the NBA game has never been faster. That players are running faster and farther than have ever been recorded on data. Is this a growing problem for the league? The increased pace, which everybody seems to love, but the durability of the players involved.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just got to adapt to how the game is played right now. Now, like there's difference of opinions on the pace because, and Eddie Johnson, who I host with on Sirius XM NBA Radio and NBA TV, who you guys know out there well, he'll tell you, like, the pace actually isn't faster than what it used to be because they used to run 94 feet from baseline to baseline and didn't stop at the three-point line. Now, a lot of times you get guys that'll go three-point line to three-point line, but at the same, token, you have to go out and guard the three-point line, whereas you never had to do that before. So, there's give and take there. But, I don't necessarily buy into the game as harder to play today than it used to be because not only did you run 94 feet to 94 feet, you also had to deal with a lot more physicality, which anybody, and I'm sure you guys play pickup, is a lot more difficult to deal with than just running around like Klay Thompson or John Havlicek when you're like, going to the hole and you're getting banged inside. And on top of that, like the travel is much better. The equipment is much better. The trainers are much better. You don't have to carry your own bags. You're not playing 5 games in 5 different cities, 5 consecutive nights. So maybe we've also, gotten a little softer here as
very
well.
Possible.
The last couple of years.
Yeah, I wish, Justin, and I've gone back and I've looked at stretches in Suns history where they were doing just that. It sounds ridiculous, but 5 games, 5 cities, 5 nights. I wonder how much belly aching was going on then, if at all.
Yeah. Like I looked up, recently because Steve Kerr was complaining for like the millionth time in, a million days. He's got a different complaint every day, but he was complaining about it. And I went back and I looked at Bill Russell in 1960 when, by the way, like it was 126 possessions per game. Right now it's about 100. So the pace was faster back then. Again, you could say three-point line, all that type of stuff, moving side to side. Maybe they do that more than they did back then. But Bill Russell played 5 different games in 5 different cities in 1960, and he played 48 minutes, 48 minutes, 43 minutes, 53 minutes because one of the games went into overtime. Oh, and plus, by the way, I'm sure he wasn't like being welcomed into, every single hotel along the way or restaurant along the way because of the way that society was back then. So he also had to deal with the mental stress of dealing with that in 5 different cities and 5 different nights. He's not staying at the Four Seasons, hey, Mr. Booker, can I get you some chocolate-covered, strawberries?
All right, Justin, as somebody who listens to and enjoys your show, when you want to get into Eddie Johnson, when you want to push the buttons, what do you do? Where do you go?
Well, I mean, you could go a million different directions. The easiest one is either say something negative about LeBron, who I think he likes more than the Suns. You think he's employed by LeBron, not the Phoenix Suns. And the other one is you just happen to compliment Jokic. You say, like, well, that was a pretty good game last night for Nikola Jokic, and he flips out.
He must flip out a lot.
Yeah,
that's
because I'm going to have to say it again. The guy had 16 assists last night, plus a shot from half court, plus one of the best passes you're ever going to see. So I'm going to have to bring it up on the show today.
Justin, thanks for the time. Good to catch up with you. Hopefully we can have you on again real soon.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA radio host, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we are halfway through on this Tuesday. That means
fire.
The second half kicks off with the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Larry Fitzgerald is a 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame semifinalist. The Suns' shorthanded limitations finally arrive in a loss to the Rockets. And Maurice Odom's late three-pointer rallies Arizona State past Texas in the Maui Invitational. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, so I've got a whole file of incredibly grateful clients of Life Changer Loan who couldn't believe something as cool as Life Changer Loan existed. This is my favorite story of all. It's the story of Vincent Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which was good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left, plus due to some medical issues, they had $30,000 in credit card debt accumulated. On the Life Changer Loan, they paid off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear whatsoever, because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret of a Life Changer Loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off your home. Now you get decades to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but if you're a good fit, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Suns couldn't find a way to get by the Kevin Durant-less Houston Rockets last night in a 114-92 loss. They'll have the day off before heading to Sacramento for an NBA Cup game on Wednesday night with the Kings. In the college basketball world, ASU Bobby Hurley and Maurice Odom rallied past Texas in the Maui Invitational last night behind Odom's 36 points and late go-ahead three to help get an 87-86 win. And they'll hit the hardwood again today against Washington State and Maui at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of their home game against Denver 103-73 behind Braden Burries' 20 points. And tonight in Palm Desert, Grand Canyon and the Lopes will tip off against Utah and the Utes at 10 p.m. And after the Cardinals moved to 3-7, head coach Jonathan Gannon was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, emphasizing the record is not where his thoughts are at.
I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me.
I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing.
The Cardinals will be in Tampa for the Buccaneers this Sunday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale event at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Many Suns fans were disappointed that Kevin Durant missed his scheduled return to Phoenix last night. Some thought he was dodging a hostile crowd, that he wanted cover from all that smoke, which is ridiculous for a player with great experience at being a mercenary villain who is still booed every time he walks into Oklahoma City. But me, I want to thank Kevin Durant, because if he wasn't so hurt by the Suns' secret attempt to trade him at last year's deadline, maybe he's still here playing out the final year of his contract. Don't laugh. You know how star-crazy Matt Ishbia can be. I'd like to thank him for being hell-bent on using all of his leverage to end up in Houston, the city of his choice. Even though in real time we all thought the Suns got kind of punked on the deal, without that move, we don't get Dylan Brooks, who has changed the culture of Suns basketball overnight, a player who clearly wasn't as appreciated as he should have been in Texas. I'd like to thank KD for taking the national media in primetime games with him on his way out the door. That way, Vinny and I don't have to work on Christmas. But more than anything, I want to thank KD for reminding me that anything is possible in sports, that addition by subtraction can really be a thing, for making the Suns pull the plug on botched efforts at a super team and instead spawning an underdog crew that has given us what we really wanted all along, a likable, young, homegrown team that is winning and melting hearts in the Valley, a team that has returned the smile to Devin Booker's face, and it's been years since we've seen his teeth. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, there's that line, the Christmas line.
You said it in the opening segment. I thought you just read my blast.
I did not. I didn't mean to step on your line.
No, I'm kidding, man. It was just kind of funny that you went there.
Yeah, but focusing on the last thing that you brought up, or one of the last things you brought up, it's been years since we've seen Devin Booker's teeth. The only time we saw him smile over the last couple of years, there was a commercial that used to run for some sort of, it was some dental facility that was a sponsor of the Suns, and he's got that, like, big smile with the wink that he does.
I remember that.
Like, wow. I just don't see him do that much on the court anymore.
That's right.
It has been a smile-filled season for Devin Booker. I don't think he's very happy right now, judging by what he said after the San Antonio game about his own personal performance and how he's played. But let's go back. We just had Justin Termini on, and it is early. And look, the Suns were handcuffed in what they could do by their own doing, what they could do with Kevin Durant. They panicked at the trade deadline, in my opinion. They tried to spin him off to Golden State. They gave him the, hey, we've agreed to this. What do you think? Want to go back? And he didn't want to go back. And it completely took away their power in any trade scenario.
No doubt.
Because it was the worst kept secret in the NBA that the Suns were going to trade Kevin Durant.
Yep.
And it was the second worst secret that he was going to end up in Houston. So what you got back, there was a lot of belly aching about it. They got Jalen Green. Did you see Jalen Green in the playoffs? He couldn't even stay on the court. Dylan Brooks. The
man is a menace.
We hate Dylan Brooks.
Yep.
And I understood that, because when you look at the surplus, and we saw a good example of the surplus that the Rockets have. I mean, Jabari Smith Jr. was a target for the Suns, probably. Really good player.
Yeah.
Played last night.
Yes.
Tari Eason was a target for the Suns, probably. We didn't even see him play last night. We didn't see Kevin Durant play last night. We didn't see Dorian Finney-Smith play last night. So they had a surplus, and they got rid of what they wanted to get rid of.
Yep.
But it's worked out well for both teams to this point.
Yeah, and you said it best earlier in the week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, that because the Suns became so enamored with the idea of Jimmy Butler being exactly the kind of hard-nosed player, culture resetter that they needed, that they got desperate enough to flip Kevin Durant to get him when he was supposed to be the addition to Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, which led Kevin Durant to go to the one place he wanted to go, which got us the player that was even better at that than Jimmy Butler and Dylan Brooks. Which is really, really interesting.
It's a nice save of things. I'm hoping this isn't very temporary. I'm hoping that this Dylan Brooks experience we continue to ride this high.
I agree.
Because let's focus in more on the player last night. Devin Booker got smothered by this Houston defense. The one player that responded positively, if Dylan Brooks doesn't do what he does, Suns lose that game by 30.
Yep.
He has become a reliable, confident, go-to scorer from the mid-range and from three-point range.
But you're right. It will be interesting to see when Grayson Allen comes back, when Jalen Green comes back. Is Brooks still taking 22 shots a game?
No, and I think Dylan Brooks, one of the things that people don't talk about in his game, they'll talk about the edge and they'll talk about, hey, he is a pretty good offensive player. They don't talk about his smarts. He's a really smart player, too.
Clearly.
He realizes what everybody needs to do.
Yes.
Everybody else needs to eat, too. Does that refocus him? Not that it's suffered at all, but his defensive tenacity. Because he doesn't take plays off.
No. And you can't be his teammate if you do.
Yeah.
And that's where you lift everybody off. And there were a lot of guys taking a lot of plays off on defense last year. Last 2 years, for that matter. But so I think that in a weird way, this is because KD's been a good fit in Houston. So maybe this is the rare occasion where this is actually going to work out for both teams. But like you said, the long run and Dylan Brooks, that's no given what it's going to look like.
No.
Right now, it looks really, really good. And even Ime Udoka brought up the fact that he's got more offensive freedom now than maybe at any point in time in his entire career. And he's taken advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Here was Dylan Brooks last night about finding a different way against a team like Houston. Trust me, he did talk.
Yeah, we'll bounce back when we play the Cup game in a couple of days. But this was a good test. We're going to have to go look at the film and maybe figure out different matchups and different ways of approaching these type of games. That's why, you play teams 3 times in the West. So, can't wait for December.
Yeah, and they'll get another look at the Rockets.
Well, you would listen to that guy and never think he was like the
fiery guy?
Yeah, fiery, high-energy guy on the court.
Yeah. I wanted to go back to something that Devin Booker said that we didn't get to yesterday, and I thought this was really interesting about the changes going on with this organization, and a lot of it starts with Jordan Ott. But this was after the San Antonio game, a game that the Suns won on Sunday night. Listen to Devin Booker talk about how this team prepares.
I mean, even from, before training camp and even training camp, like we had, optional film later in the day, and, the whole team was there even though it was optional. That's little things that go a long way. There's a lot of situations that happen around the NBA where teams give up close games or teams steal a game, and, we watch that too. So, there's a lot of games every night, and not everybody, watches all of them. So it's good to highlight those moments, because they're very useful.
That's not true. Kellen Olson watches all of them. Yeah, no. But to hear Devin Booker, who's in his 11th year, by the way, and he's been through a lot of head coaches, and he's had a lot of teammates, and a lot of assistant coaches, and a lot of different ways to prepare and study, and to hear him say, not everybody does what we're doing.
Well, yeah.
That is
It's
very
fantastic.
reassuring.
It's fantastic. Basketball coaches will tell you that the truest sign of a really connected team is when they're free to go, they don't leave.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get that team that doesn't leave, they just still hang out together, you got something good.
It's like the end of Ferris Bueller. You're still here? Go home.
Go home.
A lot of the comments he's been making recently also, especially when they were winning, it's what we're doing this season almost has a wink, wink. We weren't doing this last season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's also the polish of Devin Booker, to be diplomatic enough to acknowledge what's good without trashing what was bad.
Yeah.
And he's not a guy that goes back and does that and talks about the past.
And I would say this too, sorry, Jared, but here's what I would say about it. Clearly, Devin Booker and his experiences is not a guy that gives himself easily to talk. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Because I remember at Media Day, there was a lot of that from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And Devin Booker wasn't indulging any of it. Any of it.
So you're saying Devin Booker would be a bad member of the Arizona Cardinals? Because that's all we've heard from them.
Yeah. No, what I think Devin Booker, it took him a while. Okay, I believe this is going to work. This guy is the real deal, and because now he's full on embracing everything, which is a really good sign.
Yeah. And here's the Suns' luck too. Yes, they have Sacramento tomorrow in a cup game. Sacramento stinks, but they are playing better. They were really, really bottoming out in the last couple games. They've played better.
Yeah.
And they beat Minnesota last night too.
Hey, a win tomorrow night. The Suns OKC game on Friday could be for the group.
It could. Yes.
Very well.
2 3-0 teams going at it.
Big early stakes in the NBA Cup.
When it's the NBA, the Emirates NBA Cup, it just means more.
Man, I know you guys dislike it. I'm a fan. I love the cup.
I saw Karl Anthony Towns crash through a restaurant window in pursuit of that cup. I don't know if you guys saw that. Everybody's
funny.
after that cup. I've been told.
Oh, yeah, I've been told too.
Coming up next, 6 more weeks to go in the NFL season. We'll take a look back at some of the Week 12 notes around the league. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They had the lead when it mattered the most against San Francisco.
Burns the most.
Hold on. Tennessee was awful.
Burns the most.
Yesterday was awful. Awful. You can't win the turnover margin 4-0 and lose a football game like that. You can't.
Nope.
Teams don't. Those are the 3 that, beyond their record in one-score games, they needed to win those 3 games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know the scorching hot Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing, a huge spike in your energy bills. And if any of that sounds familiar, I've got some great news for you. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale. It runs through the end of November, and it's a great deal. You get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. It's their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, I can tell you, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The whole process from installation to cleanup was so professional and so impressive. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, no middleman markups. They've got a factory here in the Valley. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable, and with financing options available, now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Grip better, play better. Hi, John Leonetti from Birdie Golf Grips.
Premium performance without the premium price. Our proprietary natural rubber blend gives you the perfect feel. Soft, firm, and tacky, so every swing feels solid. Fittings available at locations throughout the valley. And right now, Bunker to Bunker golfers save 25% with promo code B2B. Upgrade your game. Visit birdiegolfgrips.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
You know, it's just like anything else. He's a fine wine. He's just getting better with age, but he's playing really well. He's in total command. Yeah, you like that one. So I think he's going to play for about 10 more years now. So it's, but no, he's doing great. I just think he's in command. I think he's got a lot of trust in his teammates. I think there's just a good rapport, and we want to keep stacking them. You know, we've got another one this week, and we'll try to do a great job of, allowing him to continue to play that way. And I'm really happy for Matthew.
Sean McVay talking about his quarterback, Matthew Stafford, aging like a fine wine. There was some doubt earlier in the season, before the season started, whether or not that bottle was even going to get uncorked because of a back injury that Stafford was dealing with. Not only has it been uncorked, the bouquet is phenomenal. And he is playing maybe the best quarterback of his career. And that's just, again, to start out this discussion about Week 12 and where we are in the NFL. That is life for the Arizona Cardinals. You knew it was life going in. This is a tough division. But my goodness, the other three members of this division have all overachieved. What were pretty high expectations for each team. And the Rams are probably the best team in football right now.
Matthew Stafford has thrown 27 consecutive touchdown passes without an interception. It's an unbelievable streak of football. He's playing the best he's ever played in his life. Finally getting his career record over 500 2 weeks ago probably rejuvenated him, I'm thinking.
He's a winning quarterback, finally.
Listen, they're blowing teams out in the first quarter. Their first quarter scoring differential numbers are insane. So they're jumping on teams early. They've got tons of skill players. They're really good. They're really, really good. And it's exactly what I didn't think was going to happen with them this year.
No, they're in first
Devontae
place.
Adams looks like
Devontae Adams
super
is reborn.
duper star receiver again.
Yeah, when he got there, it was of note because he's Devontae Adams and he was so accomplished. But I think everybody was like, what does he have left in the tank?
Exactly.
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah. The Seahawks go on the road again. They beat the Titans. Tighter than it should have been. Got tight late. 30-24. A win is a win.
Yeah, who doesn't beat the Titans?
I mean,
they have one win. They have
that
one
loser team that's responsible for that one in their win column. Who could that?
Oops.
Can you dump that, Jared? The Seahawks are 8-3. And the 49ers, not only are they banged up beyond recognition, now they have a quarterback come out, Brock Purdy, who threw 3 interceptions on consecutive possessions in the first half. And yes, the Panthers gave it back on an interception on one of those possessions. But they just grind out a win over Carolina, who's been a pretty good team. Carolina's a 500 team.
Yep.
And the 49ers just keep winning games.
Isn't
and
that
as
crazy?
you pointed out, again, the reality of life for the Cardinals is not only are you dealing with your own issues and trying to figure out answers feverishly at this point of the season, you play in a division with 3 teams that would be in the playoffs if the season ended today.
And that's you look at that and you're like, man, that's just ridiculous. So, but again, this is also something that you've got to kind of factor in going forward, because one of the things that Sean McVay also said yesterday, and I'm sure he was joking, he said Matthew Stafford will probably play 10 more years. But the point is maybe retirement isn't imminent for him. And if that's the case, and then we know what's going on with the Seahawks, and we know that the 49ers are always financially all in every year, this is the company we're keeping.
I mean, in 10 years, Matthew Stafford will only be 47. Why not?
How old was Brady? 45 or something, right?
Yeah.
So
he hooks up with Alex Guerrero. Anything is possible.
Oh, no.
So that's life in the NFC West. The Eagles, this was also a week of big comebacks. The Eagles blow a 21-0 lead in Dallas to the Cowboys. That's almost inexplicable. The Giants let another big lead go. They lose to the Lions on the road in overtime, 34-27. And the game that we talked about at the end of last week, in Kansas City, the Chiefs facing a real pivotal point in their existence. And that is, are we just gonna fade off out of the playoff picture with the 8-2 when they got to town, the 8-2 Colts coming to town? They were down 20-9 or whatever it was. Come back and win that game. That was a huge win for the Chiefs. And people still aren't sold on the Chiefs, but the amount of confidence that puts in them moving forward to be above 500 again, to quiet the doubts. And I know they're still on the outside looking in, but I'm not throwing dirt on the Chiefs until their final breath.
And that game was proof why.
Yeah.
That was exactly the kind of Chiefs game you thought you might get, right? Close game, but somehow they'll find a way to win it at the end. Even if it takes overtime.
Absolutely.
So and they beat a quality team. They were down 20-9 in that game. And if you look at the numbers, Travis Kelce's having a really good year. There was talk last year that he was done.
He might play 10 more years.
He might play 10 more years.
No. On the flip side of that, what do you think that loss does to Indianapolis?
I don't know. It's a very, very good question. I would think that the fact that they had an 11-point lead and couldn't close it out, I don't think it's good. But at the same time, they held their own for a chunk of the game. So I don't know how they interpret that, to be honest with you.
Well, and they got to go to Houston this week.
And this is an issue here because that's the team nobody wants to play right now.
They're at home against Houston.
Oh, home against
Houston. That game's in Indianapolis.
Either way, that's the team that everybody says you don't want to face right now because they're killing people defensively.
But how would you start, sit, cut those three surprising division winner leaders in the AFC? Patriots, Broncos, and the Colts. Like how much you actually believe in them.
Or best to worst.
Well, listen, I'm starting the Patriots because I believe in the quarterback. I don't know about Bo Nix, and I'm not sure about Daniel Jones. So I'm probably sitting the Colts and cutting the Broncos, but I could easily flip those other two.
See, I'm believing more if you separate units away from quarterbacks. Denver's defense is really, really good.
And their coach is excellent.
I'd probably start Denver. I'd probably sit New England. And the Colts might miss the playoffs.
That would be amazing after this.
Their schedule, you mentioned it.
It's bad.
Listen to this schedule that they have remaining. Versus Houston, at Jacksonville, at Seattle, versus San Francisco, versus Jacksonville, at Houston.
Wow.
So they have 4 division games left, and their non-division games are against 2 teams from the NFC West.
Oof.
And they have to play in Seattle, which might be a break because Seattle's better on the road. But
no, it's a hard place to play.
It is a hard place to play.
You're absolutely right. Wow, that would be something.
They finish 8-9.
Man. Oops.
And there goes your comeback player of the year prediction.
That's right.
For Daniel Jones.
Out the window.
Oh, boy. It's so fun to talk about the home stretch of the NFL, isn't it? Don't you wish you were a part of it?
Yeah, to update...
Did you really have to do that?
Yeah, man. We were vibing.
Well, let's talk about...
I was actually laughing and having a good time.
Let's talk about winning. Stacking wins through Week 12.
Oh, yeah.
Not only is Dan Bickley back in first place in the spreadsheet, got off the schneid. You snapped the 3 straight 0-3 weeks.
9-game losing streak.
You have 48 total wins between your team. At the beginning of the year, we drafted, what's that? 8 teams apiece. What's 8 divided by 4? Or 32 divided
teams.
by 4.
There's 32 teams. Yeah.
So Bick drafted the Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals, Falcons, Patriots, Bears, Colts, and Browns.
Man, those are some good. Bears, Colts.
48 wins. I'm 3 games back at 45. Sammy hanging tough at 44.
Yep.
Jarrett bringing up the rear at 40.
I'm looking at my team. What a bunch of losers on my team. I picked the Raiders, the Saints, and the Commanders.
That was at the end of the draft. You got the Commanders in the second round. They've absolutely buried
they've hurt you.
You got the Cardinals in the 4th round. They've buried you.
What team has hurt all of you the most? For me, it's the Falcons. I thought that was going to be a really good year.
Well, the Commanders, I didn't command Daniels. I didn't think would be hurt the whole year.
I don't know. You got the Bengals in the 3rd round. They got 3 wins.
Yeah, that's not good.
Those back-to-back picks were not great, but you've made up for it with the Colts and the Bears being 8-win teams.
Vikings for you, probably, Vinny.
Vikings for me.
I need my teams to get hot down the stretch. The Dolphins winning some games. That's been good. I have Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina
is
surprising from a 7th round pick,
and Houston is starting to round into form. So hopefully, I drafted the Niners second overall, so.
Coming up, we'll shift our focus back to basketball. Always a treat when we're joined by the Hall of Famer, the legend, Sir Charles. Charles Barkley joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. And Black Friday used to be chaos and madness, people waiting in line, people throwing hands trying to get to televisions. My friends at Waltz makes it super easy. And remember, Black Friday and Cyber Monday constantly evolving at Waltz. Great deals arriving on a daily basis, and you can get your special offers very easily. All you have to do is text the word Waltz, W-A-L-T-S, to 620-620. That's Waltz to 620-620. You're going to get a link to their daily hot deals. You refresh it every day, and every day you have new information and new great pricing from Waltz, including an incredible sale they've got going on an elite home theater bundle right now. A Samsung 98-inch QLED 4K television, regularly $14,999. A Samsung 4-channel soundbar, normally $19,999. That's $17,000 in premium home entertainment gear. At Waltz, you get both for just $59.88, a savings of over $11,000. Get on down to Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Take advantage of that smoking hot deal. And once again, you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Grip better, play better. Hi, John Leonetti from Birdie Golf Grips. Premium performance without the premium price. Our proprietary natural rubber blend gives you the perfect feel. Soft, firm, and tacky, so every swing feels solid. Fittings available at locations throughout the valley. And right now, Bunker to Bunker golfers save 25% with promo code B2B. Upgrade your game. Visit birdiegolfgrips.com today.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns couldn't make it 4 straight last night against a very good Houston Rockets team. The 114-92 loss was a product of Devin Booker's 3rd straight dud and the lack of health from the Phoenix Suns. And here was Jordan Knott after the loss.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. You look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
The Suns will be back in action Wednesday night in Sacramento for the Kings. Both ASU and U of A basketball found wins last night, but in different ways. Arizona in a blowout win against Denver, 103-73, and ASU in dramatic fashion with a late 3 from Maurice Odom to get by Texas 87-86. The Sun Devils will be back in action again tonight in the Maui Invitational against Washington State at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did Dylan Brooks fare last night against his former team? We'll be talking Suns Rockets at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Suns did not fare well last night against Houston. They have fared well this season, going 11-7 in their first 18 games. One of the surprises of the league. Here to talk some Suns with us and the NBA. Look at him, the legend. Joining us via video, the one and only Charles Barkley, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Charles, good morning.
Yo, man, y'all get up early every morning?
Yes. Yes, Charles.
It's brutal, Charles. But you know what, Charles? Not only are your Suns rolling hot this year, your Sixers are good, too. You're having yourself a year this year.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the Sixers because, you know, listen, I know Maxi's playing great. The rookie Edgecombe's been great, but listen, they're not going anywhere without Embiid. Mm-hmm. And that's the big elephant in the room. If he can't come back and play, they're not going to win the East. And let's be honest, the East is up for grabs.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Indiana, look at Knicks, they're probably the 2 favorites. Detroit they're balling right now.
Yep.
But the East is definitely up for grabs. But listen, the Sixers aren't going anywhere without Joel Embiid, no matter how well the young guards play.
Well, let's focus on the Suns. I know you got an up-close and personal look, real up-close, front row the other night against Minnesota. Just an unbelievable comeback and gutty win for that team. But this team had no expectations, Charles. And here they had to trade Kevin Durant because of what they did at the trade deadline last year. And they've come out, and they look like a different bunch, a renewed bunch under a new head coach. What are your thoughts on the Suns so far?
Well, I want to thank Matt Ishbia for inviting me. I don't go to games because I'm very strict on that. I've had my day, but I don't go to games anymore, to be honest with you guys. But Matt's asked me to go a couple times, and I went, number one, to celebrate one of our teams, but also he called me last week because, like I say, I don't go to games. I had my day. I watch every game, but I kind of stay out of the limelight. I do my TV gig, but I don't go to games because I think the players today, to let them get their flowers. It's interesting. They have shocked some people. I love their second unit. That little kid, Gillespie, and those guys, man, they're playing so hard. I need my starters to pick it up a little bit, especially Devin Booker. When you're a star, and it's a double standard. It is what it is. You can't get mad. You have to accept the responsibility. He has to come out and ball every night. He didn't play well against. Let's get one thing. That was a choke job by Minnesota. Let's get that out the way.
Absolutely. But it was still fun.
Hey, That was a 100% gag choke job by Minnesota. I'm glad the Suns won, but we have to be realistic. That was a gag by Minnesota. There's no way they should have lost that game. When you're up 8 with 50 seconds to go, you had to do a lot of stupid stuff to lose that game.
And they did.
A lot of stupid. And they did. And I saw they kept their stupidity going last night in Sacramento. Because you know what's interesting, and I hate to get off the subject. I was sitting there with Matt, and I said, Matt, what in the hell? What is Minnesota? I said, this is one of the worst teams I've seen. I says, they have no style. They have no identity. They just playing basketball. You can't have a good team unless, number one, you have a style. You have to have a style of play. And you also have to have leadership. They have none of that. They just play basketball. And I was saying, this Minnesota team stinks, and they do. But let's get back to the Suns. I'm very proud of what my Suns are doing so far this year, but I need more aggressiveness and leadership out of Devin Booker because, like I say, it's a double standard. Because he didn't play well against Minnesota.
No.
And I don't think he was playing. He definitely didn't play well last night. But like I say, there's a double standard when you're a star. There's no ifs, no ands, no buts. So I need a little bit more out of Devin Booker. But, man, I'm telling you, that second unit, I'm so proud of those guys led by Mr. Gillespie. They do what a second group is supposed to do. Just come in there and bring energy. You might not get the lead, but the lead's not going to grow. Right. So I just think the Suns need a little bit more out of Devin Booker as far as leadership. And because I was telling Matt, when Anthony Edwards comes to my house, that's a guy who plays my position. I want to let him know I think I'm the best two guard. You can't come to my house and outplay me. Any star, especially when they play your position, when they come to your house, you got to show out. That
no doubt.
Like when I played against certain players, I'm like, because this notion that you play all the games the same, that's just BS. Okay, there's no way you play 82 games where you're locked and loaded. But when you play a Michael Jordan, a Karl Malone, a Larry Bird, a Patrick Ewing, a Gary Payton, your antennas are up. So that's the thing I did not like about the game Friday night. I thought Devin was too lackadaisical. I'd rather you be over-aggressive and screw up than be passive. Yeah. I always said this. I don't trust people who don't get mad, okay? That doesn't mean you need to fight. I don't ever want to see fighting. I played with this guy named Hersey Hawkins, who's one of the good people I've ever met. And Michael Jordan was just kicking his ass one night. And I was like, yo, man, you got to go back at him. He like, I said, no. You got to make people respect you or they won't respect you. I says, are you as good as Michael Jordan? No, you're not. But you got to let him know you're not afraid and you're going to go at him. And he was so passive of a person. Great dude. But I said, yo, man, you can never be passive. You got, like I say, I'd rather guys be over-aggressive and screw up, but you can never be passive. That's one of the reasons I love Dan Marley.
Right.
I said, let me tell you something. If a fight break out, you're not going to grab Dan Marley, okay? It's two guys that I was never worried about, and I was glad they were with me. That was Mark West and Dan Marley. Because I says, oh, you know what? I'm good. If a fight break out, I got Dan Marley with me and Mark West. I felt very, and those are the type of guys you want to go with. No disrespect to Ced Ceballos and Kevin Johnson, those guys. But I know if a fight break out, if I'm going in there with Dan Marley and Mark West, we got a chance.
No doubt about it. It sounds preposterous, but Dillon Brooks has given the Suns more than Kevin Durant did, or maybe they need more of what Dillon Brooks gives a basketball team. So I ask you, what does Dillon Brooks do for a basketball team?
Dan, you just answered what I just been saying.
Right.
You know it's so funny? I told Matt Ishbia this the other night. If I could put Dillon Brooks' brain in Devin Booker's body, it'd be scary. It'd be scary. You know, you have to have. See, a lot of guys think toughness is fighting. Fighting just makes you a fool. Okay, just because There's guys who like to fight. No. But that mental toughness, they're like, okay, I'm going to be in you. I'm coming after you for 48 minutes. I like to smoke. That's what he brings to the team. Then, this is the same conversation we had last year with the Suns. I said, the Suns have a lot of talent, but they got the toughness of a flea. I says, Kevin has said, I said, we had the same conversation last year. I said, Kevin don't want to be a leader. He said that. Devin's such a nice guy, but Kevin don't want it. Devin, you're the second best player. You got to do it, whether you want that responsibility or not. That's what it is. A team has to have a leader to follow. And that's what Dylan, man, that guy, he brings energy. He brings toughness. I'm glad. I love watching him play. I do. Like I say, does he cross the line sometime? 100% he crossed the line. Yeah. But that goes back to my earlier statement. I'd rather have a guy who's overly aggressive than a guy who's passive.
Yeah, but most of the time, Charles, he knows where that line is, too. And he'll get right up to it. He'll get his technical, and then he'll kind of settle down. I love what he's bringing with Suns, too.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, because the Suns got pumped.
100%. 100%. Yeah, I love it. But that goes back to what I was saying earlier also. Dan Marley and Mark West were going to bring me that toughness every single night. You need that because the reason you need it, mentally and physically, you cannot play great every night. Some nights you're struggling because you're just missing some shots. Some nights you're tired physically. Some nights you're tired mentally. But if you have that switch that Dylan has, that Mark West had, and Marley had, they just going to go 100 miles an hour, give you maximum effort all the time. Because it's impossible. Like, I hate guys get on TV like, we're going to give our best every game. First of all, that's not true. You don't have it all 82 games. It's impossible. Sometimes, like I said, you're mentally tired. Sometimes you're physically tired. Sometimes you got crap going on at home with your kids. But when you have that built-in switch, like it's always on, that's a great thing to have on a team.
Charles, thanks so much, as always, for joining us. You're the best.
Thank you, as always.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, man.
Hey, man, you know how much I appreciate you guys. I hope y'all have a great Thanksgiving. You know it's my favorite holiday of the year. I told you guys Christmas sucks because everybody just wants. I literally hate Christmas because everybody just wants stuff. Yeah. I literally. Yes. I do. I literally hate Christmas because everybody just wants stuff. So I pick up my 2 deep-fried turkeys from Baby K's Thursday. I cannot wait. So this is my favorite holiday of the year. I already got a bunch of freeloading family members in town already. But you know what? We just go eat and have fun, brothers.
Right. Enjoy it, Charles. We'll talk soon.
You're the best.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, brothers.
Yeah, the legend Charles Barkley, the Hall of Famer inside the NBA on ESPN.
Already in my house. He's the best.
He is the best. It's Bickley and Murata.
Who else
mornings.
can say they literally hate Christmas and have everybody laugh and smile?
He's the best.
Everybody just wants something. It's Bickley and Murata mornings coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing.
Wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Mason Ritz, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Some Sonic trivia for you. So I met Reba McEntire on a cruise a few years ago. I learned a couple things about her. I learned that she loves Sonic. More specifically, she loves the tater tots at Sonic. And true fact, her fiance actually calls her Tater Tot. That's her nickname. There's even a ceremonial Valentine's Day meal at Sonic dedicated to Reba McEntire. So her love of Sonic obviously runs deep. And why not? At Sonic, you get a unique experience, a diverse menu. You get meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers. They offer iconic classics like those tots, onion rings, and cherry limeades. They feature a ton of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and that drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. And finally, pro tip, order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards. Live free, eat Sonic.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Luke. What should we expect from the biggest Territorial Cup game in years? We'll ask former ASU safety Jordan Simoni at 11:30 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks again to Sir Charles Barkley, for joining us in the previous segment. Right there at the end, Charles professing his literal hate
of Christmas,
for the holiday of Christmas, but also his love for Thanksgiving. I thought you were going to come back with, I literally hate Thanksgiving.
But I don't. I just hate the food at Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's true.
I love everything else about Thanksgiving. I love the no expectations to do anything at all on Thanksgiving.
That is a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing. It's fantastic. All you have to do is just watch or eat and be present.
It's really great when you don't have to go anywhere.
Yep.
And that's been very rare in my adult existence.
That's true.
Because I'm a guest. I'm not a host.
I understand. Yep.
Only a host on this show.
It was the Dan Bickley Show with Vince Morales.
That's right.
You
You were a guest on your own show.
So you have that luxury too, where it's just couch time.
Yeah.
And that is a great feeling. Now I got to know. Do we know what's on the Bickley family menu for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be very similar to what we normally do. There's going to be copious amounts of brisket. There's going to be sizzling.
Great name for a band, by the way.
Yes, sizzling potato latkes.
Ooh.
I'm sure Jarrett's a fan of potato latkes, right? There's going to be a big green kale salad. There's going to be...
I know about your history with kale. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with
it. It almost killed you once upon a time.
It almost did. Skylar's got to have the macaroni and cheese, and then we're going to do some stuffing, and if I get my way, there will be some Italian sausage included in that stuffing.
All right.
But I did hear Charles talk about getting a deep-fried turkey from Baby K's.
2 of them.
Is it too late to get one, you think?
I don't know. Some of those places that specialize in Thanksgiving. There's a pie place that I've wanted to try for years, and I always forget to order my pies ahead of time. And then when I think of it, it's like, yeah, you missed the deadline by 6 weeks.
Right.
So I always go to the same pie place.
So what does your sister make?
It's just traditional.
Okay, traditional?
Yeah, which I'm fine with. Turkey, the full Thanksgiving meal once a year is perfect. Those sickos that do it again on Christmas, I don't know what to tell you. You're sickos.
Yeah, we're a sicko family then. Sometimes we'll include some prime rib, similar to like some people add like brisket or something. So we'll add prime rib, man. And I'm a huge sucker for the Thanksgiving desserts. Warm apple pie with ice cream.
Sound like you're doing a movie line from American Pie. Did you see American Pie?
No.
That's not even that old a movie.
I know it's. I'm ashamed to say I haven't
Hasn't
seen
aged
that one.
well, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no,
Sammy.
you're good.
Going back to what Charles said about the Suns, and yeah, he was in the building on Friday night in that game, and he's right. Minnesota did choke it away, and he was more critical of Minnesota than I was. That they don't have any leadership and don't have an identity, and that they stink. But his criticism on the Suns right now, and if you want to use the term criticism, you need more from Devin Booker. And I think at a lot of times there was the stretch early in the season when the Suns weren't playing any defense in the first week to week and a half of the season.
Yeah.
And a lot of criticism fell on Devin Booker. And they've kind of found their identity. They found their footing. They found their communication and trust on the defensive end of the floor. Is it fair that, and I think it is fair for Charles Barkley and others to call out for more from Devin Booker. And Devin Booker is calling out for more from himself too.
Yeah.
But he is having a slump, and it's coinciding with a stretch of teams that have suffocated him defensively.
There, unlike a lot of high-volume scores, there are guys that you simply cannot stop. There are defenders who cause nightmares for Devin Booker. There are only a handful of them, thankfully.
Yeah.
But there are guys that can kind of put him in the icebox. And Jaden McDaniels famously is one of them.
Yes.
And the Rockets and what they did last night, that's another team that's going to make things very difficult on Devin Booker. And that's where you need the wingman against those teams.
Absolutely.
Against those matchups.
Yeah, there are certain guys, and I think I'm talking about the elite of the elite, that I think are bulletproof. To use a different term from what they're just, it doesn't matter who lines up. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
comes right to mind.
He can score 30 rolling out of bed.
Yep. Nikola Jokic.
I think when Giannis is dialed in, he's unstoppable. Luka's in that category, all those guys. But we're talking about the elite of the league. And Devin Booker is going to be susceptible to how defenses attack him, depending on how his shot is going. And he's not playing with the most confidence right now. But again, for them to win 2 out of 3 games in that stretch, with that from Devin Booker, that's a great sign moving forward, because I don't expect this to last much longer. And considering what Book has done against Sacramento in his career, that's a welcome opponent on the schedule tomorrow night.
Yeah, because he lights up the Kings. Yes, so I'm with you on that. And so look, I fully expected kind of what happened to Book happened to him on Friday, but it's also coincides, like you said, he's in a little bit of a slump, and he hasn't looked comfortable from the free throw line all year long, which is the weirdest thing.
He missed 5 on opening night, and then he got hot, and this homestand, he just missed a lot of free throws.
He just even doesn't. There's just something off in his mechanics, and it's small, but it's noticeable.
Let me ask you one more question about the Cardinals, and that is
about the Cardinals.
Excuse me, about the Suns, and that is I looked at my show sheet and I saw the word Cardinal. I don't know what planet I'm on right now. So
no. Yeah, you've had quite a run of it.
The up and down roller coaster nature with the ball handling. Friday night they win a game despite turning it over 28 times. I thought they did a phenomenal job on Sunday against San Antonio, because San Antonio played high pressure defense, and they did a great job of taking care of the ball. 6 turnovers in that game. And then it's back up to north of 20 with 21 last night, and to couple it with only 11 assists.
Yeah.
Concern level there?
Again, I think the answer is obviously something to monitor. I just think something about the nature of last night's game led to that sloppiness. I think it's the back-to-back, and I think it's the physicality the Rockets threw at them. And look, I'm kind of impressed the way the Suns dealt with that physicality. They tried to punch back. Know what I mean? They didn't go into a shell. So they were up for the fight. I just don't think they handled it very well, because it was a real physical game. Yeah, and
when you get a physical team like that on the back end of a back-to-back, it's tough.
Even when Amen Thompson went to deliver that hard foul on Nick Richards and got trucked by Nick Richards. Trucked.
I am shocked he got up and came back into the game. The way he fell, and I thought his head hit the floor too when he came down.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be out for a while.
Yeah, so did I.
He is a remarkable talent.
Tough kid, too. It's a tough team.
Really,
tough
really
head coach. You don't get a lot of head coaches built like Ime Udoka anymore. The guys who are physically intimidating to their own players.
Mm-hmm.
That's his secretary or whatever. What was that?
Jared, come on now.
Allegedly.
Well, he lost a job over it.
He did. He lost a really good job over it.
Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy Sabalka will take us through social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Suns couldn't find a way to get by the Kevin Durant-less Houston Rockets last night in a 114-92 loss. They'll have the day off today before heading to Sacramento for an NBA Cup game on Wednesday night. In the college basketball world, ASU Bobby Hurley and Maurice Odom rallied past Texas in the Maui Invitational last night behind Odom's 36 points and late go-ahead three to help get an 87-86 win, and they'll be back on the hardwood today against Washington State at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of their home game against Denver 103-73 behind Braden Burries' 20 points, and tonight in Palm Desert, Grand Canyon, and the Lopes will tip off against the Utah Utes at 10 p.m. And after the Cardinals moved to 3-7, head coach Jonathan Gannon was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, emphasizing the record is not where his thoughts are right now.
I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me. I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing.
The Cardinals will be in Tampa for the Bucks this Sunday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale event at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies on this Tuesday morning with Sammy.
Yes, good morning. Every morning at 9 o'clock, Social Studies, where we post our questions via social media. We give you the chance to respond. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And we're at Arizona Sports on YouTube. If you want to watch us, tune in, interact with the chat every single morning. So we'll start with the Suns. A kind of come-down-to-earth loss last night. So what is this team's biggest weakness this season and why?
That's a hell of a question.
I'm sorry.
Everyone's saying it.
I'm sorry. I fell asleep midway through that. Sammy, what was that again?
Yeah. What is the team's biggest weakness this season?
The Suns.
The Suns.
I don't know if we've discovered that yet.
Yeah.
I mean, lack of health.
Which is not really like a weakness, right?
I mean, no, because other teams have it.
Right.
It's what happens in the NBA today. Mm-hmm. They played one game with a full roster.
Yes.
Outside of that,
it's hard to...
based on current trends, taking care of the basketball,
maybe
turnovers.
Maybe that's it. Maybe, I think that's probably it.
Yeah.
Now that I hone in on it, you might say the lack of elite scorers, but we don't know that to be true yet.
Sure. I like Jonesy's response. He kind of puts it both together. He said the inability to punish defenses that double or triple team Booker. It should lead to easy shots, but too many times it turns into turnovers and fast break opportunities. He says they're too careless with the basketball sometimes. I would agree with that. Stephen Reese says grit, effort, and chemistry can overcome a lot, but we might not have the talent to hang with the top teams in the West, especially while missing 3 starters. But I think you have to look at it as the Suns were not expected to hang with the top teams in the West this season.
No.
And so where they're at right now, again, is it a weakness? Sure, but in what lens are you looking at this team through, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the lens always changes. The focus of that lens always changes, but I think that's a good way to look at it right now.
Yeah, and then I got a couple injuries, health comments throughout, but again, you can't. Again, those aren't really weaknesses. Every team's dealing with those. So on Friday afternoon, ASU U of A, the Territorial Cup.
I believe it's
Territorial. So ASU fans fill in the blank. If ASU beats U of A and finishes 9-3, but doesn't make it back to the Big 12 title game, this season will be blank.
Awesome. 9 wins and a win over that team from down south.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that every stinking year.
A chance to win 10 games with a high leverage bowl, that's definitely a successful season. Now, it's not the magical season of a year ago, but you knew that going in.
Yeah, and I'm not
or at least you should.
I think there was expectations that this could be an even better year than last year.
Yeah, but again, we just talked about it with the Suns question. The lens changes. The focus of the lens changes. When you lose Jordan Tyson and you lose Sam Levitt, it changes. And the Sun Devils, if they fall short of the Big 12 championship game, regardless of what happens, they can look at themselves, and there's comfort in that. They let that Houston game get away from them. Now they got hammered up in Salt Lake City. There was no reversing that. They should have won that Houston game, and they played a poor football game.
Yeah,
they have nobody to blame but themselves.
And this is the kind of year, if you win the Territorial Cup.
Territorial Cup.
Exactly. You win that game 3 years from now, it's going to look like it's going to look right at home with what happened a year ago.
Yes,
it's going to look like a program ascending.
Yes. And Jarrett has, not to make it about U of A real quick, but their season is already a success. Would you agree?
U of A?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, U of A's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
My expectations were very low for this
mine
year.
too.
So,
what did you refer to Brett Brennan as for most of the season?
Coach Gump.
Coach Gump. All right, to a couple of responses. Mr. Green said it would be a huge success. He's glad that the bar is high.
Great success.
But don't lose sight of where this team has come from in recent years. Stephen Reese said a perfectly fine outcome. 9 wins after losing Scadaboo and having to do most of it or some of it without Levitt and Tyson for long stretches shows consistency that we've been desperate for.
Think about that. That was what the national people were saying about ASU. Oh, great story. Nice game. Thanks for the Peach Bowl. Cam Scadaboo was the entire team. You're not going to win without him.
That's right.
And we're talking about maybe 10 wins if they win Friday and can win a bowl game.
And it's all the program. To sustain the loss of a quarterback and Jordan Tyson for as long as you were missing the latter, that reflects really well on the foundation and everything they do.
Yeah, so and our last question stemmed from some of our conversation at the beginning of the show about working or having to go to games or whatever it may be on holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, those alike. So what is your best, worst, or craziest story about having to work on a holiday?
I had another one, too. I told the story about doing the post-game show, or the pregame and the post-game show for the Hawaii Bowl. Ugh. Dreck. But when I was in college, I had never worked a full 8-hour shift before in my life.
Okay.
And I was working at the time at a hotel reservation center. See, a long time ago, Sammy, if you wanted a hotel room, you'd have to call a toll-free number. And I was one of the people that took the reservations. And I was like, wow, chance to make a lot of money, time and a half on Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
So I signed up for it. I was not prepared to work 8 hours that day. It seemed like I was there for 36 straight hours, and you're dealing with nonstop morons in desperate travel situations. It was awful.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I've spent my whole life working on holidays covering teams, so I've already shared my one story about the pity party I had in the Silverdome press box on Thanksgiving, having to watch a real bad Bears team play a real bad Lions team eating real bad food.
They didn't. Detroit didn't take care of you on Thanksgiving. I bet it's better now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure
Maybe it was a Silverdome problem.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Last year, so I worked on Christmas Eve last year as a server, bartender.
Okay.
Over at Hillstone where I previously worked. And let me tell you, the Christmas Eve rush is no joke. A lot of people have their Christmas Eve kind of traditions. A lot of people will stay home and enjoy the time with their family. There is a large bunch of people that will take Christmas Eve to go out with their husband or whatever it may be, family.
And tip very well, I'm assuming.
I hope.
Yes and no. Like
Really?
some people just take it as like an opportunity to get into that restaurant, and so that maybe they hadn't been there before, and you know the tip can be not great, but for the most part, a lot of people will go very giving, very thankful, and it is good money. But man, it is bumping on Christmas Eve.
Wow,
at least
I would
where I
not have
work.
guessed that.
Yeah, and I'll read one response, and then we got to run. So George, our guy George, said, in 1981 on the Rolling Stones Tattoo You tour, we were setting up in the Carrier Dome in Syracuse for a Thanksgiving show, and I got permission to use the kitchen, and on Wednesday I cooked 12 turkeys for the crew for a pre-Thanksgiving feast.
Wow.
Shout out George. That's a pretty good story.
That's really
Not
good.
gonna lie.
Cooking for Keith Richards and Mick Jagger and the boys.
Crazy.
They don't even celebrate Thanksgiving.
Huh?
They might. You don't know that.
Yeah. You never know.
I mean, they're not American.
I liked Stephen Ruiz's
Yeah, I was going to
comment
read
too.
that if we had time.
Years ago, my wife dragged me to a Christmas party at her work. Things spiraled out of control, and I had to throw this dude off the roof.
No.
And then
if
the
there's
next
ever a
year,
story you wanted some pictures with, it's that one.
well, the sequel the next year, he threw Hans Gruber off the roof. I can't wait for Christmas time so we can have the Die Hard Christmas movie or not debate, like we have every year.
I'm excited about that.
And then Ross Vegas said, I was forced to work on Festivus, missed out on all the opportunity to air my grievances with all my family members. I love the pop culture references.
Yes.
Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock at Bickley_Murata on X. You know where to find us. We're everywhere. Coming up next, do the Arizona Cardinals have their number one receiver? And is it somebody different than we thought it was? We'll get into that and more straight ahead. Bickley-Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think I know where this is going to go from here. I think this is going to devolve into a mess of a season where they win 4 or 5 football games. I just want to see if they have something left in them in these last 6 to give me some reason to believe that Jonathan Gannon can pull. Because it's about him. It's about him and his ability to keep his job, too. If they finish with 4 or 5 wins, I don't know how he can.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about a Valley favorite for over a half-century, Spinato's Pizzeria. Yes, all the way back in the 70s, Spinato started as a small family-owned single-shop business in Phoenix. Fast forward to the 2020s, Spinato's has grown with 6 Valley locations, but they're still focused on all the same things: family, fresh quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency, meaning you'll always enjoy the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They've also rolled out something new that you can be a part of, and it's pretty cool. It's called the Spinato Secret Sauce Society, and it comes with some delicious perks. You can earn points with every visit to Spinato's. Turn those points into your favorites. Members also get special deals, surprises you won't find anywhere else, and birthday treats and early access to menu items before they hit the table for the public. You can join the Secret Sauce Society today at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's always delivers the delicious with 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. and save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last two NBA Cup Group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Was that a little bit better, Vinny?
Much better, Gambo. Thank you.
Some edge in his voice there, man.
Getting under his skin. I would like to say thank you, good morning, a shout out to our listeners and viewers and fans in Maricopa in the Southeast Valley. Am I right there? Kind of winds back around.
Yeah.
But way south. Maricopa, we appreciate you this morning.
It's tough because I feel like we played really hard as a team, and when you win the turnover battle 4-0, like statistically, you should win the football game. And so I feel like that was one of those one-off games where we just didn't capitalize on some of those turnovers, and we weren't good in the low red, like converting on certain field goals and whatnot, and allowing our kicker to even attempt field goals. But yeah, it was just a tough game. Just kind of one of those where you kind of look back and it was like, damn, I don't know how we lost that, but I feel like we've had a few of those this year.
Yeah, that was Michael Wilson, receiver for the Arizona Cardinals, talking about being so close, making reference to the turnovers. One last note on that from the Jacksonville game. Earlier this season, when I called, and I'm sticking by this, I think of all the games that I've watched over the years, and I've seen the Cardinals' entire existence in Arizona, the Tennessee game this year was the worst Cardinals loss of all time.
Yes.
Now, it didn't involve, a +4 turnover margin, but it was terrible. One of those games where the Cardinals were +4 was the Bears game back in 2006, the infamous Monday night go ahead and crown them game. But I was looking league-wide, the last team to lose a game +4 in turnover margin, you got to go all the way back to 2020.
Yeah, it'd been 25 years, 25 plus years. What team was it, by the
Well,
way?
just +4 was Denver. They were +4 against the Raiders. They lost 32-31.
Wow.
And that was the 2020 season right after New Year's. So it doesn't happen very often.
No,
it's
it
the
doesn't.
first time it's happened in a really long time for the Arizona Cardinals. But Michael Wilson, when this season is over, I think one of the bright spots will be, if this trend continues, and that is the emergence of Michael Wilson. There was a lot of questions on, okay, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s out, what's going to happen? Well, Michael Wilson has taken this opportunity as the number one wide receiver and run with it. And running with it after he makes a catch. He's putting up historic numbers the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
There's only been 2 receivers this year in the NFL to have back-to-back 10-catch, 100-yard games, and it's Puka Nacua, and Michael Wilson. Who saw that coming?
Oh, not I. And Michael Wilson, it's not only the confidence that he's playing with a certain fury that reminds me of Anquan Bolden. Not all the way to Anquan level, but he's kind of got that about him. You know, he catches the ball with his hands and he's going, and he's been a revelation. And I agree with you. This is one of the really good developments of the season, right along with Jacoby Brissett, I would say. Jacoby Brissett has strung together really good stretch of football here.
He has.
Except for the winning part.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Well,
that's obvious.
A lot of people will scoff at wins and losses going on a quarterback's record because it's a team game. But you know the team hasn't done enough to win. But going back to Michael Wilson, one of the things that I did like about yesterday, he met with the media after that big game, and he had a little bit of a brain fart. And late in that game, when he catches that 30-plus yard pass to put the Cardinals deep into Jacksonville territory at the end of regulation, and in celebration, he instinctively got up, spun the football on the ground.
Yep.
Immediately realized his mistake. It didn't end up. That in combination with the Cardinals taking forever to get to the line and not spiking the ball, maybe it did hurt them. But I like that Michael Wilson took responsibility.
Yeah, it's just I made a big play, and I hate to say it, but truthfully, I just had a mental lapse. And obviously, the optics of it it looks undisciplined. It looks bad, and that's not indicative of who I am as a player and how we coach things. Like, we talk about our SOPs, our standard operating procedures from 2 minute, like from OTAs, and we talk about that every week. JG talks about you catch an explosive. If we don't have a timeout, you run the ball back into the red. Like, it's just a bad play on my part, or not a bad play, but a bad moment for me, and I gotta just get up, hand the ball to the ref. I don't think it affected anything, but it looks undisciplined. It looks sloppy.
It did. And for him to acknowledge that, I think is a sign of growth and responsibility too.
Yeah, because you don't want to you want to be treated as a serious player. You don't want to be grouped as a knucklehead who does that kind of self-indulgent stuff that costs the team. And so I do appreciate that. And also the fact that it should have been a bigger issue. Had his team gotten down there in a quick, urgent matter, that might have been a much bigger deal.
Yeah, and there was a lot of debate that even went on yesterday about the end game situation on to spike the ball, not to spike the ball. Because of what transpired, all of that, and the spin of the ball did get wrapped into that, as well as the offensive line taking a while to get set to not spike it. Well, they didn't, and they got one play and then settled for the field goal that went to overtime, and they lose the game in overtime. The difference in urgency between the end of regulation and the end of overtime, I thought, was very strange.
About it? Yeah.
When time was a factor on one and not on the other, it seems like they reversed it.
Exactly. And that is what I talk about, the situational confusion that seems to mark this coaching staff in these endgame situations. It's been a recurring problem.
And it's the difference between winning teams and losing teams. The little things and in big situations.
Yeah, but going back to the big picture with Michael Wilson, I've loved what I've seen from him. We had seen, glimpses, flashes here and there from him, but in a much increased role, Michael Wilson has shined as the number one receiver. I got no problem with him holding on to that.
No.
Feature him and sprinkle Marvin Harrison Jr. back in, because I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. has consistently dealt well with the pressure of being WR1.
No, I would agree with that. He's been very inconsistent. We've had moments where we thought he has kind of turned a corner, and then that last game against Seattle wasn't so good. The first half of it, at least, and there have been games in which the heat of the opponent has kind of compromised him, diminished him. So Michael Wilson has, like I said, he's been a revelation, and they need to treat him as such going forward.
Yep, the Territorial Cup is this Friday. I said it without stumbling.
Fantastic.
And whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or the Cats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. Here's your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Territorial Cup. That's Sparky to 620-620. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. That means we'll roll out another edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion. Get a game plan that's going to assure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned and locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of different options. And as fiduciaries, they are obligated to always act in your best interest. Now, I'm a client of Trajan Wealth. I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you will see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dave Burns here to tell you about the huge Thanksgiving savings happening all month long at Liberty GMC. Right now, you can lease an all-new 2026 Terrain for just $279 a month or purchase and get $42.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily, so this season is a great time to consider a new SUV. For the best Thanksgiving savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns couldn't make it 4 straight last night against a very good Rockets team. The 114-92 loss was a product of Devin Booker's 3rd straight dud, the lack of health, and just a really buttoned-up Houston squad. And here was Jordan Knott after the loss.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. You look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
The Suns will have a chance to bounce back tomorrow night in Sacramento against the Kings. Both ASU and U of A basketball found wins last night, but in different ways. Arizona in a blowout win against Denver, 103-73, and ASU in dramatic fashion with a late three from Maurice Odom to get by Texas 87-86. And the Sun Devils will be in action again tonight at the Maui Invitational against Washington State at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. I think an easy answer. But should the Cardinals have spiked the ball late in their loss on Sunday? Yes or no?
Spike the ball! Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know what 15% of people were voting for on, on this poll question.
No.
But
Jonathan Gannon, apparently, voting.
I mean, why wouldn't you want two shots at it?
Exactly.
It's like when you're at the bar. Why would you have one shot when you could have two?
Right.
For the same price.
Not necessarily.
Well, you never know.
85% said yes?
85% of the vote, yes.
Pretty one-sided, but you can vote on today's Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage of ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Step aside and you won't have to feel the awesome wrath of our mustaches.
Oh, yeah. Little SpongeBob for the people, because it is Tuesday, 9:30. It's time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation.
Not a
I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points win. And today's topic was going to be Thanksgiving related, all about giving thanks. Giving. Except I did that 2 years ago, I found as I looked through my research here.
Oh, good. So
forget about giving.
A lot of I'm going to give you grief over having the same musical clues that we had 2 years ago.
Right. I won't do that. So forget about giving.
Oh, okay.
The Cardinals had 4 takeaways on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So forget about giving. Today's topic is all about taking.
Thanks, taking.
Taking.
All right,
all things having to do with taking. Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Carlin, I'll go first.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Dan, you could start with this one. I want you to answer in a very specific way.
That would be the group Aha.
Aha.
The singer, I don't know his name, but I know that every female on the planet was in love with him when that song came out. Right? Not a mustache.
That is correct.
Some men were too.
That's the video where he gets in the comic strip or whatever.
Right.
By the way, that's mid '80s. That video was so far ahead of its time.
Was.
Just
yeah, it was
way
great.
advanced.
Yep.
I think his first name is Morton, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Morton.
Yeah.
One of the first ever sex symbols named Morton.
Well, he's Scandinavian.
I guess so. All right, Vince.
We might have Morton listening to us right now.
Yes,
in Scandinavia.
What's up, Morton?
What's up, Morton?
That's the next shout out, maybe. Stay tuned. All right, Vince. Taking.
Listening in Copenhagen. Good morning. I always get these two bands mixed up, and I shouldn't because I've heard that song 6 trillion times in my life. Franz Ferdinand.
You got it.
Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
Yeah.
One of the early great songs on Guitar Hero.
That's right.
Yep.
Were you a big Guitar Hero guy? That was a fun game, but as someone who actually plays guitar,
Yeah, it was a blast.
I mean, it's pressing buttons, not like strumming, but
Right.
that was cool. All right, we got a 1-1 score.
You mean it wasn't like really playing the guitar, Jared?
Should be. All right,
Go ahead, Jarrett.
taking edition. Dan Bickley.
You know, I know Pop's got pedigree and I'm a young rookie, but they're not going to rook us. That's unacceptable. That was unprofessional. My guys dug in that game and earned the right to be in that game, and they did not even give us a chance. Take that for data.
Oh, that's my guy, David Fizdale. Mustache.
That is correct.
Yes, he did have a mustache.
Take that for data.
Take that for data.
Love that. You're not going to rook us.
Boom. Yeah. I might be a rookie, but you're not going to rook us. All right. Vince Murata.
Jared Carlin.
I could tolerate any insurance seminar. For days, I could sit there and listen to them go on and on with a big smile on my face. They'd say, how can you stand it? And I'd say, because I've been with Del Griffith. I can take anything.
It's Steve Martin from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Not a mustache.
That is correct. Good start for both of you. All right, Dan Bickley.
He's rolling hot. I'm not beating him today.
No,
I can tell.
You could at least time, though. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Every breath you take, and every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take.
That is Sting from The Police, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right, Vince Murata.
Creepiest song ever?
Very much so.
It really is. It's in the pantheon of misinterpreted songs.
Very much
like
so.
it's a love song.
Just
when
like
it's,
Better Man from Pearl Jam.
just like Born in the USA.
Yep.
All right, here we go, Vince.
Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death, the good God, let me give you my life.
That is Hosier.
Shut up, Hosier.
Hey, you Hosier.
You Hosier. Take that, you Hosier.
I don't know what I believe.
Oh, well, none of us do.
Not a mustache?
I'm going to give you that. He has heavy 5 o'clock shadow, but it's close enough to not a mustache.
Wow, lenient grader.
I'm a
this
lenient
week.
grader.
Wow.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Are you okay with that
It's
grading?
fine.
It's the holiday season. Dan Bickley.
Yes.
No, I'm not taking the rap. Not completely. She coddled him, his mother. I said it before. Every little problem, she's right there to pick him up and wipe off his tears on her apron strings.
The great James Gandolfini, Not a Mustache.
That's great. His mother.
His mother.
Not going to take it. All right. Dan Bickley.
No.
Vince Murata.
You just got that right. Well done. Now, let's
Soprano.
move on for Vince Murata. Vince, taking edition.
I've never taken the high road, but I tell other people to, because then there's more room for me on the low road.
Ooh.
That is Aziz Ansari. Not a mustache.
Wow.
That is Aziz Ansari and Vinny I'm sorry. He does have a mustache. He has a beard. It's a light beard, but it is enough to warrant a mustache.
Is that from
Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
All right.
For the win. That is Dee Snider from Twisted Sister, and that is Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
I thought I blew it.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have a mustache. That's you talking about bands you get confused. I always get Quiet Riot and Twisted Sister confused, but that is Twisted Sister.
Twisted Sister had the makeup.
Would you have gotten this?
Twisted Sister? I've got a good mind to slap your fat face.
Fantastic. Would you have gotten this, Vinny?
The shadow on the wall tells me the sun is going down.
Hold on.
That's Kenny Rogers.
That is Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
See, who's showing off now? Who's unbeatable now? It's Dan Bickley.
Bick was in the zone. I wasn't touching him today.
See, he doesn't like the Thanksgiving food, but he likes the Thanks-taking edition of America's fastest growing facial hair-related game show.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
And that was me taking a beating. That old school Kenny Rogers, another one of my weak spots, I guess. My blind spots. Who would have thunk it?
Who would have known?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Final thoughts on this Tuesday. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Only got a mustache.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is the biggest disappointment of the season for me. This offensive line that I took so much stock in going out and actually being able to run the ball. I was so excited to watch this rushing attack develop over the course of this season. It just has not transpired like that at all.
You're going to have to overhaul this in the offseason.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. Thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Vince Murata here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
I love this song.
It's Amber.
I have this on my iPod. Have we discussed your thoughts on ABBA?
I don't know if I have any.
What's some catchy songs?
Incredibly catchy.
ABBA has some bangers, yeah.
You know they're huge.
Wow.
If young Sammy
How
knows
about
about
that?
Gimme. That's the best one.
it. Yeah. This their. I don't know what their biggest hit is. This has got to be right up there.
Dancing Queen.
Dancing Queen. I forgot about that.
Queen's great.
There's a local, not far from here, a dive bar that has an old school jukebox where Dancing Queen is in there, and it gets played all the time. And anytime it gets played, the bartender will go back into the back room and hit the switch to hit next because they can't stand listening to the song.
That's funny.
And everybody's like,
Hey!
and that gets followed up by Tennessee Whiskey by Chris Stapleton, which gets played every time.
Yeah.
Take a chance.
Interesting.
ABBA, half of them had mustaches. It's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Jared, did you do the New York Times connections yesterday?
Yes.
Did you get it right?
I always get it right. But yes.
One thing in your life you always get right. Great. I'm glad it's
true.
that. Did you got the ABBA clue right yesterday?
That was 2 days ago.
Oh, was it 2 days ago?
But yes, I did.
I missed it.
I did not get that one as I almost always get the purple first. That's a strategy I do. That time I didn't because I didn't recognize that right away as the.
But you probably spend a lot of time on it if you're always going for
Sometimes,
purple
yes,
first.
sometimes. Well, I go through them all, yes.
Okay.
That's what I always tell people because, you know, Mitchie, the kid that works here?
Yeah.
Me and him sort of send back our results back and forth, and he always screws up, and I say, just go through them all and you won't make a mistake. Just make sure, because they have a lot of red herrings and stuff.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the puzzle,
Well,
Jared.
that's what I'm saying is you figure it out. All right.
But I do it every day. I'll spend 5 minutes. If I don't get it in 5 minutes, I'm wildly guessing. I like to do it, but I don't have that
But
much
you've played it enough, like yesterday's one. You can look at things and see, like, oh, marigold.
No, I missed it yesterday.
Okay.
But I also tried to do it at the arena, and it was not in my right setting. Anyway, there was an ABBA clue on Connections a couple days ago.
Okay.
We are into the hot stove season in Major League Baseball. How hot will it be? It hasn't burned that hot in years past, but there could be some movement on the Arizona Diamondbacks roster, and there's a lot of speculation about Ketel Marte. Here's John Morosi, baseball insider, from today, talking about what kind of percentage chance do the D-backs have packaging Ketel Marte somewhere.
I think it's at least a 50-50 chance that Ketel Marte is moved by the Diamondbacks. And here's what I can tell you. And I talked to multiple sources on this in the last 24 hours. The Diamondbacks are actively listening on Ketel Marte. Nothing is close, but multiple teams have checked in. Among the teams to check in, the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Phillies and the Blue Jays among the teams that have checked in. And notably, Lauren, those two teams, Phillies and Jays, are not on Marte's limited no-trade clause, which means that Phillies or Jays could acquire Marte without his permission. And why is this really important right now? Well, if it's the Jays, think about this. That would mean that Andres Jimenez is the shortstop, that Marte is the second baseman, and Bo Bichette would be playing somewhere else. So keep an eye on that potential trade possibility. Again, I'm not saying the Jays have Marte as a greater priority than Bichette, but they are pursuing that in tandem as they think about different ways to fill out their lineup.
Now, Bichette turned down the qualifying offer, so he's a free agent. I was kind of under the thinking that he was going to be a free agent anyway. And look, if we're talking about all the possible outcomes of this Marte thing, I think for the Diamondbacks' sake, the best path forward is Marte is here and he's engaged and he's not pulling any shenanigans with time off, and they can move past that and he can be productive. But if he's going elsewhere, my goodness, I hope he doesn't end up in Philadelphia.
Could you imagine that?
Oh, my God.
Could you imagine that?
Send him to the American League if you're sending him somewhere.
Well, not only that, for Catel's sake, because that Philadelphia crowd, that media.
Yeah, but if he continues to produce,
well,
hey,
yeah,
they didn't. They gave Trey Turner a big collective hug.
That
so
is true.
It's a kinder,
different
gentler
kind of Philly,
Philadelphia.
I guess.
now.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
By the way, there was a trade that went down too. We haven't talked about it. I couldn't quite understand the trade. The Mets traded Brandon Nimmo to the Rangers for Marcus Semien, who's a really good baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's completely on the back nine of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And Nimmo's a pretty useful player. I didn't quite get that deal from the Mets standpoint.
I wasn't quite certain about that myself.
That was the same. Simeon and Seager, right? They signed them both.
Yeah, they spent. That was the year the Rangers
like $500 million on the middle infield. Yeah.
Yep.
Are you ready? We've never done this before. Great moments in Omaha sports radio.
Whoa!
Play-by-play edition. So Creighton men's basketball is playing Baylor. Their announcer is John Bishop, and I guess he was losing patience with the officials. And then he just completely lost patience with the officials.
Shot clock. Carr into the paint. Missed the dunk. And a fucking foul. What are you talking about? That was 2 seconds after the play ended. Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set. Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, and they called that. That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Wow.
My goodness.
Wow.
I haven't heard a call like that in a minute.
That had to be building up over time.
Had to have been, right?
He'll probably get reprimanded, but you know what will happen? He'll get an attaboy from the head coach.
Right.
From McDermott.
Right, yeah. You're one of us.
That was always my experience. And look, you do broadcast now. You have a little leeway. Coaches won't go there with the officials.
Mm-hmm.
They won't do it on the court.
Right.
They'll do what they know what they can do. But if they find out that you've got their back on a call that doesn't go their way, you're in their good graces.
Yeah,
I'll say
right.
that. I'll say that much.
I guess that's fair. I try not to be a hypocrite, and I try to not do that as much as possible.
Well,
because I am the one who always is gay.
You always call out the homerific.
They're trying their best.
It's an impossible sport to referee.
It is. But you always get on me when I complain about NBA officiating.
I know. Fair criticism.
Did you watch last night's game?
Yes.
Or all 3 games on this homestand?
It's terrible. Listen. I know. It's even worse in college. In college, they have these lengthy, long conferences.
Oh, yeah.
And then they talk about it some more. There's nothing worse than a ref show, man. Because especially in college basketball, these kids got 5 fouls.
Yeah. Last night, the Suns-Rockets game, the amount of time and the amount of plays that went to review, good gravy.
Yeah, I hate it.
There are kids on their Instagram accounts that spent less screen time than those officials did last night. All right, we made it to the end of
we're almost there, Vinny.
the Tuesday/Thursday of the week.
Yep.
Fun show today. Thanks to Justin Termini for joining us. Thanks to the great Charles Barkley. Thanks to you for hanging out as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sandy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The shorthanded Suns couldn't find a way to get by the Kevin Durant-less Houston Rockets last night in a 114-92 loss. They'll have the day off before heading to Sacramento for an NBA Cup game on Wednesday night against the Kings. In college basketball, ASU, Bobby Hurley, and Maurice Odom rallied past Texas in the Maui Invitational last night behind Odom's 36 points and late go-ahead three to help get an 87-86 win. And they'll hit the hardwood again today against Washington State in the Maui Invitational at 6 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of their home game versus Denver, 103-73 behind Braden Burries' 20 points. And tonight in Palm Desert, Grand Canyon and the Lopes will tip off against Utah and the Utes at 10 p.m. And after the Cardinals moved to 3-7, head coach Jonathan Gannon was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, emphasizing the record is not where his thoughts are right now.
I'll be honest with you guys, when I drive to the stadium, our record is irrelevant to me. I am trying to win the game with the team that we have versus the team that we're playing.
The Cardinals will be in Tampa for the Bucks this Sunday. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke show, except you're not Wolf, you're Mitch Ferreldis. What's going on, Mitch?
I'm sorry, I keep doing this where I'm showing up, you're expecting to see Wolf, and instead it's a guy who's 6 inches shorter, never played football in his life. So I apologize for that.
You're apologizing right out of the gate, huh?
I apologize to you. I apologize to the listeners. I apologize to the viewers. There you are, that camera right there. I apologize to you watching out there that you don't get Wolf on this glorious Tuesday.
Do you want to apologize for the fact that Rick is wearing an entire roll of tinfoil on his head?
I will never, and I mean never, apologize for.
Well, that's good.
He lives with a tinfoil hat on. I can tell he's already ready to drop something, given that he's wearing it at 10 a.m.
Well, are you going to say something important, Rick?
No, not really. I
Oh.
just
You could have at least sold it.
look into what happened in the WNBA draft lottery and let me know if you think that is that it's rigged or not.
Are you implying that the Mavericks are then going to win the NBA draft lottery once
Perhaps.
the season is done?
Perhaps.
Huh.
I'm surprised the Mavericks didn't win the WNBA draft lottery.
I didn't know Adam Silver was in charge of the WNBA either.
I mean, they're connected.
And I can't believe the Dallas Wings traded away Luka Doncic. Like, could you imagine doing such a thing?
No, I still can't, and it's been almost a year since the Mavericks did that. Let's Patrick Peterson's going to join us in a little bit. Did you know
Nice.
this? Jordan Simone's going to join us right after Patrick Peterson.
Nice. We get the defensive back duo. I love that.
That's a pretty solid secondary.
Yeah.
Kevin Zimmerman joins us at 12:30 to talk about the Suns. How late were you on the broadcast last night?
We got off there around 11 last night, so
That's
not too bad.
Not too bad. Okay. Well, let's start there. Let's start with the Suns. Unfortunately, Mitch, you get to come in here like the one time they've lost in the last month.
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating a little, but not really that much. That was just their second loss in 3 weeks. Last night, to the Rockets, Houston obviously playing without Kevin Durant, Suns playing without Jalen Green, among others, and the third game in 4 days in the second half of a back-to-back. Not making excuses, but I think when we had that poll question last Friday on ArizonaSports.com, how many of the next 3 Suns games do you think they'll win? And your options were 0, 1, 2, or 3. And 2, I believe, won. I think that was the most popular. They did win 2. That one last night was the second half of a back-to-back, and they looked like it was the second half of a back-to-back.
Second half of a back-to-back against maybe the most physical team that they faced this year, and then good for them that's the tee-up for Oklahoma City on Friday, who's probably the most physical basketball team in the NBA right now. And there's a ton of factors. I think we would agree. You listed some of them already that go into why the Suns lost that basketball game last night. But I still find it admirable that, A, they led at points throughout that game last night, and B, they did enough to keep themselves within the game and within a double-digit scoring margin, and before it got really out of hand in the fourth quarter, I thought the Suns played up to the level that we've seen from Suns basketball the last several weeks, and that, I get it, it's a loss, and people hate when we do the moral victories thing, but at least with this team, I take that as a positive, is that they still played like Phoenix Suns basketball and the basketball that we've seen the last few
Yeah,
weeks.
I don't even really take that as a moral victory, just more as a, like, this is encouraging that there's some stability with this team. I know it sounds weird to say that after a 22-point loss, but they were nearly back in this game. They were back in it in the third, and they looked like they were about to make a run. They just kept turning the ball over. I mean, as impressive as only turning the ball over 6 times on Sunday was, turning it over 21 times last night. You're not going to beat anybody turning the ball over 21 times.
In the last 3 games, 28 turnovers against the Wolves, and then they seemingly corrected against the Spurs with only 6. And you're like, okay.
Overcorrected.
They clearly studied this in the film session.
I guess you're right. They
day.
did turn it over 28 times against the Timberwolves and beat them. But I still stand by, you're not going to turn it over exactly 21 times and win.
At least we have that going for us. And I think a big part of that was just how physical the Rockets were playing, and I'm sure there are enough people out there that have their gripes with maybe how officiating has been handled in Suns games the last 3 or so games, or
that was
even
a brawl last night.
whole season. That's just it, though. And I think this is the new mantra with how some of these games are going to be handled, is that if you are a basketball team that lives on an identity of playing physical, playing aggressive, and playing right up in the face of your opponents, then the officials are going to recognize that as, oh, well, this is just how you play basketball, and you're clearly not fouling anybody, and it's really going to be annoying to have to call fouls on every single possession. And the Rockets weren't necessarily fouling on every single possession, or there weren't some plays where it was like, how is that not called a foul? And how is that not called a foul? This is just a very aggressive team. They play a zone defense that has been one of the better defenses the Suns have faced this year. First time this season, the Suns were held under 100 points. And that alone through 18 games, I think, is the most impressive thing to me, is that they've been able to surpass 100 in every game that they've played.
Yeah, and I mean, again, doing that without Jalen Green for all but one and not even a half of these games.
No Grayson Allen the last 5.
No, and no Mark Williams last night. Devin Booker didn't, he just had an off night. He doesn't have a ton of off nights. He's going to have the occasional one. He did, and when he does, they're not going to look nearly as good offensively, as Jordan Ott pointed out afterwards.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. And you look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there in those areas. Some of it was them, some of it was us. We could just never really get to it. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
The fact that the 21 turnovers also resulted, I believe it was 26 points off of those 21 turnovers. That doesn't help you very much either. Whereas you look at the box score of the Wolves the other night, it's like, yeah, they turned the ball over 28 times, but the Wolves didn't really capitalize all that much on those points off turnovers. We talk about it a lot in football too. Like ASU playing Colorado on Saturday. Yeah, they turned the ball over 4 times, but Colorado scored a field goal off of those 4 turnovers. The Cardinals the other day, they had 4 turnovers forced against the Jaguars, but they didn't score all that much off of those turnovers. The Suns, this is where the turnovers really bit them in the ass, like hard. The first half, I think it was they were at 11 turnovers and 18 points conceded. That's never a winning strategy, and a lot of those turnovers, based on how I'm recollecting them, were just kind of soft passes, or not necessarily the firmest passes in the world. And the Rockets were just cutting into those passing lanes and taking the ball the other way and really scoring on transition.
To that point, Wolf likes to do the competitive record.
Yeah.
Would you count last night as a competitive game?
I was actually thinking that. It's funny you say that. I think by the metric he was going to use, you have to say no, because it was supposed to be as the game in question with like 5 or 6 minutes to go, and I didn't feel like it was last night. I felt like it was competitive for the first 3 quarters.
It got away from them in the fourth.
So it's a good question, Jamal, because it was kind of like it was right on the fringe for the first 3 quarters. But yeah, it's funny you say that, because I had the exact same thought. By the end of the game, it was over. They haven't had a lot of games like that, I mean, even if you count that as one that was non-competitive, they have 3 of those all season, and the other 2 were games 2 and game 3 of the season. And a lot of NBA teams have a few non-competitive games over the course of the season. So I think the biggest key for me, and I'm sure they probably feel the same way, you're not going to go undefeated. You're not going to just rattle off 5 wins in a row and then lose a game and win 10 in a row. You're not going to do that. It's how you respond after a loss. We knew going in, this is a tough stretch of 12 games, starting with Minnesota this past Friday. They're 2-1 in this stretch. You got Sacramento coming up on Wednesday. I would say you need to find a way to win that game, because then you have Oklahoma City, Denver back-to-back this weekend.
Sacramento's hot right now, too.
Yeah.
Wins over the Nuggets on the road, and then the Timberwolves in overtime last night at home. So the Kings seemingly are finding a little bit of something. They got Keegan Murray back healthy as well. I'm curious just how the Suns, A, are going to respond based off of how they performed against a really physical team, and 2, they're going to go up against a Kings team that they just ran through in the fourth quarter the first time that they played them this year. And I think this is where we're starting to get into everybody that was hesitant about the Phoenix Suns, like, see, they're facing the tougher teams now. This is what we expected, right? Like, this is what we were worried about. I don't know. They have quality wins against the Spurs twice and the Minnesota Timberwolves, and I would even consider the Portland Trailblazers to be a quality win, even though the Trailblazers were not anywhere near healthy or anywhere near an above 500 record. Like, they have some quality wins this year. Let's not ignore that.
No, yeah. I mean, it's anybody that's trying to poke holes in what they've done so far. I just feel like that's kind of ridiculous, and unless you're poking holes in like their championship case or something. I mean,
sure, yeah.
They're 11-7. There were people. Their Vegas over under was 30 wins, and a lot of people were going under for the season. They're already at 11
included.
in their first 18. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's just. I thought they were going to win 34 or 35 games this year when the season started. They certainly look like a team that's at least 500, if not better. And it's a test coming up. They're going to take some losses here in the next week and a half. That's just reality, but it's how they respond. All right, when we come back over to football. The Cardinals are 3-8. Really kind of not making any changes. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Mitch Farrell, this is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models, and if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show, especially if you're listening in Santan Valley right now. Thank you, Santan Valley, and thank
Home
you.
of Tyler Drake.
Was about to say the same thing.
Santan.
You think Tyler's listening right now?
Let's see. Tyler, if you're listening, text me.
Is he? He might be over there at the web desk. I don't even.
He's probably getting ready to
Yeah, it's a Cardinals
talk
practice
to.
day, right?
No, it's today's day off. He's probably in like Maui.
Yeah, but he talks to Nick Rollis and Drew Petzing on
that's
Tuesdays,
true.
even though it's a day off for the players.
Now, after all this, I hope he's not listening.
If he
You know what,
is,
Tyler,
he just
I
turned
hope
his
you're not
radio
listening.
off. Yeah, never listen, Tyler. Well, no, don't go that far.
Yeah.
He probably isn't listening right now because we're going to talk about the Cardinals. He's probably burned out on the Cardinals.
Fair enough.
Mitch Farrell, this is in for Wolf. I don't know if I said that. I'll just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say it every 5 seconds so people know for sure. Mitch, the Cardinals are 3-8. Not sure if you knew that. You and I haven't got to do a show since the season started. It's
been a minute, yeah.
Yeah. 3-8, and doesn't really sound like they're going to make any changes mid-season. No, I'm not even. I don't know. I want to see what they do in the offseason. If they're going to keep losing like this, I don't know how you can run things back next year. I'm assuming they won't run things back exactly the same way next year. But the question is, who's going to end up paying for this with their job?
So I found it interesting that I believe it was yesterday, and their head coach had already been fired for a couple of weeks. So the Giants fire Brian Daboll after they again had a double-digit lead and then lost in the fourth quarter. That's a recurring trend for them this year.
Masters of that.
So Daboll gets fired. Mike Kafka, who was the offensive coordinator, takes over as the interim head coach. He's been in charge now for 2 weeks. 2 more losses. 2 more games where they led in the fourth quarter and lost. They fired their defensive coordinator, Shane Bowen. And I'm just thinking to myself, when was the last time an interim coach made a decision of that type of a magnitude? You know? Whereas here we are in Arizona with this Cardinals team, and quite frankly, the most significant change that has happened with this team is pretty significant for what it's worth, is the quarterback change. But part of that, because they won't say it straightforward, is because Kyler Murray's not healthy, and then the other part of that is because Jacoby Brissett's playing well. But we'll never know which one supersedes the other because Kyler is currently on injured reserve. So my frustration.
I would just say, even with that, like Kyler never got benched originally. The only reason Jacoby Brissett even played is because Kyler got hurt.
He suffered a foot injury on a play that the ball hit him in the face, and I don't think I will ever understand how he suffered a foot injury on a play like that.
I'll never understand anything from that game. Carry on.
My frustration is we've got an interim head coach making decisions about the staff of the football team before a regular head coach is making decisions about the staff of his football team, and they have 1 more win than the Giants, I would like to point out. Giants have 2 wins, Cardinals have 3. So why is there not a rush to make changes here when there's certainly a rush to make changes over there in what is assuredly a very lost season for them?
I mean, look, there's a lot that goes into that. it's New York. That's got to be part of it, right? There's not nearly as much patience in New York as there is in Phoenix, for better or for worse.
We're getting kind of impatient here, I would say.
Well, here's Jonathan.
They won 8 games last year, and they have 3 through 12 weeks.
Don't remind me. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday. He was asked if the increase in losses is going to lead to any sort of changes, whether that's play calling or anything else.
When we look at those games that you're talking about, we evaluate everything that we're doing. And then we implement certain things to try to fix problems that keep showing up over and over. That's what anybody would do. But I believe in our process and our people. And to change for the sake of change, to think that you're going to get a different result, I don't believe in that where we're at right now. I think these games that are coming down to 1-score games, you can look at a couple plays here or there, but I showed the defense the first drive, of the game. They're backed up, and 5 plays later, it's 7-0, and really not for anything schematically that they did. So those are the things that I point out, that it's like, hey, let's fix these day one install plays on a sail route, on a stretch play, on a 4-way post wheel, 3-out man-to-man zone beater that we're in man-to-man. Let's do those a little bit better. You know what I mean? So, and then in critical moments, do we have the right thought process, and can we execute? I think we have the right thought process, and I've seen us execute. We just got to do it at a little higher level.
Their largest win of the season is by 10. The most points they've scored in a single game is 27, and they've done that multiple times. They have not crossed the 30-point threshold once this year. It doesn't matter who the quarterback has been. Their margins of victory, like I said, 10. The other one was 7 against the Saints and 5 against the Carolina Panthers. All but 2 of their losses are decided by 1 score, including a 22-21 loss to the Titans that ended on a walk-off field goal at home. That is the Titans' only win this year, by the way. I don't know.
And it's going to be the Titans' only win this year, by the way, too, if you've watched them play at all.
And if you have watched them play, boy, am I sorry that you have nothing else to do. How have you not decided to make any sort of change whatsoever? How? Sooner or later, the luster of Jacoby Brissett running the offense and running the offense efficiently, they still haven't gotten to 30 points in a game. Right? For how good this offense is, for the historic things that Trey McBride is doing, for the back-to-back amazing weeks that Michael Wilson has had, for the record-setting completions that Jacoby Brissett had 2 weeks ago, they still can't get to 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is stuff's going to change in the offseason. I hear what you're saying. I hear the frustration. You can see it in the fan base when you keep losing games and the commentary afterwards is, oh, we're close, and the other team just played well. It's like I go back to that year with Cliff Kingsbury, his final year here, and that was not all on Cliff Kingsbury. I'm not saying this is all on Jonathan Gannon by any means either. I mean, it's
never all on one person.
They have 6 one-score losses. They are in almost all of these games, but you are 3-8. That's the other part. Your record matters at this point in the season. And you're not only are you going to miss the playoffs, this is looking like it's going to be a disastrous season. So I go back to that year with Cliff Kingsbury because it just felt like every time by the end of that run, his post-game comments were the same each time. Like you could tell he was just kind of out of things to say. And I'm not saying the JG is out of things to say, but he is repeating himself a lot lately. And if they were winning games, then everybody would be fine with it. But when you're just constantly losing and it feels like it's like, hey, you got to give the other team credit, I think we're all past the point of giving the other team credit. I get why he's saying it. You don't want to incite panic as your head coach. But I also get why people are upset because you were not supposed to be 3-8 this year. And I don't know, what did they got 6 games left? You think they're going to win, 2 of those? Maybe?
Tampa won maybe only because of the situation that's going on with their injuries. Their defense is not that great, and they just got beat down by the Rams a week ago.
But it does sound like Baker's probably going to play.
But also, wouldn't it be the most hilarious thing for if Teddy Bridgewater had to spot start that he outplays a Jacoby Brissett-led Cardinals team?
Teddy Bridgewater looked like he wanted to retire by the end of that game on Sunday.
I mean, he already has, twice.
He wanted to go back to coaching high school football.
That's what he would be doing right now if he didn't get some suspension for, some stupid improper benefits thing that shouldn't exist.
Totally stupid.
There was a play in that game where he was getting hit, and it felt like it was like the 37th sack back. Did you see it where he just chucked the ball down the field sideways and it almost got intercepted? He was just like, forget it. It doesn't matter. I mean, the Cardinals, if they go even 3-3 down the stretch, you're going to finish with 6 wins. And I feel like 3-3 is being generous. If Joe Burrow's really coming back, you're facing him in Week 17. You're facing the Rams twice. You're facing that Houston defense. Atlanta's defense is actually pretty solid, at least their pass rush. Tampa's good. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I think that those changes are probably coming in the offseason at this point, unless they just rip off like a 5-1 record here down the stretch.
By the way, they had 6 home wins last year. So far, they have 1 with 2 left. And those 2 that are left are the Rams. Good luck. And then the Atlanta Falcons led by Kirk Cousins. Are they really going to lose to the Kirk Cousins-led Falcons at home in their home finale? Are they really going to do that? Because they're sure as hell not beating the Rams at home. They're not beating the Rams, period. The Rams are beating everybody.
They might beat the Rams in Week 18 if the Rams already have like the number 1 seed locked up. That's possible.
And then that'll be in Los Angeles. So this again goes against the whole, you're not delivering to the fan base.
I think they'll beat Atlanta because of what you said. Kirk Cousins is the quarterback.
Well,
You like that? You like that?
Big Kirko is
Big Kirko.
He's ready. That was one of the NFL promos that they ran last year. It was great.
All right. When we come back, Territorial Cup is just a few days away. Are you confident Jeff Sims can lead the Sun Devils past the Wildcats with everything on the line? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch for Elderson for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You like that? You like that?
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 3-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning 3 with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Larry Fitzgerald is a 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame semifinalist. The Suns' shorthanded limitations finally arrive in a loss to the Rockets. And Maurice Odom's late 3-pointer rallies Arizona State past Texas in the Maui Invitational. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Days away from the Territorial Cup now?
This many days.
That many days?
3 of them.
Are you putting
by
the pitchfork right into the YouTube camera?
Would it just be pitchforks down in honor of ASU beating Texas and Sean Miller last night? Is that how it worked? Just do this?
No, it's horns down.
Yeah, I know, but like our version would be the pitchfork.
Yeah, but that's what U of A fans do to ASU fans when they, ASU loses to U of A.
Then that's what Sparky's going to do to them when the Sun Devils beat the Wildcats on Friday. You heard me, Sammy. You heard me.
First of all, give Sammy credit. He's here 30 minutes after his shift
he's
ended.
Working late.
He's just hanging out. And all of a sudden, Mitch just decides to attack him on the air.
Look, he's holding up the WC. I see it, Sammy. I see it.
It's going to be a fun game on Friday.
I'm sure Sammy's looking forward, once he's figuring out his buttons, I'm sure Sammy's looking forward to Friday.
Go
right?
Cats. Go Cats.
Somebody's going to be really upset on Friday.
Yeah.
Half of the somebody's.
And the problem is there won't be any residual effects like on the airwaves until Monday.
That's fine.
So,
it's still going to sting for.
So the team that loses is just going to have it harbor over through the weekend.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'll give you something to be thankful for. That's awesome. This is a great matchup, though. I mean, 2 8-3 teams. Now, before we get into this, I had this thought.
Okay.
Is this Jordan Tyson's last game?
I think yes, regardless. Whoa.
I mean, if they make the Big 12 championship, he's still playing.
Okay, well, that would be the caveat.
Yeah.
Is that they somehow, with all these scenarios that we'll get into later, if ASU gets it back into the Big 12 championship, I think if he's healthy, he will play.
Yeah.
And then if they win, obviously they'll be in the college football playoff again. And if he's healthy for that, he will play.
Yeah.
So the caveat being, if they win or lose the game and end up in a bowl game as opposed to in the Big 12 championship, if that is the scenario, then yes, this will be his last game.
I'm only putting that out there just so it's on our radar going into this because
Good point.
He's having, this is one of the best ASU careers that I can remember. And I know it's not like a 4-year career, but
he's going to be drafted higher than any recent Sun Devil that we've seen in the school's history. Like, he's projected to go still in the top 5 in spite of missing several games due to a hamstring
I think
injury.
he definitely goes top 10, right? I mean, it just depends how badly a team needs a receiver in the top 5.
We could frame it up this way, too, and in no way am I trying to say one is better than the other because I think Tetero McMillan is an excellent talent, but McMillan went 8th. Does Tyson go higher or lower than McMillan in the last draft.
I think you have to see the draft order.
Yeah, that's
honestly, because I mean, if there's a bunch of teams up there that need quarterbacks or not, then that's gonna
two very
influence
talented
things.
receivers.
Yeah, and so that's the reason I'm putting it out there. And I'm not even saying if they make if it's look. If they win and they go to the Big 12 championship or the playoffs, obviously he's still playing. If they win and BYU and Texas Tech both win and they don't get in and they have a bowl game, I'm not even saying he wouldn't play in that. I mean, I said this yesterday. I give him credit for coming back and playing this season when a lot of people would just be like, all right, I'll just coast. I'll just hang out and I'll get drafted. I'll be.
I know what the future holds for me. I'm going to protect myself,
what do I care?
etc.
He cares, and he has said that, and his teammates have said that, and anybody you talk to over there will tell you he's the hardest working player on the team. And that includes other players that work hard. They will tell you that Jordan Tyson's the hardest working player. It was that way before he got hurt. I'm not surprised at all that he came back and played before the end of this season. But I think you have to have it on your radar. Just appreciate it on Friday because that might be his last game as a Sun Devil if they don't make the Big 12 championship.
This is his third season here, which in this era of talented players either jumping ship on a bad team or jumping ship because they want a better opportunity or more money, I think that just speaks volumes about how this organization was able to convince him to stay, A, and B, how much he enjoys being here. I mean, to your point, he probably could have just skipped out on the Colorado game, but he wanted to play. Everything that Kenny had said leading up to that game last week was he wants to play. He's fired up to play, sometimes to the point where you don't want to rush him. Like I remember I was watching the West Virginia game, and there was that moment where he's celebrating, I think it was one of the touchdowns, and he's jumping on the sideline, and it's like, no, don't do that. You got a hamstring injury. But I think he's going to be one of the best Sun Devils to have played here. Reminds me of, in recent memory, N'Keal Harry was ridiculous when he was here. Brandon Ayuk was really good when he was here. He's passed both of them in terms of level of production and just skill level. And what a treat he was to be able to be brought in through the transfer portal as well.
As far as Jeff Sims, we've seen 3 pretty different games from him since he took over as the starter. I know he played earlier in the season too, but I'm just going Iowa State, West Virginia, Colorado.
Yes.
Iowa State, everything it takes to win the game. I mean, he was an absolute warrior in that game. He also turned the ball over a few times.
Yeah, almost cost him the game.
He did, but I mean, I'll give the guy credit for carrying the ball 29 times and for 228 yards. Clearly was beat up. Then against West Virginia, carries the ball 17 times, so still a pretty good amount, but is throwing touchdowns. That second quarter was great, 3 different touchdowns.
Over 200 yards, too. He doesn't normally do that.
This past week against Colorado, didn't run the ball very much. I would assume him running the ball is very much on the table on Friday against U of A. And he went over 200 yards again, but some turnovers and did not look nearly as good as I would say as he did in the previous 2
Whatever
games.
the lobbed up attempted a pass fumble, that was weird. And then
really don't know what that was.
There was either a miscommunication on the route or he just flat out laid it over a little too much over the receiver's head and right into the hands of the Colorado defender. This, I think, will be the toughest defense he's going to face in Arizona. And in particular, the way that they control things on the ground and the way the Wildcats have succeeded against rushing attacks this year is going to be one of the areas where I'm curious how they're going to utilize Jeff Sims in all this. Because one area where it seems that all the Big 12 teams have really struggled with this year is when a quarterback is running the option. And we saw it for ASU when they were going against Connor Wegman. We saw it when they were going against Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin in Utah. I'm curious how Arizona is going to respond if Jeff Sims is just put in the, all right, you get the ball, there's a running back here, there's a receiver running a slant there, or just go. And I wonder how they're going to be able to defend that, because that seems to be the trickiest thing to defend watching all these Big 12 games this year.
Do you have to say Bird Ficklin like that? Bird Ficklin.
I should be more polite, because he did have a masterful performance against Colorado in a spot start. Then again, it is easy to have a masterful performance against Colorado. Look what Raleek Brown did.
Yeah.
Look what Arizona did. I mean, Colorado's just not been
Colorado's not great this year. Let's just call it the way it is.
Also, just in general, you framed out the Territorial Cup. Both these teams have 8 wins. I think the last time that I remember both of these teams being in a very competitive spot at the end of the year was 2014.
They were both 9-2.
Both of them fighting for that final spot in the Pac-12 South. And ASU had lost the previous week to Oregon State and ruined their chances of getting into the CFP, and then lost on the road to the Wildcats and Anu Solomon and Scooby Wright. He still haunts me in my dreams. And
Hot Shots legend.
Yeah, truly. I'm ready for this game. Like, this is the most amped I've been for a Territorial Cup game in a long, long time, like since I was a freshman in college.
Well, here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday. He was asked why they have gone away from the design quarterback runs, especially against Colorado. They didn't really go away from it against West Virginia. They just, in relation to the previous game against Iowa State, they had taken 12 less carries. Here's what he said yesterday, though.
Yeah, I think every game and every game plan is a little bit different. So I think that game plan, we felt like, the way they play defense, that we could run the ball with our running backs a little bit more. And we needed to be able to run the ball with our backs a little bit more, and that showed up in the game. Raleek obviously had an unbelievable game. So I think it was more just the game plan and what we were seeing and how we wanted to attack.
I just think it's whatever it takes on Friday. I understand that you don't want to run your quarterback into the ground, and they were pretty adamant after the Iowa State game, like, okay, we can't do that again.
But it's like when they kept running Cam Scatterbo into the ground. It's like, can we get a rotation of guys in here, please? And then it's like, okay, but Cam Scatterbo just keeps running over dudes. Like, what do you want us to do?
Wired differently, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you were ever going to give your quarterback, 20 carries again, this would be the week. You don't play again for a while after this, and it's the Territorial Cup. And it might take that, honestly, because U of A does not give up passing yards. What are those, 6 straight games under 200 passing yards?
And I think to your point, though, the Sun Devils have shown these last 3 games with Jeff Sims under center that they can figure out different ways to win. Whether it's Sims running the whole time, whether it's Sims throwing the ball and trusting the defense, or what we saw against Colorado, and it's mostly Raleek Brown.
All right, we come back over to baseball because of a Ketel Marte update that is now naming specific teams he could be on next year that aren't the Diamondbacks. 2 of them in particular. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell. This is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think I know where this is going to go from here. I think this is going to devolve into a mess of a season where they win 4 or 5 football games. I just want to see if they have something left in them in these last 6 to give me some reason to believe that Jonathan Gannon can pull, because it's about him. It's about him and his ability to keep his job, too. If they finish with 4 or 5 wins, I don't know how he can.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Alden Nation.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Nice outfit, Kenny. Would your mom pick that out for you? I don't know what this has to do with anything, but Jarrett told me to tease Kenny. Oh, wait! Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, will join us at 7:15 ahead of the Territorial Cup. Join us Wednesday, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Well, there you go.
I love when jokes are taken literally.
That was a Mitch joke if I ever heard one.
Tease Kenny. Nice outfit. That's good.
Mitch Feraldis is in for Wolf today, and we have some baseball news. I mean, it's not news yet, and hopefully, I'm still of the hope that it doesn't become actual.
It's
news.
not nothing, but it's something.
No, so this is John Morosi on MLB Network earlier today, and I'm just going to play the audio. Everybody can hear it, and then we can all kind of react together in real time.
I think it's at least a 50-50 chance that Ketel Marte is moved by the Diamondbacks. And here's what I can tell you. And I talked to multiple sources on this in the last 24 hours. The Diamondbacks are actively listening on Ketel Marte. Nothing is close, but multiple teams have checked in. Among the teams to check in, the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Phillies and the Blue Jays among the teams that have checked in. And notably, Lauren, those two teams, Phillies and Jays, are not on Marte's limited no-trade clause, which means the Phillies or Jays could acquire Marte without his permission. And why is this really important right now? Well, if it's the Jays, think about this. That would mean that Andres Jimenez is the shortstop, that Marte is the second baseman, and Bo Bichette would be playing somewhere else. So keep an eye on that potential trade possibility. Again, I'm not saying the Jays have Marte as a greater priority than Bichette, but they are pursuing that in tandem as they think about different ways to fill out their lineup.
All right. Let me just say I'm tired of being the city where we have the really good player and we're providing them to a contender. I'm kind of over that. Now it worked out for the Suns. Obviously, I have no complaints with how it worked out
so far.
And I'm not naive enough to think that there's not obviously a lot of different reasons for this Ketel Marte thing. This isn't just like, hey, we can't afford our good players. That's not what this is. Ketel's actually on a pretty good contract.
Very.
But I know there are people driving around. They're like, there's no way they're trading Ketel Marte. Why is this even a conversation? Well, if they don't trade him by mid-April, they really can't trade him unless he signs off on it. So if they're going to trade him in light of everything that was talked about last year, get ready for it to happen in the next 5 months or less. So you got to be aware. When somebody like John Morosi is saying it's a 50-50 chance and there are specific teams asking about him, just be aware.
And what you're referring to in terms of the basically not having the ability to waive any potential trade is I believe it's called the 10-by-5 rights.
I think it's 5 and 10 rights.
The 5 and 10.
Yeah.
So it's either 5 years with a single team or 10 years in Major League Baseball in total, and then you automatically have the control as to where you would go if you go anywhere or you just stay put. And Mike Hazen's been on the record and said that that's not something that's a pressure thought for him in terms of if he were to trade Ketel Marte. But let's at least focus on the root of what Morosi is saying. Actively listening is completely different than actively shopping, right? Or actively inquiring to different teams. All the Diamondbacks are doing, based on all the reporting that we've seen, heard, and based on what Mike Hazen said on these airwaves not too long ago, is that they are listening. Listening usually ends up just meaning nothing. Usually. It's that 50-50 that Morosi threw in there, and the fact that there's two teams that we now know that are inquiring about Marte, that is starting to get me a little squeamish about this whole situation.
Yeah, well, because when you have, I'm sure there's more than two teams. If the
I'm sure, like, if there were 29 teams available to call the Diamondbacks, 29 teams would call the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
right now.
and maybe not the White Sox. I don't know if they would do it,
or the A's.
Yeah, there's a couple teams.
John Fisher doesn't want to spend more money.
But yeah, for the most part, I mean, you're right. If the Diamondbacks, it's important to draw that distinction of they're not actively shopping him. And Mike Hazen's pretty straightforward for a general manager, and he has said multiple times on these airwaves, like you just pointed out, yeah, I mean, I'm going to listen. It's why would I not listen?
They're in a position to listen because they're in this position because they missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. Last year, they regressed in their win total. And Ketel Marte, there was all those reports that happened around July or shortly after the All-Star break about malcontents and all these different things where he was apparently rubbing individuals within the Diamondbacks organization the wrong way. And even going back to the year prior where he's asking for a day off late in the season when they're fighting for playoff lives, but he's also recovering from an ankle injury, a whole mess there. It just seems like at the end of the day, it's less about the player that Ketel Marte is and more about the individual that Ketel Marte has been with these organizational figureheads the last 2 years. Because I think it's easy for us to say, ain't no way I'm trading with Ketel Marte. Have you watched him play baseball? He is pivotal to our success. He's a face of the franchise. We got him for essentially nothing, if you look back at that Mariners trade all these years later, and he has become far and away the greatest player in Diamondbacks history, or getting close to it. Easily a top 5. Why would you trade that? Unless there was something seriously of the level of malcontents that we're hearing about going on behind the scenes.
Yeah,
that would have to be the reason.
It's only that, or if some team just blows you away with an offer that is almost unreasonable. And so if you have two contenders like Toronto and Philadelphia and they get into any sort of bidding war for him, then you get a little bit closer to that ridiculous offer. Now, I don't think the offer has to be as ridiculous as it normally would because of what you just said, because there clearly was some sort of issue behind the scenes last year. I'm still kind of holding out hope that Ketel Marte apologizing and everybody talking it out is just sort of the end of that.
And not having heard anything new since then.
I mean, it's not nothing. It clearly impacted the team, but we're not talking about like he got in trouble with the law. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we're just talking about, an issue in the clubhouse that he apologized for. It's entirely possible that that's just that. They played a lot better after that, and maybe that's a coincidence. Maybe it isn't. It was a lot of different players at that point. But it's entirely possible you just bury that and move forward. And I'm still kind of holding out hope that that's what they do. But I think just the simple fact that there was any sort of behind-the-scenes issue makes that ridiculous offer that a team would have to make. It just lowers the bar for how ridiculous it would have to be because they do need pitching. And I'm always hesitant to trade for pitching because every pitcher gets hurt immediately. But they need pitching. And so I'm sure they're listening to offers on pretty much anybody that isn't Corbin Carroll or, maybe Perdomo.
It'll be a strong way or an easy way, I should say, to help kind of restructure your roster. I mean, think about how the Suns did it. They trade away Kevin Durant and they get back Jalen Green, who we've seen one game of, unfortunately. But they were also able to get Dylan Brooks, who's been a core member, I would say, of the Suns' start to the season, the way he can shot create and really just get in the faces of opponents on defense. Like, I think he's been very pivotal to their success to start the year. Getting the draft picks that they did to be able to get the young guys that they want and playing so well to the point that they don't even have to play them right now. Like, the more that I think about it, I think I would start to become even more concerned if they're just throwing out the rookies because they've got nothing left to show. Like, they're playing so well that the rookies can just kind of wait for their turn and develop that way and maybe become pivotal to their success next year. The equivalent to it from a Diamondbacks perspective, it's a lot more difficult because you need 25, 26 players. And trading away one player is probably going to only net you like one major league level talent, maybe two if you're lucky.
I just think you don't do it at that point. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be something crazy.
I'd rather have the best second baseman in baseball on a very friendly contract. I'd rather have that than anything that he could possibly fetch in the trade market.
If you're looking for some way for this team to make the playoffs next year, I think you have to have Ketel Marte. You know what I mean? I
agree.
What makes you special the first half of the season or however long it ends up being when you don't have Corbin Burns, you don't have A.J. Puck, you don't have Justin Martinez, it's the fact that you can run Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo out there up the middle, basically.
It's those core three.
And so, but I mean, you've seen those guys when they're hitting, they are good enough to make you a contending team. They were a contending team down the stretch when they were missing a lot of pieces, and they just traded away a bunch of pieces too, and they were still hanging around in the race, mainly because you have hitters like that. If you trade Ketel Marte away, you are on some level shifting your identity to being a team that wants to win with pitching and defense, which I understand is what they've wanted for the last few years, but they have been a team. They're a team that wins with offense right now. That's just what they are.
And think about how the team that won the World Series won the World Series. Like Game 7, there was one true bullpen arm used by the Dodgers in their win. It was otherwise 4 starters.
Yeah.
And 4 starters that they paid a hefty amount of money to be available for those types of games, right? I think the Diamondbacks, in a sense, are looking at that situation, probably why they got Corbin Burns last offseason, and saying, we're going to win by our pitchers. That's how we won the World Series the first time, and it's how we're going to win the World Series the next time, whenever that is.
All right, we come back. Devin Booker, an off night. That throws everybody off. We'll get into that and what it means for the Suns going forward. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
YRefi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At YRefi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. YRefi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face.
One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 3-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning 3 with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last 2 NBA Cup group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Is that a little bit better, Vinny?
Getting so vitriolic in the look-aheads.
Look-aheads are getting intense today, man. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf today, and Mitch is waving to the camera on YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
Mitch joked
What
about
up,
this
YouTube?
earlier. What is up? You come in right the one day that the Suns lose a game. You get
Yeah,
to
the
come in and
worst
fill.
possible time, apparently.
Like all these good things I'm sure you wanted to talk about for the last month, and you've gotten to, obviously, in other platforms. But on this show, you're going to be the guy that comes in and talks negative about the Suns when they're off to this amazing start.
The Suns so terrible. How can we expect them to win game? No, it's not like that. I think at the end of the day, this was just the toughest team that they've played, because they've played 2 different versions of the Spurs. Neither one of them were fully healthy, but they beat them both times, and I think that shouldn't be forgotten. But this was a Rockets team that was very much like, yeah, we're not going to let you have this one. We have our lead now. We're really not going to let you have it back. Whereas you think back to the Atlanta game, and it was Suns blew them away in the third quarter and then took the foot off the gas pedal in the fourth quarter. They learned their lesson that night, for sure, because they didn't really blow a fourth quarter after that. But this Rockets team was, once they got ahead enough, and once they got enough stops and enough fast breaks, it was OVA.
How long have you been waiting to use that?
Like 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, so look, the Suns take the loss to Houston. Devin Booker has 29 points in the game, so it's funny that the conversation about him being off right now is, the morning after he puts up 29 points. I'm sorry, Dylan Brooks is 29. Devin Booker, 18 points. Why it says Booker right here, and I definitely watched Devin Booker only have 18 points because Dylan Brooks is the leading scorer. But either way, Devin Booker on 5 of 13 shooting, 2 of 6 from 3, and I would say more than anything, it's not the numbers. It's just the eye test. He just didn't look like Devin Booker.
3 games in a row now, too.
Yeah, that's fair. He didn't look like himself even in the win over Minnesota. That's true.
He had his takeover moment against San Antonio late in the game. He had a big shot late against Minnesota, but it's just the whole complete package. And yesterday, I basically give it to the defense that he was facing. He faced a lot of doubles yesterday, and that's the advantage of playing zone defense is that it's easy for you to just kind of shift your attention to wherever the ball handler is, and they were very clearly doing everything they could to take Devin Booker out of the game. I mean, Dylan Brooks had 22 shot attempts to Devin Booker's 13.
Teams are going to do that. Teams have been doing that.
Go ahead. And thank you, Dylan, for being able to create as well as he has since he's been here. He's on a nice little stretch right now, too. So I point to more the defense that he was facing. That's not me fully ignoring what we've seen the last 3 games, but I at least want to acknowledge the fact that he didn't have it easy last night either.
No, he's not going to have it easy all season. I mean, as good as Dylan Brooks has been, and Dylan Brooks has been a revelation because he's their number 2 scorer and he's given them an identity. As good as he's been, I mean, they don't have Jalen Green. They didn't have Mark Williams last night. This is not supposed to be a team that's even winning at this clip when they're at full strength right now. They certainly shouldn't be winning at this clip when they're missing key pieces like that, especially a key scorer like Jalen Green. You can focus almost all of your defensive attention on Devin Booker. I don't think it's going to slow him down most nights. But you're right. I mean, the last 3 games, it has a little bit. He's been a little bit off, but it's not like Devin Booker's never had an off night before. You know what I mean? It's so obvious if he does right now because who's gonna be the guy that goes out and gets you 35 points or 40 points or whatever.
Right.
They're, to a certain extent, in a lot of ways, they're asking him to be at least a true superstar in this league every night, and that's not always the easiest thing to do every night.
Well, that's the one downside of when you go from 3 superstars on your team to 1, is that now all the attention is on you, and you have to rely on the rest of the team around you to, for lack of a better expression,
I can't let you call Bradley Beal a superstar. Sorry, I'm 2 superstars and a scorer.
2 superstars and a guy that got paid a lot of money and is now not going to play the rest of this year.
And a guy that was getting paid like a superstar.
Probably is going to pick up that option, to use a Ryan Russillo term. Probably going to pick that up. If they had Jalen Green available, I think that obviously eases some of the scoring stress and at least makes the defense a little bit easier on Devin Booker, although I think Udoka and the Rockets would have schemed it up the same way, which is like, get the ball out of Booker's hands. I don't care what they do. We are very familiar with Brooks and Green. We know that sometimes they can be very inefficient scorers. So let them do it because we don't want the more efficient scorer in Booker being the one to kill us. Let's let them kill us, and we'll just beat them on the other end as best we can. That was not the situation last night. They were down, 4 of the regular starters, 3 of the regular starters, because they didn't have Mark Williams. They didn't have Jalen Green, obviously.
It depends what you consider, like, what do you think of Grayson Allen as, you know?
Well, he started more games than he's come off the bench.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
I would
if you're
give
considering
him
him a starter.
See, it's been hard to gauge because when Jalen Green was healthy, Dylan Brooks was hurt. So they had to have Royce O'Neal in the starting lineup at that point. Ryan Dunn has had a fair amount of starts this year, but then got moved back in favor of O'Neal. And I think Jordan Ott has had a lot to juggle in terms of who he's going to throw out there on a night-to-night basis. And this was probably the toughest one where he's like, all right, what am I supposed to do? 3 guys got over 20 minutes last night. The 3 off the bench being Colin Gillespie, who was great again, Isaiah Livers, and Oso Ighodaro. You can only win so many games when you're just doing an 8-man rotation against this ridiculously good.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're
team.
playing one of the best teams in the NBA. I know they didn't have Durant, but when they have Durant, they're one of the best teams in the NBA. You're playing them. I mean, look, this stuff isn't an excuse. You just have to deal in the reality of it was your 3rd game in 4 nights. Houston hadn't played since Friday. Houston should be better than you, and you're missing too many pieces to expect to win every night. I'm still impressed by the fact they won 2 of 3 in this stretch against Minnesota and San Antonio. And, you know, we'll see what this is obviously pivotal coming up just in terms of however it tests however you're viewing this season now. Like if you've raised your expectations to this should be a playoff team, then this is a pivotal stretch coming up because you're 3 games into a 12-game stretch where you're playing pretty much a quality opponent or better every single night. And you're not going to have Jalen Green for any of these.
Nope.
And so, again, you weren't supposed to be this good yet.
No.
and you,
at least based on our expectations. They had their own expectations, and I think they're either meeting them or close to exceeding them right now.
Yeah, I would think so. Here's Charles Barkley. He was on with Bickley and Murata this morning.
When you're a star, and it's a double standard. It is what it is. You can't get mad. You have to accept the responsibility. He has to come out and ball every night.
Talking about Devin Booker there. He talked more about Book here.
I told Matt Ishbia this the other night. If I could put Dylan Brooks' brain in Devin Booker's body, it'd be scary. It'd be scary.
It would be scary. I'm not.
I'm afraid of that.
Worried about Devin Booker at all.
No,
I mean, a scale of 1 to 100, 0.
He was slow to start the season, a couple of games in, and then once they started winning, he was taking over every single night. Those early games too, it was like he was putting up 30 plus in a lot of those games, but it just didn't feel like the efficient Devin Booker that we know. Then he really settled in where the points were there, the efficiency was there, and everything looks so smooth. And now he's hit kind of like a slow down area. The benefit for him is that the rest of the team has really picked it up, offensively speaking.
Yeah, I think last night, and there's been a couple of these games this season, was more of just kind of a reality check, slap in the face of like, yeah, okay, this is cool. You guys are good. The Suns are good. But you're not Houston good. You're not Denver good earlier in the season. You're not Golden State good. Yeah, they got a couple more of these coming up potentially, unfortunately. You're not Oklahoma City good. You're not Denver good. And even if you're good enough to maybe sneak up on one of these teams the occasional night, you're not good enough to do it when you're missing 4 of your regulars. Like you're not.
Also, this week of games for the Suns,
most teams wouldn't be.
One of the regular callers that I get on the post-game show pointed this out the other night. This week of games has 2 separate back-to-backs. Spurs and the Rockets was the one. The other one is Oklahoma City on the road and then home against Denver.
Yeah.
Like, thanks a lot, schedule makers.
That is the schedule
really
makers saying you're not going to be a playoff team this year, so it doesn't matter if we just cost you a couple games right here.
Just
but that's
silly. Just silly.
All right, Territorial Cup is this Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. So get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona. And here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. All right, when we come back, the Arizona Cardinals looking to bounce back this week, probably against Baker Mayfield and a pretty good Tampa Bay offense. What can they do to just get a win at this point? We're going to ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch for Eldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer with back to school already happening for so many families. Do you believe it? The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move, man. You don't want to move yourself. You want the moving team professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. Moving can be difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You want to trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin, whether it's local Basinonians, it's long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. You need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
All right, thanks to everybody in Youngtown. Thank you, Youngtown. Just a quick shout out to Youngtown right there.
Appreciate it.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today, and Patrick Peterson, of course, Arizona Cardinals legend, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Patrick?
What up, Luke? How you guys doing? What up, Mitch? Good
What's
to meet
up,
you.
Pat P? Good to be talking with you here.
Patrick, I'm just going to start with, I think, the question everybody had after that Cardinals game on Sunday. How do you force 4 turnovers and your offense doesn't turn the ball over and you don't come out of there with a win? I mean, I would assume as a defense, you force 4 turnovers, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves.
No doubt about it. I mean, and if you go look at the team stat sheet as well, they outgained them in passing. The only difference was that the Jaguars were able to, run the ball a little bit more and score more effectively when they was in the red zone. But other than that, the Cardinals outplayed the Jaguars top to bottom from creating those turnovers and being able to move the ball up and down the field through the air. But they just wasn't able to have an efficient enough running game, in my opinion, to keep, to at least get them some more yardage in the running game to put more points on the scoreboard.
So you mentioned the running game in particular. I'm curious from your view on this. Do you think that relies more on the person that is actually carrying the ball and their production alone, or is it more on the offensive line and the protections that are up front in terms of the struggles with the run game right now?
And honestly, it's a trifecta, because the offensive coordinator has to be able to dissect, what his team is good at as far as running the ball and being able to really hone in on that. And as far as the guys up front, they have to do, a good enough job to open up lanes for running backs. I'm not going to sit here and say anybody can be an NFL running back, but at the end of the day, these guys are in in the NFL for a reason. Somebody saw something in them that can, help make their team successful. Now everybody has to come together collectively to make sure that we're on the same page, blocking scheme wise, what we do good, and making sure that we have the right guy carrying the toting the rock.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, I know I asked you a similar question to this earlier in the season when the defense was playing really well, but the offense wasn't finishing out games, and the defense has had some struggles at points since then. But that game on Sunday, it feels like you did pretty much all you could do defensively within reason. When you're in that position as a defense, how do you guard against maybe trying to do too much next game and getting yourself in trouble?
The only thing that I would, recommend to the guys, just continue doing your job. Because at the end of the day, that's all you can do. You can't do anything out of the box. You can't do anything out of the ordinary, and you can't be in two places at one time. So just continue doing your job, and the chips, will eventually fall where they may. So as a defense, we just have to continue. Our goal is every week, at least when I was playing, is not allow teams to score touchdowns. If they do drive the ball, because we know guys are good enough to drive the ball up and down the field, but we have to keep them out of the paint. Keep teams under 17 points. So if you can continue to do that and go into games with that mindset, and like you said, the offense is, playing good enough football. They've been averaging, 24 or more points. Now we just have to find a way to get everything to work together. If that's getting key stops, if that's running the ball, having a 6-minute offense, if that's closing the game out, on the offensive side of the ball, if that's, pinning teams back so they have to drive the length of the field off a punt situation. So if the defense can continue to do their job, each unit just have to focus on doing their job. And if they can do that, now the coaches is going to have to make sure that the team is well prepared when they get in those situations that they don't bat an eye.
I want to look ahead to this next matchup, and there's a question mark right now as to who's going to be under center for the opposing Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with Baker Mayfield working his way through what appears to be a shoulder injury, and we saw a little bit of Teddy Bridgewater in that game against the Rams. Based on your playing experience, having played against them before, what similarities or differences have you noticed between Mayfield and Bridgewater, and how can the Cardinals adjust to either or who's going to be under center?
Well, Baker is more of a been in that offense 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. I know 2, maybe even more, ever since Tom retired. But anywho, he's the guy who's been in that offense. He knows, the personnel that they have. So he has a little bit more of an understanding of the offense. So the playbook is a little bit more accessible to him versus a Teddy Bridgewater. Yes, he played in the league. Yes, he, done some great things in his league as well. But he also just got picked up by Tampa Bay in August. So there's only so much that they're going to be able to do or be able to turn over to him that some of the things that Baker was doing, because those guys have two different games. You know what I mean? Baker is more of a scrambler guy. He can get out of the pocket, create extra time, deliver the ball down the field, and he also can stay in the pocket. Therefore, with Teddy Bridgewater, he's more of a pocket quarterback, a statue in the pocket versus Baker Mayfield. So for the Cardinals, you pretty much know what you're going to get with both quarterbacks. Now it's just going to come down to which quarterback that we're going to get, because the game plan can definitely change regarding on which quarterback that we're going to be defending.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, I just want to get your thoughts on one of the defensive rookies for the Cardinals, Walter Nolan, who I know hasn't gotten to play as much yet, I'm sure, as he would like to because of injuries. But, man, it just feels like every time he's out there, you notice him, including him scoring a touchdown against Jacksonville and going horizontally through the air, too. Like, what have you seen from him so far?
Man, Walter is a freakish athlete, man. He reminds me a lot of what we thought, Robert Kimdichie was going to be out of Ole Miss. Just very, very athletic, can disrupt the passing game and the running game. So he reminds me of that type of player who we, because I was on the team when we drafted him. So I could see the similarities, and just seeing when he's out there, he's a problem. Even in his first game when he got back and played against the Dallas Cowboys on the Monday night stage, to me, it don't get any bigger than that. And he came out there and played like he's been there before. And that's what you want to see from young guys. And when you see that from young guys in this early stage, you know you got something. So Walter's going to be one of those household names, I promise you, if he's able to stay healthy and continue to do the right things.
Last one from me. I want to ask you about one of your former teammates, Larry Fitzgerald. It was officially announced today that he's one step closer to getting into Canton. What would it mean for the Valley? What would it mean for the Cardinals? What would it mean for you as a former teammate to see Fitz if he's able to make it into the Hall of Fame this year?
Man, it's not even, man. Ooh, this Luka Mitch. Who asked you that question?
That was Mitch.
Did I ask a silly question, Pat? Did I ask a silly question?
Unless you ask me a silly. First of all, it's not no if. 50 is going. He's going this year. It's not no if and buts about that. But it's gonna mean the world to me, man, because Larry has done so much for the community, for the Arizona Cardinal organization, and just the man who he is, the Walter Payton Man of the Year. He had an opportunity to capture that in his 17-year career, and just what he was able to show me. You know what I mean? During my 10-year tender there in Arizona. So Arizona got a good one, man, and he's done it the right way ever since he's been there. He's continuing to build up in the community with all of the business endeavors that he's dealing with in the Valley for him. So I can't wait to see. Is that Super Bowl Saturday, I believe, when they start to announce the guys who's going in, because there's no doubt in my mind that Larry will be there, and I can't wait. Hopefully I can get an invite to Canton when it does happen, but I don't doubt that I will be there.
Pat, if I ever get the chance to ask you questions in the future, I promise it won't be any sillier than that, okay? I apologize.
All right, Mitch, man. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. It's always great to talk to you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Man, I tell you, it is crazy to think that Larry Fitzgerald hasn't played a down for the Arizona Cardinals since 2020. Is that not just insane?
Never had that official "I'm retired"
I know.
announcement.
Well, that's the thing. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame without retiring.
Yeah. Crazy.
All right, when we come back, thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us there. When we come back, we're going to talk some Territorial Cup with a guy who I'm guessing is going to be pretty fired up for the Territorial Cup. Jordan Simone joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State, the duel in the desert, on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler or online anytime at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational. Odom made 6 three-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning 3 with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere. Hands in the air. So party over here. Shaking for the man of the year. Man of the year. Man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere. Hands in the air.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Just how difficult of a matchup could Arizona pose for Arizona State football on Friday? We'll talk Territorial Cup matchup on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us last segment. We are working on getting Jordan Simone here soon to talk about Friday's Territorial Cup. Mitch, I'm going to ask you this question because I've been asking everybody this question off the air. I'm going to ask you this on the air, okay? If ASU wins on Friday, not a given, but if ASU wins on Friday, all right, 9-3.
Wins on Friday, and they go 9-3.
But let's say that Texas Tech and BYU win. They don't make it to the Big 12 championship.
They win, but they don't get in.
What do you consider this season? Like, do you consider it a disappointment, a failure, success? And I'll give you my thinking. Coming into the season, you're not looking for a 9-win season because you're coming off a run to the Big 12 championship.
Coming off of 11 total wins last year.
Yeah, and you're bringing basically your whole team back.
Yep.
That whole team isn't playing together now, and they haven't been for a while. So it's I still think it's a success. If you win on Friday and you go 9-3 and you have a chance to pick up a 10th win in a bowl game, if you can put together the back-to-back double-digit win seasons, I mean, that has happened once since 1973 here. I think that's a huge success when you consider the injuries they've had this season. This is all based on the caveat that they win on Friday, certainly. But I just think that's legitimate. It's a legitimate sign that your program is making progress. And now I've asked you that question. You don't get to answer because Jordan Simone's here.
Okay, well, why don't we just ask the question to Jordan if he's ready?
I'm going to ask you this question later.
Well, I will answer it later, but now I want Jordan to answer it.
You're not going to ask him about Larry Fitzgerald in the Hall of Fame, are you?
No, okay. I was going to ask him about Sizzle, but that was about it.
All right, well, he's coming.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
All right, well, you heard the voice guy. Jordan Simone is joining us right now. We are 3 days away from the Territorial Cup. What is going on, Jordan?
Has anyone seen my dad? I cannot find Ron anywhere. Where is he? I mean, the guy goes to Hawaii on Thanksgiving. I mean, what in the world? And I get left behind? This is just so not like the Warrior King and Queen.
We were hoping you would know. That's why we have you on, to ask where Ron Wolfley Sr. is. Mitch, if you don't know, Jordan Simone goes by Ron Wolfley
I've
Jr.
heard some of the references, but I feel bad for stepping in for Dad today. Sorry, Jordan, I really am.
Yeah, you're not his dad. He doesn't have to listen to you.
I mean, you guys invite my cousin Mitch to fill in. You don't even reach out to Ron Wolfley Jr. to fill in. I mean, this is just a huge deal. I mean, I cannot believe the executives at 98.7 didn't put a call into Wolfley Jr. on the Territorial Cup week. What just a missed opportunity. No, Mitch, you're doing great. I haven't listened to you, but I imagine you're doing great.
It's a good imagination you got there, I will say.
All right, Jordan, just can you give us a sense of what this week is like when you play for ASU?
You know what? This is a Super Bowl week every year, right? This is the one that you look at on the calendar. It's a long ways away, of course, but you look at it and go, like, at a minimum, we have to win this game. I don't care if you lose every game or win every game. If you lose this game, it's a huge problem in the Valley. And anybody that's played in this game knows, anybody that went to these schools knows how important this is. And obviously, you know, ASU is sitting here with a chance for 9 wins, you know, an opportunity to get in the Big 12 championship with all of the injuries and everything that's happened is truly unbelievable. And it's almost being the key word, more impressive than last year's Big 12 championship win. You know, obviously everything that went into that last year was incredibly special. But everything that's happened, all of the injuries, and here you are with a chance for a 10-win season is truly unbelievable. So hats off to Kenny and that staff. It hasn't been pretty. I mean, I feel like every game I've watched, I'm so up and down. I'm so emotional. I mean, they look terrible, then they look awesome, then they turn the football over after a long drive. I mean, it's insane. So happy to be here. Happy to be with you boys, of course, but unbelievable year.
I think about the last time that this Territorial Cup had both of these teams playing at the high level that they're at with the high win totals that they're at. And the one that sticks out to me was my freshman year of college, 2014. You guys are playing down in Tucson for the Pac-12.
Don't you do this.
Okay. I'm not going to bring up the game. I just want to ask how much the intensity rises up.
Hey, Mitch.
Okay.
Hey, Mitch, you shut your trap over there, okay? Don't you dare bring up 2014.
This is two guests in a row that have called out
you
Mitch.
bring up 2014. Mitch, I ought to come over there and beat you with a bunch of bars of soap and a sock. I mean, I'm trying to enjoy my day, okay? I'm trying to enjoy my day. And here you are bringing up one of the worst days in my football life when we lose to U of A. This is unbelievable. No, I know exactly where you're going with this. I'm just giving you a hard time, Mitch. It's, a game like this with two, teams with good records. And, obviously that game was to go to the Pac-12 championship. RIP Pac-12, never forget. And here you are, ASU, with a chance to win at home against a good U of A team. We haven't been able to say that in several years. Mm-hmm. But you know what? They're a good football team. I mean, defensively, they're top. I think they're second in the Big 12 defensive statistics. So, this is a team that's figured out a way to turn things around. They've beat some good teams. They've, lost to BYU. They lost to Houston just as we did. So, but they're on a 4-game win streak. They're feeling good. They're playing good. They got their offense firing. So hats off to Brennan and their staff for figuring it out. I mean, he took a few of the Hawaiian lays off, and now they're scoring points. So good on him, and good for him for making an adjustment there because that was ugly.
We're talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, we've seen ASU win a lot of different ways this year. They've kind of had to with the injuries. What do you think, in your mind, is the biggest key to winning on Friday now?
Run the football. Run the football. Run the football. Also, if Jeff Sims can complete passes, they'll win the game. I mean, it's really hard to watch him not complete the easy passes. But you know what? Give the ball to Raleek Brown, run quarterback power. U of A is, you know, I wouldn't say that they necessarily struggle against the run, but they're towards the bottom of the Big 12 in rushing defense. Their passing defense is much better, so kind of plays right into ASU's hands. So run the football, hand the ball to Raleek, take care of the football too. I mean, turnovers just kill you. You're not going to have 4 turnovers in this game and win the game. It's just not going to happen against this team. Colorado is ass cheeks, and I think you're allowed to say that on the radio. I do think you are. Don't quote me on that. Maybe bleep it out. But Colorado's not a good football team, and U of A is much better, so you cannot turn the football over. So let's run the football and then create some turnovers, of course, on the defensive side of the ball.
I'm going to ask you this question without qualifying it any further. What has Jordan Tyson meant to this university and this football program?
Oh, my gosh. When I go to sleep at night and I open my dream journal and I write, I love Jordan Tyson 1,000 times. I mean, he's a special player, boys. I mean, we've been really fortunate at ASU over the last, 5 years to have some really, really talented players. Brandon Ayuk, N'Keal Harry, Ricky Pearsall was here. Jaden Daniels, of course, who left and won the Heisman. We've had some talent run through this university in recent memory, and Jordan Tyson is up there with the best of them. I mean, I think, I look at Brandon Ayuk, they're pretty similar comp. I mean, it just looks like it's going to translate on Sundays. He's really quick, looks like a Jackson Smith and Jigba type receiver. I mean, he'll go down, in history as one of the best to play here, especially in the last, 10, 20 years, up there with some of the great receivers. So he will be sorely missed. They're going to have to figure out a way, in the coming weeks to hit that transfer portal and try to get some guys that are enticing for Sam to want to come back to throw to, because if you don't have these targets, that's going to be a clear issue for them. And somebody's going to have to step up. Somebody has in the past, and they're going to have to do it again.
Jordan Simone, thank you for opening the Dream Journal for us on the air. That was very nice. Have a good Thanksgiving, buddy.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, boys. Mitch, do a great job. Hey, Luke, send me his address because I'm going to show up on his doorstep for bringing up that 2014 BS. This is crap.
I'm already texting it. Don't worry. All right.
Yeah.
That's Jordan Simone joining us right there on the
I can't talk to defensive backs anymore.
Man,
That's clearly
this
the
is a pretty
takeaway
good
here.
run here. We've had Patrick Peterson, Jordan Simone on as the last 2 guests in the last 2 segments, and both of them have been like, why are you asking me that question?
And as a general football fan, some of my favorite players in history have been defensive backs. And now I just feel like, what the heck did I do?
Fortunately for you, we don't have any other defensive backs scheduled on the show today, although I feel like now
Kevin's not a defensive back?
We need to try and call as many as we can to get him on the air. We should get Keith Abney
What's
back
Tyrann
on.
Mathieu up to? I heard he spoke recently.
Coming up next, we're going to react to what Patrick Peterson told us about 20 minutes ago about the state of the Cardinals and what exactly can be done. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Cardinals lose once again. And maybe that's the silver lining of all of this, is that they were close but still lost the game.
Yeah.
Because they're playing for nothing at this point. They're not factors in the playoff race. And I hate being this person because it takes every shred of my being as a fan of a team to be okay with losses to improve draft position, but that's where we are.
I know. Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team At Desert Institute for Spine Care, I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply. Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Jordan Simone and Patrick Peterson for joining us this hour.
Thanks for ripping me a new one, Jordan.
You walked into that one.
I did. But it was important to note that that was the last time these two teams were on equal playing field.
True, but you and I had already noted it separately. We didn't have to note it.
I wanted to ask him. He played in the game.
I think we all gathered that he played in that game.
Or did he? Because he would like to forget, I'm sure.
And
sorry, Jordan, if you're still listening.
That was
I really
bold
am.
move. Well, I texted him your address, so get ready for
You don't even know my address.
Yeah. It's,
you know my email address, and you probably
Street.
can't spell it
I
right.
don't know your... First of all, I could absolutely... Your last name is spelled Vareldszis.
Well, you're just looking at my name.
I am looking at it right here on this piece of paper. That's very true. It's right here, spelled out in front of me. All right, let's react to what Patrick Peterson told us earlier. He also ripped Mitch for a question he asked, but I'm not going to play that answer right now. We can get to
just
that.
right now.
We'll just save that for whenever we need it. We talked to him about the running game and what exactly the issue is there, because Wow. If you look at the leading rusher for the Cardinals in each of the last two games, last game it was Michael Carter with 28 yards. That's the leading rusher, Mitch. The game before was Bam Knight with 24. They've had one guy go over 80 yards in the game all season.
Maybe they should just have Jacoby Brissett run, like what ASU's doing, and just have your quarterback run all the time.
Maybe. I don't know. But they've had one rusher go over 80 yards all season, and that was Amari DiMercato in the Tennessee game, and he hit 81.
Oh, the Tennessee game where he could have had a touchdown? That game?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah.
So here's Patrick Peterson. We asked him what's wrong with the running game.
And honestly, it's a trifecta, because the offensive coordinator has to be able to dissect, what his team is good at far as running the ball and being able to really hone in on that. And as far as the guys up front, they have to do, a good enough job to open up lanes for running backs. I'm not going to sit here and say anybody can be an NFL running back, but at the end of the day, these guys are in the NFL for a reason. Somebody saw something in them that can help make their team successful. Now everybody has to come together collectively to make sure that we're on the same page, blocking scheme wise, what we do good, and making sure that we have the right guy carrying the toting the rock.
So when I asked him that, is it more on the running backs or more on the offensive line? And he brought up the third part of it, which was the OC. And then I'm seeing a quote posted courtesy of Teo Mackey with AZ Central on the run game struggles from Drew Petzing, who's either at the podium right now or shortly has left the podium. Quote, "We've got to figure it out, and it starts with me. I've got to be better for the guys." Quote. Okay. Well, it's been bad all year. You've had 11 games to make it better and figure it out. And it's started with you every single time. So why haven't they figured it out? Because I would normally just give credence to they don't have James Conner and they don't have Trey Benson. But you had already said it. Their leading rusher this year was Amari DiMercato against Tennessee. So that means James Conner, who was a 1,000-yard rusher a year ago, hasn't come anywhere close to that. Trey Benson, who we've been hopeful times whatever bazillion numbers you want to put on it, that he was going to flash in some way, shape, or form. And that hasn't happened. He's injured now. Maybe he'll be back this week. Who knows? I don't know why it's not getting better and why they're just falling on the sword and seemingly not doing anything about it.
We all know what James Conner is. I mean, even in years past where maybe a hole didn't open up, he could still get you yards. Like, he's James Conner, right?
Yeah.
He played 3 games this season. Now, one of them we can toss because it's the game he got hurt against San Francisco. But the other 2 games, both wins against New Orleans and Carolina, not the best defenses in the world. He put up 39 rushing yards and 34 rushing yards. So 73 rushing yards on 23 carries in those 2 games. Basically 3 yards a carry from James Conner. So I know that that's a small sample size, but it is something that happened this season. It's not just because he's not out there. Even when he was out there, they couldn't run the ball. And James Conner can run the ball. So, yeah, everybody's asking that question. I tend to think most of it is on the offensive line, but you know what? Fix it. We're 11 games in. You got to get it fixed. You got to – there have been elements of the offense that have gotten better over the course of the season. Like, I'm not going to deny that. It has. Since Jacoby Brissett's gotten in there, whether that is the offense fits him better or just that he's playing better than Kyler right now, whatever. Whoever you want to place the blame on, I don't even really care whose fault it is at this point. It's just you're 3-8 in a year where you were supposed to make the playoffs. And it's trending worse. You started 2-0.
And I mean, look at the rest of the division. Niners are now 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Seattle's 9-3, and then the Rams are 9-2. Or it's 8-3 and then 9-2. Like, you don't even have good optics for next year.
That's the real issue. That's the biggest thing for me. This season is frustrating. It's really frustrating. But normally you can start to move on from it and say, okay, what are you going to do? What are you doing in the off season? How many of these guys do you feel like you can build around for next year or whatever? This is the best division in football. I mean, who else? Who's the other contender? The NFC North? This is definitely the best division in football minus the Cardinals.
In terms of the best teams, without question. And it's also 3 of the better head coaches and 3 of it's funny too, because I think we could have made an argument last year of how Jonathan Gannon has grown as a head coach, but At the same time, Michael McDonald won 10 games in his first season with Geno Smith. And have you watched Geno Smith this year in Las Vegas? Holy moly. Now he's working with Sam Darnold, and he, along with Clint Kubiak, who's their OC, have turned Jackson Smith and Jigba into such a revelation that he's broken the single season receiving yards total for a Seahawk in week 13.
He looks like the best receiver in the NFL right now.
He might get to 2,000 yards.
I mean,
at the pace that he's at.
Might be because Justin Jefferson's quarterback doesn't throw the ball anywhere near him.
Oh, you mean 9?
Yes. and Jamar Chase is getting suspended.
I do know Jamal is enjoying the downfall of 9 at the NFL level. But
it's been a pretty quick downfall. He didn't throw any passes in college, and he really hasn't thrown any to his team.
They're
in the
comping
NFL.
him to Josh Rosen right now, of just like he's not getting it and he's not going to get it.
I don't know if it's that bad. I don't know. But either way, the point is the Cardinals are in a division where your frustrations are just multiplied when you look and you see, okay, well, this Rams team was supposed to be decent, but maybe not be great because Matthew Stafford had a back injury. They look like the top Super Bowl contender. They're
whatever the heck was going on in that chamber, it worked out just fine seriously. To the point that he's the MVP favorite right now.
And you talk about Seattle and how they never really had their rebuild. You know, I think, and I've said this before, Cardinals fans were patient the first 2 years of this rebuild because it's reasonable when you consider what Jonathan Gannon was taking over when he got here, and you didn't even have your quarterback for most of that at the beginning.
Yeah, we were forgiving.
Yeah, you have 4 wins, whatever. Are things getting better? Are you changing the culture? Yeah, I think that was all a real thing. And then year 2, you make the jump to 8. But when you take a huge step back in year 3, and then you look in your division, you're like, it took Seattle like an hour to rebuild. That just makes it worse. There's no way around it. It just makes it worse.
Organizational incompetency at the end of the day. And
it doesn't help to be in this division.
I hope that it somehow improves in the future. Like, at least they're trying to do things to up the quality of life for their players, like with the announcement of the training facility that they want to build now. Like, that was a thing that has been dinged multiple times on some of those NFLPA report cards. So, like, the quality of life in that area, hope that improves soon. And maybe the idea of the next great Cardinals team won't be hyperbolic and will be an actual reality. I just don't know when that reality is actually going to happen, because right now the 3 teams ahead of them in the division just look like gangbusters every single week.
Your biggest, I don't know, you're hoping that the Rams just win the Super Bowl and Matthew Stafford retires so he goes out on top.
But even then, they have the Falcons' first-round pick.
Yeah, that's...
They could get a quarterback in the first round to replace Matthew Stafford because of Atlanta.
Atlanta's like, we have to have 2 first-rounders in 2025. We'll just give up our first-rounder in 2026. But then we won't win any games, and all of a sudden the Rams are probably going to have a top 10 pick. We come back, we'll take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell. This is in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Finding
Picking the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 three-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning three with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Reldis in for Wolf. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, or I guess Mitching Down Your Lunch today?
Eating lunch.
Okay, doesn't have anywhere near
We're
the same
having
ring.
lunch.
Are we? Because I don't have any lunch.
I actually haven't eaten anything today.
Rick is here. Rick will solve all of our problems. What's going on, Rick?
Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he did not regret going deep on the final play of the loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Here he is.
Just convicted me more. No, I loved it. And why I loved it is the conviction on the headset of what we're doing, because it was like, okay, if it's what they've shown throughout the game or throughout this year, your two pressure answers, the ball is going to go to 14 or 85. Your answer versus the two coverages that you think they're going to play, if you don't get the two pressures that you think, is going to be a one-on-one ball to win the game. I loved it.
What do you guys make of JG being bullish on that final play of the game?
Feels like that's something that's easier to do when you have an extra receiver that you put some faith in to win a one-on-one. No disrespect to Xavier Weaver, I don't think that's him.
I think of this in two different ways. One, I brought up yesterday, I'll bring it up again since you weren't here yesterday, Mitch. But to me, if you're going to have that, hey, we're going for it mentality, where was that at the end of regulation when it would have been a lot easier to score?
Yep.
I mean, to the point where I would have just gone for it instead of kicking the field goal. I would have gone for it. I would have rather gone for it and run another play with 6 seconds left in regulation than just heave it down the field to Weaver. Nothing against him. But again, he hasn't established himself as an NFL receiver that's going to go up there and rip that ball away. And that would have been an amazing catch if he pulled it off.
Right.
I would have rather just gone for it with 6 seconds left. Maybe you score there and win. Maybe the play only takes 4 or 5 seconds like the previous play had, and you can still kick the field goal with the second. The lack of aggression at the end of regulation combined with the aggression at the end of overtime, it's fine if you win, but if you don't win, it's going to get second guessed.
Feels like they weren't sure how they wanted to go about it. But then you hear the interview that he had with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and it's like, oh no, we were convicted. We were sure about this.
Well, and that's the other part. Like I said earlier, I get it. If you're JG, you're not trying to incite panic among your team. You're trying to stay positive. But just the reality is the fan base is really upset. So when they hear you saying how great things are when you just lost again, there's going to be criticism.
Also, it was a 4th and 4. Like, you don't have just a 5-yard route drawn up. There's plenty of time left. I don't understand. I really don't.
Gannon also addressed not spiking the ball late in the fourth quarter and only being able to get one play off before having to settle for the field goal.
I do think we should have got 2 plays off, yes. That's because there was even discussion, hey, you want to try it one more time with 6 seconds? And I'm like, no, the amount of bad things that can happen there. Yeah. And really, you don't know what I don't know what exactly Jacksonville would have done there. I know what we would have done, and you would have had to sail it versus us. We've done it multiple times this year. I don't want to get into schematics, but we're not going to give you a one-on-one ball.
Yeah. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, should the Cardinals have spiked the ball late in their loss on Sunday?
Yes. I mean, also, they should have gotten to the line of scrimmage a lot faster. So, I mean, there was a lot of things that went wrong in that sequence there. They should have spiked the ball. I understand what JG was saying after the game of we kind of liked the idea of keeping them off balance and just running the play right there without spiking it. That's fine, but then get everybody to the line of scrimmage faster so that you can still run another play. And he just said it right there. We should have gotten 2 plays off.
And it's easy to just fully blame Michael Wilson for getting the catch, spinning the ball, and then not realizing him. The entire team was still 20 yards behind from where the spot was going to be. So good on Michael for at least owning up to it and then quickly realizing, oh shoot, gotta go. I don't know. I think with 6 seconds left, you can still do a 1-2 quick pass, and then if you score, great. If he drops it, great. The clock's still stopped, and you can still tie it.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that they would have scored if they had run another play. I mean, this may have all ended the same way anyway. Yeah, but it's just everybody's on edge when you're 3-8, and so every little thing's going to be scrutinized, and these aren't little things. These are end game scenarios.
Yeah.
I'll go with yes here. I think this is probably going to be pretty yes heavy. 83% yes, 17% no.
We just want the Cardinals to find more opportunities to win, and if they're not doing that, then it's going to piss off the fan base.
The Phoenix Suns were blown out 114-92 by the Houston Rockets yesterday. Was that loss just a product of playing 3 games in 4 nights, or maybe something else? Injuries, they're not as good as we might think after how they've played recently.
I wouldn't go that far.
I think they're still good. I think Houston's just really good.
They're really good. They played really physical, and I think the last thing you want to do after playing the Spurs, as hard as they did, because they were down for most of the first half, is to then have to go into another game against a much better Texas team and that be the outcome. And it's not going to get easier this week either. I think it's important to note that Sacramento's playing well as of late. Oklahoma City, they probably should be undefeated right now. And then the Denver Nuggets, everybody's presuming like Houston, Denver, OKC are the top 3 teams in the NBA right now. That's what everybody's saying.
I would like to say this right now. If they lose to Oklahoma City on Friday, that's not going to change my opinion of the Phoenix Suns.
It will not, no.
Short of them losing by 100 points. Any other outcome in that game.
If they lose in embarrassing fashion, I'll be like, oh my God.
No, if they lose, but look, I don't want them to lose by 30, but if they lose by 30 to Oklahoma City, it's not going to change my opinion of the Phoenix Suns. I don't think of them as the NBA title favorite right now. I think of them as a good team that's better than I expected they would be.
Over to another overachieving basketball team so far this season. Arizona State men's basketball won a crazy game last night at the Maui Invitational. Cool to see them playing there, by the way.
Yes.
They beat Sean Miller and Texas. If you didn't know, Sean Miller, sweaty Sean Miller, is coaching Texas now. I could see the sweat just coming off of his forehead yesterday. They beat Texas 87-86, and Sun Devil guard Mo Odom had 36 points and hit the game-winning 3 with 10.6 seconds left. Is this team going to be at least a little bit better than we thought it would be?
It depends what you thought they were going to be. I mean,
I saw last in the Big 12.
Is this going to be the team that ends the Big 12 media preseason poll in basketball as well?
Yeah. You remember the last time that happened?
They're playing great. And the Gonzaga loss, I think, gave me a better idea of all right, so they're not that good. They're kind of like the Suns right now, right? The expectations are low. I don't know much about this team as a unit, but Bobby Hurley seems to thrive in situations like this where the expectations are super low, the talent doesn't necessarily leap off the page. And then you get performances like a 30-piece out of Mo Odom, and then Pig Johnson, shout out Pig, for having 17 points in that one.
He's going to be Wolf's favorite player,
Very critical
I can tell you
in the
right
first
now.
half of that one as well.
Yeah, I think that this could be. I mean, we got to see it in conference play, obviously. But
and the conference is really good.
There's a stretch in January where they, as of right now, the way these teams are ranked, they go on the road to play number 9 BYU, then home for Kansas State, then number 2 on the road U of A, number 3 on the road Houston. I mean, you're in the Big 12 in basketball. This is going to get brutal, but it would be nice if they were a tournament contender this season, for sure.
If they go to Dayton, I will be thoroughly pleased. I know that's not exciting, but still.
If you have players like Odom in college basketball, you can make a run.
Yeah. Every now and then you've got a McNeese State in there. Maybe with a little more publicity, Arizona State can be just that this year.
I got to see more of it, though.
Oh, way more. Like you said, the Big 12 conference is ridiculous. They have 6 teams in the AP top 25 right now. They have AJ DeBansa at BYU, Koa Pete down south. There's talented players and talented teams in this conference this year.
It's always fun to watch Sean Miller lose, though. And I feel like a lot of U of A fans feel that way, too.
I was really bummed that the Texas coaches didn't wear custom Hawaiian shirts like ASU did, because then that would have been really funny to see him sweat through.
The see-through Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, get back into the end-of-game scenarios for the Arizona Cardinals, and if it's something they can get fixed before Sunday, maybe. All these games are close, and they're 2-6 in one-score games. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto, a new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thanks to everybody listening in Peoria. Special shout out to Peoria right now. This song always makes me think of hockey.
Which team has it as its goal
It was
song?
the Blackhawks.
We were literally just talking about this going in.
It still is their goal song, right?
It might be. They don't score much anymore, but
No,
when they used to score
it'll be
all
like
the time.
Bedard once every 4
They
games.
still got Bedard. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, actually, Bedard's getting good this year. It took him a couple
Bedard, Macklin, Celebrini's off to a good start with San Jose.
Yeah.
San Jose is like, typical Sharks. But
Chicago used to score like 6 times a game, though. So they would be playing this song still from the previous goal, and then they would score again.
see, everything's good in Avalanche land because they have one regulation loss and just are abusing opponents with 2 different dudes that have last name Wood.
Oh, yeah?
as
Well,
their
you have
goalies.
the Avalanche. I have the Coyotes. Ask me how they're doing. Oh, wait. All right.
OV is still amazing.
That's
all
now the
that
third
matters.
person that I've pissed off today.
You know what would be? We should have done this with Mitch here. My idea of all the things we're not thankful for in sports in the Valley right now.
Well, if we do that today, and then you and Wolf can do thankful for tomorrow.
Yeah, because Wolf's not going to want to do no Thanksgiving, but I want to do no Thanksgiving right now. That's basically how I feel.
I love this.
And the first one would be no thank you for stealing our hockey team and not giving them back. And
Could
then,
we,
among other things.
Could we do that at 1:45? Would that be okay?
We can do whatever you
I
want.
want to ask the producer, though.
Let me think about it.
All right.
Rick, I feel like you would have a lot to contribute to no Thanksgiving.
You of all people, definitely.
The segment would be circled around Rick.
Wait a minute. I was thinking we need to be a little bit more positive here. It's a good week.
I know you didn't just say that, Rick.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to be negative anyway. We're reacting to Drew Petzing.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd rather do the no thanks.
All right.
Because it's related.
Well, we're going to be thankful on Thursday anyway. So I
Very.
figured let's get this out of the way first.
The airing of grievances, even though it's not Festivus.
Seriously. All right, never mind. I'm thankful that the Cardinals have won one game since week 2. This is awesome.
How about those casitas?
Yeah. Well, Rick played a couple of the cuts, but I'm going to play a few more here of Jonathan Gannon, and I will repeat this. He's in a tough position. Now you can say some of this is his own doing. I get it. Everybody is to blame for when you're underachieving or disappointing compared to expectations, or however you want to word it. Everybody's going to take blame. They just are. Outside of like Trey McBride, everybody's going to take blame this season.
Yeah,
but I give JG credit for going on Burns and Gambo every week. I give Monty Ossenfort credit for coming on our show every other week during the season, especially when the season's going like this, because I'm sure they don't want to talk about it. They're trying to fix it. The last thing you want to do is talk about, hey, how are you going to fix this when you're trying to figure out how to fix it? But that's life in the NFL. So he was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they talked to him about the very end of the game, about trying to get 2 plays off there at the end of regulation, I should say.
I do think we should have got 2 plays off, yes.
That's
because there was even discussion, hey, you want to try it one more time with 6 seconds? And I'm like, no, like the amount of bad things that can happen there.
Yeah.
And really, you don't know what I don't know what exactly Jacksonville would have done there. I know what we would have done, and you would have had to sail it versus us. We've done it multiple times this year. I don't want to get into schematics, but we're not going to give you a one-on-one ball.
Yeah. He was also asked at the just in the media scrum, why not go for the win in regulation if you were going to go for it in overtime?
At that point where you are with 6 seconds with no timeout, I don't, depending what the defense does, I think you're putting the team in harm's way there, truthfully. You see a lot of things that can happen. Not that you're thinking something bad is going to happen, but when you put the team at risk because of what you're trying to do, it can be a coin flip, and I didn't love it.
Look, if they try to run another play in regulation and they don't score and the time runs out and they're there at the 6 and don't get to even attempt a field goal, then he's getting criticized for that too. None of this is like a clear-cut, surefire answer. It's too many close losses this season.
I also take a little bit of umbrage with I know he's more so said it in passing, but not that you're thinking something terrible is going to happen. Okay, well, if you're not thinking that way, why aren't you thinking a little more aggressively, much closer than where you were when you were aggressive to try and keep the game alive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the 4th and 4 that you're facing in overtime and you decide to hurl it deep, okay, similar strategy in how you got close to the end zone at the end of regulation. But I almost would rather, why not go for the kill there? Is it really putting yourself in more harm's way to try and go for the kill there as opposed to what they did in overtime? It almost feels like, and they would never admit this, it almost feels like they regretted how they handled the end of regulation scenario and tried to make up for it in overtime, and it completely failed. And I wonder if that one example of them failing in overtime is enough to give them an example of this could have happened in the end of regulation. The difference was you were within 10 yards. So, come on.
Yeah. I mean, the difference, again, I'm not trying to blame Xavier Weaver. He's Weaver the receiver. It's a great story, right? But it's not like you're heaving the ball down the field. I mean, that felt like a Hail Mary. When the way it actually played out. I know they weren't designing it as a Hail Mary, but when the ball was in the air and there's defenders there and everybody's kind of stopped and just jumping for it, that felt like a Hail Mary. And so at that point, unless I have Jamar Chase I'm not really looking to run that play, you know? And so the reason this is important is because this is the jump from you're an average team, or in this case now this season below average record-wise, or you're going to make the jump to being a playoff team is winning the close games. And you're 2-6 in one-score games this season, which means, A, 8 of your 11 games have been one-score games. That's life in the NFL, and especially life for the Cardinals. B, you've only won 2 of them, and really, if you want to be honest, the 2 that you won shouldn't have been one-score games. You let the other team back in it at the end, so they were one-score games.
They weren't the team that had the ball last in those 2 wins.
It didn't feel like they won a one-score game. It felt like they held on to win a multi-score game that got real close. So in terms of like, hey, the game's on the line here, what you're going to do is going to decide who wins or loses this game, they haven't had a whole lot of success there this year.
And I brought it up earlier. The Giants have gone through a bunch of changes in terms of just this whole season to begin with. They went 3 weeks with Russell Wilson as the starter. Then Jackson Dart comes in, reinvigorates the fan base, and then they suffer all these ridiculous, stupid fourth quarter losses where they're leading by double digits, in some cases by a lot of double digits. And it results in Brian Daboll losing his job. Then you've got Mike Kafka stepping up from the OC role to be the interim head coach. And then he, earlier this week, let go of the defensive coordinator, who is taking a majority of the blame for all of these late losses that they've had. They have 2 wins this year. Meanwhile, you've got a Cardinals team where it seems like they're doing the exact same operations week to week. And yeah, maybe it looks better, and maybe the stat sheet at the end of the day looks great. But the way they talk about it, I'm surprised that they haven't made any changes. Not necessarily the aggressive ones either. The most notable change they've made this year is at the quarterback position, but I don't think that was entirely their decision at the beginning.
It wasn't at the beginning. Jacoby Brissett only came in because Kyler was hurt.
Now it feels like the change. But what has that gotten you? It's gotten you one more win than you had before Kyler Murray went down. One.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where this all goes after the season if you keep sticking with the same approach. And I, to be fair, I understood it earlier in the season. You are what? You're 2-0, and everybody was kind of like, even in that moment, like, this is not really reassuring. You're 2-0, but it feels like you're about to lose a bunch of close games.
We were so stressed after that Panthers game. Like, Calais Campbell had to bring out like Zeus's lightning bolt just to make sure that the Panthers wouldn't win.
Calais at the coin flip, by the way, on Sunday.
Oh, he was like, oh, dang it.
he was the highlight of the game.
I went the wrong way.
But no, like, I get it. You lose the close game to San Francisco, and you lose the close one to Seattle. You don't want to overcorrect.
But
Seattle.
Then they lost a not so close one to Seattle and a not so close one to San Francisco.
Yeah,
that was their correction.
That's where it's different. How different, and maybe it wouldn't have been any different, but how different do you think this season is if they just beat Tennessee, if DeMercado holds onto the ball and carries it over the goal line, or even if he doesn't do that, if they don't then melt down as a team right after that, and they just win that game and they're 3-2? Do you think it really makes that much of a difference, or are they just 4-7 right now?
The biggest difference that would come from it is Brian Callahan gets fired a week sooner than he did. So nothing to do with the Cardinals.
Yeah, you might be right, because I don't feel like they lost to the Colts or Packers because they were reeling. They actually played 2 pretty good games there. They just played good teams.
Everybody was like, oh, Trey McBride got held in the end zone, but like the ball was so far away from him being able to even catch it. We can't put it down to, if this one moment had swung our way. It's like, it's a team loss.
And then the fact that they got just torched by Seattle and San Francisco the second time around.
That should tell you who they really are.
Yeah, this is why I want to have no Thanksgiving. But Rick shot us down because we all have to celebrate how great things are.
Haven't made a decision yet.
Okay. When we come back, this actually is a good thing. Let's talk some Phoenix Suns basketball. Mark Williams didn't play last night. Is that something they might start doing on the second half of back-to-backs, or do they like the way this is working? We're going to ask Empire of the Suns co-host Kevin Zimmerman, who's about to walk into this studio next. It's Wolf and Luke Mitch for Eldis and for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye, down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score, 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Dan Bickley here with a smoking hot deal from Waltz TV and Appliance, where right now you can bundle a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch television with a Samsung Q-Series soundbar. We're talking a combined retail value of $17,000, and right now you can get both for under $6,000, saving $11,000 on a beautiful system. Hurry in today, because these kind of in-store offers do not last. Elevate your home entertainment for less at Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller in Texas, 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 3-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning 3 with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last two NBA Cup group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Is that a little bit better, Vinny?
Did Vinny call him out?
I don't know.
Kevin Zimmerman is joining us in studio right now. It's Wolf and Luke Mitchell.
Need to appreciate the NBA Cup group play games a little bit more.
Does Gambo know the standings right now?
That's what I
Can
mean.
you tell me? It sounds like he's excited about
That's what it is, because Gambo was not super enthusiastic about the NBA Cup. All right.
2-0. They won the hinge game. If they beat Sacramento, then they're going in 3-0 to face the Thunder for the right to win the group. Like, that's not nothing.
Probably just cruise right through the Thunder, right? That's an easy game.
Look, if you get to 3 wins before the Thunder, I still think that's tremendous.
You got to pad against the Kings to get
Yes.
the point differential up. So when you lose badly to the Thunder, that's basically where we're at.
Gotta
Right?
run the score.
Exactly.
Kevin, I'm going to warn you before we even start asking you questions that we've had 2 guests on the show so far today, and both of them have gotten angry at Mitch for a question they've asked, or he's asked them.
I'll find a way to get angry at you.
So my first question is, this is probably the one that's going to upset you. Did you ever play defensive back at all? Because that was a trend.
Do I look like a football guy?
Maybe.
No, I was a cross-country guy.
Okay.
Let's get it straight. Yeah.
All right. A true runner. See, now I've pissed off every
He
guest
already
we've had.
seems mildly irked at you, and the interview hasn't even started. All right, well, Kevin, let's just go. We are, about fifth of the way into the season, maybe even a little bit more now at this point. How much are you taking from what you've seen from the Suns right now as, like, this is what they are? And maybe not necessarily the record, but just like, yeah, okay, they're some of this stuff is sustainable, and this is how they're going to play basketball all year.
Yeah, it's real as far as them being a very competitive team. I think is real. Now, is that like they're a 6 seed? Is that a 10 seed? I don't know, because again, I think a lot of teams could get better in the West, but I also think it's real that there are a lot of other teams that have a lot more trouble than them right now, And you do have to look, like, not to make excuses for the Suns. They don't need me to make excuses for them, but you've gone this whole season with Mark Williams in and out, Jalen Green hardly in, and that you thought that those 2 things would hurt your depth enough where it'd be like, oh yeah, this team just doesn't have the depth. And the biggest part of this team being successful is that it does. Like last night, how many people are they down? They're down those 2, Grayson Allen, Ryan Dunn, and you just, at some point, every team's going to atrophy with that many people out, I think. And yes, the Rockets had a couple guys out and it wasn't as big of a deal, so they're in a better spot. They have an identity and all that stuff. The Suns don't have that depth, and eventually it's going to get you in that game. But as far as being competitive, being at this point where they could say they were competitive even though the Rockets kind of handled them in many ways, I think it's a success, and we'll see.
Do you think any of those players who were out last night would have made a difference in the outcome of last night?
If you had like a Jalen Green just to take so much off book, they couldn't throw all that stuff at him, throw all those bodies, and you make them pay. I mean, at some point when Colin Gillespie is the number 2, or Dylan Brooks even as well as he played, I just think having more weapons out there would have helped, definitely. But yeah, I mean, the Rockets had a good game plan too, and the Timberwolves and Book's got to get right and figure out these things. But that was going to happen through stretches this season. It's just how do you kind of adjust and help him out as you go along game by game here.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, through these first 18 games, what do you attribute? I should say who. Like, can you pinpoint one person? I know it's not just one guy, but like who is most responsible for this turnaround from last year to what we're seeing on the court now?
I think it was Mike Vigil who pointed out that this was maybe a week ago, I think top 5 guys in minutes or so were guys from last year's team. And that's a lot of credit to the coaching staff. If I could give all the coaching staff the credit, I would. But as far as players, I think Dylan Brooks is the number 1, where it's just, look, he's doing offensive things we didn't know he could do as far as the mid-range game being so efficient. I thought he was going to bomb a lot of threes. I knew he would want to take shots. I knew he was willing to take on the opportunity just because that's how he's been. Going back to Oregon, like, he would kind of hurt the Ducks in some ways, just how much he would shoot. So, like, I knew that about him. He wants to take on that offensive responsibility, but he's been so efficient, especially in the mid-range, one-on-one stuff, and that takes so much off book and gives them something as, again, without Jalen Green that you didn't see. Grayson Allen should be up there too, as good as he was playing before he got hurt. But yeah, you can go down the line, Colin Gillespie, all that stuff too.
I think what has impressed me a lot about Brooks, in particular, this last stretch of games where he got the 32 and then the 34 and on, is, to your point, his ability to create in the mid-range. Like we knew for the years that Kevin Durant was here and that when Bradley Beal was healthy, like mid-range was not going to be a problem for this team given who they had. But now Brooks being able to weave that as part of his game, it's the Shaq meme. Like, I apologize. I was unfamiliar with your shot creation game. It's been one of the more valuable assets that he's been able to bring to this team, in my opinion.
He does look like Dylan Nowitzki sometimes with just the turnarounds, the step backs. But, I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of the Peacock games, but it is so funny listening to Robbie Hummel and
he was great.
Austin Rivers last night. They were just, like, joking, like, as soon as Dylan crossed half court, he was like, shot's going up. We know the shot's going up. I bet the shot's going up. And he didn't even pass the shot was going up. It's predictable, but like people haven't figured out how to stop it just because he's getting the shot off and they're going in right now. So until you see that, I don't expect he's going to shoot 50% from mid-range all year like he has. I think he's still in that range somewhere, but like it's been impressive.
I like how you went with Dylan Nowitzki instead of Dirk Brooks.
Yeah.
Country singer Dirk Brooks.
Dylan Nowitzki sounds cooler.
It does. It absolutely does. Kevin, as far as how they've handled Mark Williams so far, he has played in 12 of the 15 games, or I guess he's played in 15 of the 18 games, started 12 of those 15, but he's played in 15 of the 18 games. It's not like he was hurt for the other 3. I mean, they were obviously managing the injury and everything, but do you think that that's just the way it's going to be all season? Second half of back-to-back, we're just not going to see him?
It seems like it, just how they've managed it and managed the minutes. I think that you can say, we're going to play you, we're not going to limit your minutes completely in the games you do play. And then, we just got to pick our spots, and those are obvious ones. They must decide for whatever reason his body responds better not doing that. But yeah, I mean, last night was a tough one, especially when you consider, like, if you had chosen between the Spurs game and the Rockets game where you need a big man.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff is interesting to me. Like, would you rather him play the later one? I would for those matchups. But yeah, I guess that's their decision.
Based on the schedule that they have ahead, and there's only 18
This is your last chance to offend Kevin, by the way. So
go.
I'm trying my best not to.
Oh, okay.
Based on the games that we've seen and based on the schedule that they have ahead, is there anything that you're waiting from your preseason assumptions about this team that you're waiting to see confirmed, or are you comfortable accepting like what we've seen this year from the Phoenix Suns is the Suns team that we're likely going to see the rest of the way?
I think we're all most of us are wrong.
Me
I'll
too.
start there. I'll raise my hand and say that I was wrong about this team. I believe that what they are as an identity is already set. Like, we're past that point already.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, how do you get the Jalen Green put into that? And I think I'm just curious. Like, I'm waiting for that point to when he starts playing on this team against the good teams to kind of see how, you can't throw 3 guys at Book and show him bodies like that because he's going to make you pay with just a swing.
Right.
That kind of stuff is going to interest me because I think just how their offense has worked has been really impressive. Again, from the, hey, like Oso Ighodaro, you're like the 8th most important guy on this team, but your role is you take a couple possessions, you bring the ball up, you initiate offense. If every single person does a little something like that where you know your job, then Devin Booker's life's easier, then Jalen Green's life easier. So I just like how they've like kind of assigned out tasks and really built a really cohesive team is using its depth, even though we look on paper and we aren't impressed by it. We should be a little more now, I guess.
Yeah. Kevin, great stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You can take all our preseason predictions and destroy those, right? Don't you have them? I think
Except for mine.
I'll push delete on the website.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Yeah, especially
Control-A, delete.
Actually, I'm going to go look at that now. Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right. And then delete it. Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there. Thanks, Kevin. The Territorial Cup is this Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. So get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on U of A. Here's your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. All right, when we come back, if ASU is able to win on Friday, makes them 9-3. Is that a successful season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Weekly and Marana mornings.
The Suns, and this is something that happens to us all the time, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but all the national media types that really loved and went in hard at mocking and trolling Matt Ishbia, they don't want any part of this story right now. Nobody is stepping forward and saying, oh, look at what's going on in Phoenix.
They have this blend of fun and chemistry and edge, too. There's so much fun to talk about. There's so much fun to watch this team play basketball right now.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? You know, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, look. 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, it's Vince Murata with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Nice outfit, Kenny. Would your mom pick that out for you? I don't know what this has to do with anything, but Jarrett told me to tease Kenny. Oh, wait! Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, will join us at 7:15 ahead of the Territorial Cup. Join us Wednesday, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Mitch Realdis is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Territorial Cup coming up on Friday. How many more obvious things can I say?
Big fan of the bumper music today, by the way. Shouts, Rick.
Oh, look at that. Shouts from Mitch.
This brings me back to my Guitar Hero playing days.
Was this on Guitar Hero?
I think the third one, I want to say.
I played way too much Guitar Hero.
This is like the only AFI song I know as well. But
oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I know they have others, obviously. They weren't like a one-hit wonder, but this was obviously their best one, was Miss Murder.
I don't know if I agree with that, but it's definitely their most popular.
We can do that in No Thanksgiving later about how much you hate my opinions on music.
Feeling less and less inclined to do that segment.
Oh, come on. All right, fine.
Fine. No fun today. It'll just be no Funsgiving. I asked you this question earlier, Mitch, and then right as you were about to answer, and it looked like it was going to be something pretty like important. Jordan Simodi called in. You never got to answer.
Just frame up the question again, exactly as you did before.
I will. I'll frame it up again. I'll try and frame it up faster this time, though, so you can actually answer it. If ASU wins on Friday, this is all contingent on that, which I'm not, by no means do I think is a slam dunk right now with the way U of A is playing.
It is not.
I still think ASU is going to win. I think they'll find a way to win at home. I trust this coaching staff in a close game, and I trust this defense, but I think it's a good game on Friday. If they win and they go 9-3, considering all the injuries that they've had this season, and we're talking about, I mean, the guy that was supposed to be your starting quarterback, your starting running back, neither one of them are playing. You're without your starting center. You were without your number one receiver for a chunk of the season. You haven't had Xavier Alford all year. You've had guys in and out on defense. Every team deals with injuries. ASU, in some ways, I think, was pretty fortunate last year. They still dealt with some significant injuries, but they weren't for like 9 weeks. This year, it's almost like making up for last year. Right. If they navigate all that and go 9-3, but BYU and Texas Tech win this weekend so they don't get to go to the Big 12 championship, how are you going to think of this season? Success, failure, something else?
Bummed, but not like, I won't go to the lengths of failure. The reason that I would be bummed is because that they came into the conference with very, 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 very low expectations set by most of us. Like, if we're being honest, like, I remember I was talking with Jesse and Jeremy last year going into that season where they eventually won 11 total games. And I think I had predicted they would win 5, and they had 6 before their second bye week of the season last year. So I was obviously dead wrong about how good they can be. The reason I would be disappointed
I got accused of being too high on them, and I was dead wrong, too. I had them at 7 before the season, and I was nowhere close to the 11 they had.
How could you be so high on this team? The optics were way better going into this year, but I think the one thing that was holding a lot of predictors back, because if you remember, there wasn't a ton of predictions saying Arizona State would repeat as champions. It was like, Kansas State's going to do it, or
that
Utah's
prediction looked great.
Do it.
Anybody that thought Kansas State was going to roll this year, way to go.
I think at the end of the day...
They just never watched Avery Johnson play. They just listened to the hype.
Rick's favorite player, Avery Johnson.
Did you guys see his pick at the end of the game against Utah? It was just atrocious.
I was desperate for them to win like everybody else. I'm disappointed because they had a chance to really... Kellen and I talk about this a lot on the night show. They had a really good chance to establish themselves as the new powerhouse in the Big 12 very early on in their tenure in the Big 12. And the odds are very, very slim. They have 3 different outcomes that could happen that result in them getting back. I'm not optimistic, and I'm bummed because they won't get that chance to really establish themselves as a true titan of the Big 12. Maybe they'll at least be looked as like one of the best teams in the conference, but not at the level of we just run the ship. We own this place.
You're right. You could have established yourself as like the dominant force, and instead now what I think this does, if you win on Friday and you get to 9-3, I still think it is a successful season in a lot of ways because it shows that your program is here to stay. I mean, because you've also done it now without Sam Leavitt for a good chunk of this season if you get to that point. So it's not like you were overly reliant on one player. You've won a lot of these games without Jordan Tyson. The people that thought last year, they can't do it again because they don't have Cam Scadaboo. Would it have been nice to have Cam Scadaboo this year?
Very.
Yeah, but guys run out of college eligibility and they go to the NFL. So
do they? Because some hang around for a while.
Some do, but I think if you can manage 9 wins this season, I mean, think about where we were 2-3 years ago with this team. You would have loved 9 wins over 2 years combined.
6. Yeah.
If you win 9 this year, it feels like this is the baseline. Like, we had an off year, had a bunch of injuries. What would you do? Well, we still won 9 games. Like, okay, so then.
You're setting our expectations high now because you won 10 games in the regular season. Then the championship and then played damn well against Texas until it just all collapsed in front of them.
Yeah. So if that's going to be the standard, you are a perennial conference champion contender.
You're a favorite.
You won it last year, and you're still. What are they? I think there's 4 teams left in the running now.
BYU,
going into the last
Arizona
week.
State, Texas Tech, and Utah are the only teams eligible now.
Yeah. So you're still in the running in the final week of the season this year after winning it last year. To me, that is a successful season. It's disappointing if you zoom out and go big picture, just because no team gets to bring back the players ASU got to bring back this year. So it feels like it's just such a huge what if. But it's disappointing more in just like, and there was some bad luck this year. It's not so much like, oh, they underachieved in my mind. It's just like, it's disappointing in that sense.
Also, think about the other 3 teams they're competing with right now for this final spot. BYU, which went through maybe one of the more drastic quarterback changes that we've seen from any of the teams this offseason, where they dismissed the player because of university conduct, right? Like, very rarely does that happen. Mm-hmm. They've been running out of true freshmen every single week, and they've lost 1 game, right? They look pretty darn good. Texas Tech, oil tycoon money, bringing in all these great players, and they have one of the best defenses in the FBS. Quarterback play has been here or there, but it doesn't matter when the defense is holding teams to like under 17 points a game. They're damn good. And then Utah, going so far from any sort of Kyle Whittingham identity we've seen from their offenses since Kyle Whittingham's been there. Devin Dampier is a stud. Even their backup, Bird Ficklin, put up 52 on Colorado. Those are the teams you're competing with. They all went through massive changes the offseason prior to now to get here. ASU didn't really do that. It's the same team, and they're still here in the conversation at the end of the year. I can take pride in that, knowing that they've been consistent, they've been continuous with the program they had from a year ago, and they're still where they should be. Like, the expectation was that they would be here at the end of the year, and they still are.
I think it bodes well for where this is going. You know, it's 9-3. If they get there, that's great. You could win a bowl game. That'd be double-digit wins again. That's great. But to me, the bigger deal, it's not like I'm going to walk around with a shirt printed out that says 9-3 for 2025 Sun Devils. It's more just like, okay, you feel like they're going to be right back in the mix next year and right back. And that's important when you're recruiting players, or when you're trying to retain players, or you're trying to get businesses to help with more NIL support. Hey, it's not like ASU had a good year and then it's back to, 3 or 4 years of just kind of, whatever. It's like, no, we're going to contend for the Big 12. I mean, I think if this plays out the way it looks like it could play out the rest of this season, I just feel like you go into next year thinking Texas Tech's always going to be there because they can outspend everybody. They're going to be the Dodgers of the Big 12.
Yep.
But ASU and Utah are right there as well. And I guess I have to put BYU there. I don't know how Utah lost to BYU, and I feel like ASU would beat BYU. But BYU's record is what it is in November, and they're probably going to go to the Big 12 championship, so you got to give them some credit.
Okay, really quickly, which of these scenarios do you think is the most likely for ASU to get back? Okay. So ASU wins, Texas Tech loses, Utah loses, BYU wins. That's scenario 1.
Wait, run through that again.
ASU wins, Tech loses,
no.
Utah loses,
no.
BYU wins. So you're not confident about that one.
Texas Tech's not losing to West Virginia.
All right, next scenario. ASU wins, BYU loses, Utah loses.
I'm not real confident in any of this help they need, to be honest. BYU plays UCF?
Yes.
Yeah.
The last one's the toughest. ASU wins.
Okay.
Texas Tech loses, BYU loses, and Utah wins.
Yeah, Texas Tech's not losing to West Virginia.
I'm banking on the middle one happening at this point.
That's the one
because I don't
that's
think
the most
Tech's
likely.
losing. But I think I could see a scenario where BYU or Utah get upset in their final game of the year.
Maybe because it's the Big 12 and weird stuff happens in college football. And as much as BYU, I think, is a team that could get upset. I just don't think UCF can do it. And I think Utah's just humming along now. Like Utah,
they're in a groove.
Yeah, Utah's hitting their stride at the right time. All right, when we come back to the Cardinals, 6 games left this season. How much do those 6 games dictate the Cardinals' plans at quarterback in 2026 and beyond? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 12/125.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 three-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning three with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky. Go for mine.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday afternoon, it's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today. I don't know why I said that to you as if you didn't know, Mitch, but
Today on Tuesday.
Wow, all right. And let's leave. So 6 games left for the Arizona Cardinals this season. A simple question to you, Mitch.
Simple question.
A question that you could answer in a million different ways. Do these final 6 games at all impact who the Cardinals quarterback is in 2026?
No.
No?
Because it's going to be Jacoby Brissett.
You don't think they draft anybody or try to get anybody?
Well, I don't think that their goal is going to be to draft somebody to immediately play them.
Okay.
If that makes sense. They have Brissett under contract for next year. And that was something all the way back when they signed him that I'm like, why? Why?
Now you know why.
Not to disrespect Jacoby Brissett because he's a trusted veteran in the NFL, but also why?
Yeah.
Why 2 years?
Yeah.
Could have just done 1. You may or may not have the answer at quarterback. Why do you need a 2-year backup? What's going on in Tempe? So, yeah, no, I don't think anything that happens these 6 games is going to determine who's going to be the quarterback for next season because I think at this point it's going to be Jacoby Brissett. And
so what if –
go ahead.
Well, I just to throw a monkey wrench into what you're saying maybe. What if Jacoby Brissett is great the final 6 games, or what if he isn't great the final 6 games? I mean, does that change? What if he goes out there and he just kind of, if he keeps playing the way he has played, which is pretty good.
Stay on him.
It's not resulting in wins though. Yeah. But let's just say he keeps playing this. Then I tend to agree. I think he's probably your starter in Week 1 next year, and I would assume you draft a guy that maybe you let develop behind him for at least part of next season. I don't know. But what
it
if
works for Drake May?
Yeah, it
potentially
did
if
with
that's what
Jacoby
we give credit
Brissett.
To. Yeah,
but with so when Jacoby Brissett got hit along the sidelines on Sunday, it looked like he was hurt, and they had to bring in Keaton Slovis, and immediately we're like, we're never going to throw the ball again.
They ran a wildcat play with Keaton Slovis out there.
What if? Yeah, it's like Keaton Slovis is in, he'll be lining up at receiver. Oh, okay. So Jacoby Brissett has to come back.
If the play calling opportunities weren't taken away at that point, they never will be. Never.
So. That just, I think we all kind of had the thought of all right, wait, what if this was 2 weeks from now or whatever, and let's say Kyler actually comes off IR and Jacoby Brissett gets hurt, and Kyler comes in for the final 3 games or something in that scenario, and he plays really well. Does that alter things at all? If Jacoby struggles in these final 6 games, does that mean you're going out and trying to get a different vet to be your starter next year and Jacoby's your backup? I think Jacoby's here next year no matter what. But it's just a matter of are you looking for a veteran to start next year? Are you drafting a guy? Is Kyler somehow back? I mean, he's still on the roster, and maybe none of that gets decided until the offseason regardless of what happens.
Let me turn it around on you then.
Oh, no.
I'll keep it simple, I promise.
Okay.
Which of these outcomes do you think is more likely? That Kyler Murray plays another game this season, or that Jacoby Brissett is the guaranteed starter for next season? Does Kyler Murray play again in a Cardinals uniform this year?
I mean, I would say no, but they keep saying he's working to get back.
Do you have the cut from JG yesterday by chance? It's just
what's it? Do you know what it's labeled? I mean, I have everything.
Well, I laugh because I
have
label.
this.
Okay,
This is probably what you're talking about, and if not, then oh well.
I talk to K1 every day, and he's working hard to get healthy. That's what he's doing right now. He's in every meeting. He's engaged. He's rehabbing a boatload of time in there. But I know he wants to play.
I don't think the plan is for Kyler to play again this season. But if Jacoby Brissett got hurt, I think Kyler would play. Because if I'm Kyler, I would like to maybe play a game or two before the end of the season to show any potential new team I'm not still hurt.
And it's like I'd rather have him out there at a moment's notice than Keaton Slovis. No disrespect. I just don't think there was nothing that Jonathan Gannon said in that bite that leads me to believe that as soon as Kyler Murray is healthy, he's going to be the starting quarterback.
I don't think it's that. Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. I don't think he's just
all
the starter.
He said was that he wants to play.
Yeah.
That is so far off from the Jonathan Gannon we heard several weeks ago at the early part of the season when we were starting to question whether or not he should have been the quarterback. And when Burns and Gambo were asking him in their exclusive conversations, like, is he the quarterback? Should he still be the quarterback? And it was a defiant yes, or like, I'm not making any changes. And then all of a sudden, with a short week ahead of Seattle, coming off of your only win that you've had since, you then decide that Jacoby's going to be the starter, but you frame it as more of a he's injured and we potentially needed to put him on IR. Like, that was a whole other thing. The timeline in terms of nothing's changing with our quarterback decision to Jacoby's going to start because it's a short week and Kyler's not ready.
This feels like a Mitch tangent.
To Kyler is going on IR. Like, how did we get from point A to point B in 3 days? That makes zero sense to me.
You sound like somebody at the return desk at a store, and they're like not taking their return, and you're just getting angry.
I have the receipt.
Sir,
it's been 20 days.
Sir, this says it's been 33 days. Yeah, look, I don't think Kyler is starting another game this season unless Jacoby Brissett gets hurt. But you see what I'm saying? I mean, they don't block for him. He takes a lot of hits, Jacoby Brissett.
Well, the offensive line has massively regressed this year with a lot of the same people. And it's not helping that a lot of the key ones are getting injured right now. Like, as much as we were dealing with the growing pains that was Jonah Williams out there against guys like Micah Parsons, for example, against Dexter Lawrence up the middle and trying to figure out those edge protections and Leonard Williams, those doubles. He's still better than the next available tackle on their team. And then for even some of their better blocking tight ends to get hurt, like I think Tip Ryman was a massive loss just in terms of if you're trying to make your run game
now
better.
You're officially filling in for Wolf.
You get where I'm going with this, though.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I don't think you're right. You are right. The offensive line has been the biggest issue for this team this year.
It's not an if Larry Fitzgerald gets into the Hall of Fame. It's when.
We got to play that cut. I'm guessing that cut's going to show up on the afternoon show today. That's just kind of a feeling I
have a hunch, too, unfortunately.
All right, when we come back to basketball, are the injuries starting to maybe catch up with the Phoenix Suns? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvey's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got the chains to break.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Suns fared against the Rockets last night and look ahead to those last 2 NBA Cup group play games. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports on YouTube. Was that a little bit better, Vinny?
I feel like we need to start calling people out in our look-aheads. Thank you to everybody listening in Levine right now. Quick shout-out to Levine.
Properly calling out the Levine.
That's right. That's not a look-ahead, though. That doesn't count. We're going to have to call somebody out tomorrow.
Could you imagine if we just started calling out cities instead?
In the look-aheads, just to confuse everybody. What are they doing? Yeah, maybe we should do that. The Suns are playing without a lot of guys right now, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the NBA, and that happens to a lot of teams. That's why, at this point, I kind of laugh, and people are like, well, yeah, but you beat the Clippers without Kawhi. Like, Kawhi plays 12 games a year. I mean, when you play the Clippers, you play them without Kawhi, but it's not just him. It's most teams in the NBA. You rarely see your full roster against their full roster. That's just not the way it works in the regular season. That said, the Suns are missing quite a few players right now, and with the stretch they have coming up, and given how parts of the game looked last night, I think it's fair to wonder if maybe the injuries are starting to catch up with them a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. I'm curious to see how much longer Grayson Allen is out with his quad injury. I'm curious to see how much longer Ryan Dunn is out with his wrist injury. And we know that they're not going to have Jalen Green for the rest of 2025. He'll probably be back in January, if I had to guess. And with Mark Williams, it's just if you run into a back-to-back, as it is right now, he's not playing the second night of those back-to-backs, which, by the way, they have Oklahoma City and then Denver on the second night of a back-to-back later this week.
Really quick on that. First of all, thank you, schedule makers, for just deciding the Suns have to lose at least one of these games.
Good job, schedule makers.
Kevin brought this up when he was in here. It doesn't always have to be the second half of the back-to-back he sits, right? I mean, you could look at that and say, okay, who do we need him against more, Oklahoma City or Denver?
That's actually tough if you think about it. Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein, they run a lot together. And then Denver, it's Jokic. They're not going to have Aaron Gordon for a while. They've been getting some really good minutes out of Peyton Watson in some spot starts.
All right, let me re-ask the question. Okay. Which one of these games is more winnable? In Oklahoma City or at home against Denver? Although the Denver game's the second half of the back-to-back. You'd rather they were in the other order, honestly.
I will say the Denver game is definitely more winnable because Denver has had some stupid losses
and because Oklahoma City doesn't lose ever.
No, their only loss this year is because Isaiah Joe's foot was on the line. Where have we heard that before?
Yeah, so they could be 18-0 Oklahoma City right now.
18-0.
I would I think I'd probably rather play Mark Williams against Denver. That feels like a debate.
So sit him against Oklahoma City and then play him the next night in Denver. Do you even make him travel then? Or do you send him home early, I should say, because they play the Kings on Wednesday in Sacramento. You then send him home, get him on his rehab, and then just have him ready to go against Denver.
I would. I don't have an opinion on that. I mean, I have 4, and they all conflict. Because I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes to keep him healthy.
But it's working.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with whatever routine they have.
Yes.
It's kind of weird when the guy's not injured to not have him on the sidelines. He played in Sacramento on Wednesday and he's just not here on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if they can keep Mark Williams healthy for this entire season, and again, he's missed 3 games, but he's been essentially healthy for those games. It's not like you have lost him at any point.
No.
I think you just do whatever it takes to keep him healthy. But I think I'd probably play him in the Denver game instead of the Oklahoma City game if you're only going to choose one of them.
So you're probably going to have at least 3 guys out still for Wednesday because we haven't heard anything new about Grayson other than he's progressing, but he's not playing. So he's probably on track to miss his 6th straight game since the injury against Indiana. Ryan Dunn, I can't imagine he's recovering from a wrist sprain by tomorrow. So I can't imagine that he's going to be available against the Kings. You're not going to have Jalen Green. You're probably going to have Mark Williams back, I would assume, with the extra time off that he's going to be ready to go. But again, it's limited participation. And I wasn't a huge fan of the big play that we saw yesterday against Houston. There were some really frustrating turnovers that Nick Richards had in particular. But he was out there still collecting rebounds and trying to stay engaged. So I at least commend him for that. But you can tell just in terms of drop off from the starter at a position to their backups, the biggest gap is Mark Williams to anybody else in that center rotation.
Yeah, which is, that says something. I mean, it makes it look like a pretty good addition in the offseason, certainly, but it really underscores his importance if you are serious about making the postseason. Here's Jordan Ott after the game yesterday talking about the center position.
We need all 3 of them. That's the reality. We know it. At times, one of them has it going over the other, but we need all 3 of them.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds like Kaman Malawach is not involved in that, though, either.
Not yet.
Which, it goes back to what I said earlier. If you end up not needing them as much this year, okay, fine. Let them develop. Malawach has played basketball, for 5 years. Is it? He's barely played the game in comparison to some of these other guys. He's 18 years old.
I wouldn't have wanted to throw him in that game last night.
No.
You know what I mean? That's
unless he just comes in and provides a spark like we've seen from time to time. Like Jordan Goodwin, when he's coming off the bench some of these last couple of games, he's been just a big boost of energy.
Yeah, but
right?
He's played basketball for more than 5 years. I don't want Kaman Malawach. I don't want him developing bad habits. I think how they develop him in particular says a lot about where this team is going over the next few years.
And it'll give me a better idea of just how good of a job Jordan Ott is doing in that department. And it's not just him alone, but that was the big calling card when they hired him, is that, he was great in developing Evan Mobley into being the defensive player of the year, last year, and you watch Evan Mobley play, and that dude looks way more comfortable than he did in his early years.
I like that so far this season he doesn't bench his young players if they have a bad game and just
or get injured and then just
again.
I don't want to see you anymore.
Yeah, I just don't like you. So we don't Jordan Knott actually plays his young players, and they still win games too. Here's Charles Barkley on with Bickley and Murata this morning talking about the Suns' second unit and what it has done for this team this season.
But, man, I'm telling you, that second unit, I'm so proud of those guys led by Mr. Gillespie. They do what a second group is supposed to do. Just come in there and bring energy. You might not get the lead, but the lead's not going to grow.
Yeah, Colin Gillespie, I mean, he's quickly becoming a trendy name around the NBA. Everybody brings up Colin Gillespie now. Whereas
heard a lot of Mark Price comps on the broadcast last night, the television broadcast.
Yeah.
It's a good comp.
What he does, and Chuck just said it right there, like he doesn't he's not like offended, hey, you're part of the second unit. And we saw this with him last year. It's okay, this is what I am, and I can see that my team is lacking energy. I'll just go out there and just be I'll be jumper cables. Like I will jumpstart this team. He's a second unit player, and he's becoming a really, really good second unit player. Mm-hmm. But there are nights where he produces like a starter too. And I'm not talking about like one or two. Like he's done it a lot this season. So it's really valuable to have a guy like that. It's a lot more valuable to have a guy like that when all of your starters are playing. Whereas now it's like, yeah, you got to be even better because it's like the Cardinals with Trey McBride. If he's your only receiver, it kind of kills the value that he brings you. He's supposed to be, as a tight end, he's supposed to be a bonus. Right. And that's what you want Colin Gillespie to be. And right now, they're just so beat up that that's not necessarily the case.
And the minutes have jumped up as a result. Part of it is because of how well he's playing. The other part of it is just they needed him. 29 minutes last night against the Rockets, 30 against San Antonio, 34 against Minnesota, where he was the hero, right? 28 against Portland, 32 against Atlanta. That was where it really jumped up another level. Some of the minute totals were a little bit smaller in that winning streak, but he's been so valuable to the success of this team. And I know every now and then that there's a conversation about when is he going to be elevated into the starting lineup, because we saw that with Jordan Goodwin the last couple of games, making spot starts because of how well he's played. It comes to a point where you almost have to weigh the tough decision between how much more valuable are you to the starting lineup than you are if you were to come off the bench fresh, right? Yeah. It's a lofty example I'm about to make, but Manu Ginobili, there's a reason that he came off of the bench instead of started for all those years in San Antonio. He still ended up finishing the games because he was the third best player on that team. But there's a different level that comes from being the energy guy and the microwave scoring guy and like the heat check guy when you're doing it off the bench. And then all the other aspects of Colin Gillespie, like his on-ball defense and his quick hands when cutting into a passing lane or a driving lane, all that stuff just comes naturally as a result of him playing the game.
How crazy was the stat that Kevin had in here before, too? And I don't know if this counts last night, but total minutes for the Phoenix Suns, the top 5 players were all here last year.
I think it just goes to show how good the group was a year ago, or how valuable some of the players were in that group a year ago, or they trust the veterans a little bit more than the rooks.
Yeah, I think it says something about the coach, too. I mean, this is a different-looking team, obviously, but if you're telling me the top 5 players in terms of total minutes played this season were all here last year in that mess, and you're getting such different results this year, it says a lot about Dylan Brooks and some of these guys, too.
Yes.
But it says a lot about Jordan Knott and his coaching staff. All right, when we come back to the Territorial Cup, where does ASU have an advantage over U of A on Friday? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 3-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning three with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here. And don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at Waltz.com.
everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Rick has nixed our no thanks giving that we were going to do at one point.
Come on.
All right, if you guys want to do it here for like
Oh,
a
it's
little bit.
Territorial Cup. No, we're doing this.
Okay,
This
good.
is- we gotta get into
I
it.
just think we should keep things positive.
Okay. I hate that
You mean
reasoning.
until we hear what Drew Petzing had to say today?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's that.
Okay. Well, we're going to play the Drew Petzing audio one.
I just feel like it's important to hear after all those play calls.
That makes more sense to me than keeping things positive. Okay. I do want to play this cut from Jordan Tyson earlier today. He was asked if he's thinking that this could be his last game in Tempe.
Nah, I try not to look into the future, just be where my feet at. But it's a possibility. You never know what God has planned.
Can you play that again?
I can. Here it is.
Nah, I try not to look into the future, just be where my feet at. But it's a possibility. You never know what God has planned.
Okay. What do you make of that?
He has a year of eligibility still, right?
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm going to read way too much into this. I guarantee it.
More than any other sport, college football, you're just always thinking like, hey, is this person coming back? Hey, is this person leaving? Hey, is this like, I can tell you my stance across the three, and this really hasn't wavered.
Okay.
Kenny's definitely coming back, despite I have like 3 friends that text me every day being like, he's going to leave today. Like, he's not. Okay, but whatever.
There's a former Cardinal who would like to see him at his alma mater. But
well, that's great. Just because you'd like to see him coach somewhere else doesn't mean he's coaching somewhere else.
Exactly.
Levitt, I think, is about probably 50-50, honestly. It's just my opinion. Tyson, I think, is gone, right? I mean, you're going to be the first receiver off the board. I've always just assumed he's gone.
Like, why would you say no to that? Unless you are driven just by the mentality of, I want to leave on top type of thing. Like, they got the taste against Texas in the Peach Bowl. They came oh so close, and they ultimately didn't reach that.
Well, he didn't get
goal.
to play in that either.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't. He gets injured in the U of A game, doesn't get to play in the championship game, doesn't get to play against Texas. And then this year, he's bit by injuries again. Just poor luck, I would say. The hamstring injury suffered against Texas Tech. And I wonder if he's just looking back and saying, I've got more that I want to do here. And sometimes some guys do that.
Hey, he's a different guy.
They stay the extra year, and then they still have the high stock value in the draft the next year.
Yeah, I mean, everybody isn't the exact same person, which is what probably the most maddening thing when everybody just goes with like the same blanket statement in college football. Like, well, obviously Jordan Tyson's going to leave because he's a receiver and teams need to obviously Sam Levitt's going to leave to go to a ASU. Obviously Kenny Dillingham will leave.
needs a receiver too.
Yeah, but it's just the whole like everybody leaves because this is what everybody does. I don't believe that. I mean, there are individuals, and Jordan Tyson's about as individual as it gets. But I still think he's going to the NFL this year.
Like, why would you turn that opportunity down?
Be cool
to go now.
Trust me, I would love it if he came back.
The one thing that I would be worried about, and this is very unrelated, but I remember just how good N'Keal Harry was his junior year, foregoing his senior season, going into the draft, getting drafted in the first round, and then it not working out. Things are much different now in terms of reasons to stay at college. Money primarily one of them. And I wonder if that's one of the things that's being weighed here. But it would just make way more sense, in my opinion, for him to go to the league. Like, even though he's not played nearly as many games as any of us and himself would have liked to, like you said, he's easily the number one receiver off the board this year.
The other part of this conversation with Jordan Tyson and the way we tease the segment is, where does ASU have the advantage over U of A? Obviously, one of those and this is an advantage they've had over every team they've played this season. They have Jordan Tyson and the other team doesn't.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying they win because of that, but that is an advantage. U of A has a bunch of just like solid receivers. It seems like it's like 2 or 3 different guys each week that put up numbers. And Fafita's numbers aren't even like as crazy as you would think when you see some of their scores, but they spread it around a little bit. ASU has Jordan Tyson. I mean, if he goes off, I don't know that U of A or anybody really has anybody that can cover him. But I say that knowing full well U of A has the advantage in this game in certain areas too. Like, this is going to be a pretty even game, I would think.
The most even it's been in a while. I think the last time that there was a surprise outcome based on the way that the teams were, was like Manny Wilkins last year when they seemingly finally got the monkey off their back beating U of A in Tucson. I think that was the last time it was not really determined who was the better team, and both of them were not really in a place where it was like one was obviously better than the other.
Should we call Jordan Simone again so you can ask him about the game he lost? Okay.
No, it's already going around on social. Everybody's just ready to pile on me at this point.
You're lucky you're wearing an ASU hat, at least in the video.
He couldn't see it, obviously. He can't see the backpack that I carry with me literally every day. Hello, Sun Devil Marching Band.
Maybe if you shaved a pitchfork into your beard, people would be more inclined to take you seriously.
Maybe.
I'm just saying.
Or just into the side of my head.
Yeah.
I thought about that once when I was in college, but that was...
Why stop there?
That was college.
Here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday talking about the emotions of rivalry week.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome to have this game be played with two really good football teams. I think there's 5 teams that have 8 wins in our league. Potentially, I thought I saw something like that. Maybe there's just 6, but I thought there was 5 at this point, and 2 of them are playing in a rivalry game, and I think that's what you want. You want to play this game to matter, and it's awesome that it matters.
He also had a message for Sun Devil fans this week.
Oh, it's a rivalry game, man. People are gonna get fiery. They're gonna get feisty. It should be. It's a matter of doing that in a respectful way. Like, you can be intense and fiery and get after it, right? That's what it should be. I mean, we're not going into our locker room and saying we like these. Let's like everybody, yay! Like, no, this is a rivalry game. Like, it's on, right? But you can do it in a respectful manner. You can want to compete at the highest level and respect your opponent. And I respect these guys. I respect the players that are on this team, because what I've said before, they've stuck through it, and it's a fun thing to watch those guys, from the other side have the success they're having this year. I mean, Noah's playing as good as anybody quarterback in the country right now. He really is, and it's a very challenging task. That back end is playing as good as literally any back end in the country. They're second to Ohio State in yards per pass given up.
The optics of this matchup have to be pretty darn high. Like, in terms of as how rivalries go, like this week of the year, like, it's been a while since Auburn has been close to where Alabama is, right? It's been a while since Ole Miss and Mississippi State have been relatively on equal playing fields. It's also been a while since Arizona and Arizona State have been on equal playing fields. And I'm very excited to see how this one turns out, because I know that you and I would say we're confident that ASU could still win. It's not guaranteed, and it's not going to be easy. And Arizona is playing with their hair on fire right now, 4 in a row.
Well, ASU, mostly every game they play is close. I mean, they are elite at winning those close games.
This last one was the largest margin of victory they've had all year.
Yeah, and by a landslide. And it was close going into the fourth quarter even.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you look at U of A, or if you've been following them this season, and I guess I'm speaking to the neutral parties out there that aren't U of A or ASU fans here for a second, but if you just look at U of A this season, there's no way to say anything this week without offending people. They missed a lot of they didn't have to play Texas Tech. They didn't have to play Utah.
They got an ASU type schedule from a year ago.
Yeah, they haven't played ASU
that difficult,
yet.
But they still won the games.
I believe Texas Tech, Utah, and ASU are the 3 best teams in the Big 12. U of A has not played any of them yet. But what I would say is what they were good at is, first of all, they almost beat BYU. They should have won that game.
They probably should have.
What they did, though, is they started winning games that they should win, beating Oklahoma State, beating Colorado, beating Kansas even, and started to build momentum up that way. And then when they started to play tougher teams like Cincinnati, number 25 then they had that confidence and they beat them. It's sort of like the Patriots in the NFL this year. I mean, U of A's not 10-2. The Patriots' schedule was historically easy, but they won all the games.
Yeah.
And as you're developing, you're still winning. So then when the Patriots started playing the Tampa Bays, and they played Buffalo earlier in the season, but when they started playing these tougher teams, they already have the confidence that maybe a younger team needs to have built up. And so they've been riding that wave. I mean, I think U of A is dangerous right now. They absolutely are.
I'm nervous about how the air attack is going to be, especially with how much it kind of struggled in the first 3 quarters for ASU, their defensive backfield. Like, Boogie Wilson was trying his best. Montana Warren was trying their best, but it felt like there were a lot of chunk plays given up through the air against Colorado. Noah Fafita, he's going to kill you through the air if you give him the opportunity to. And they've got some pretty talented offensive weapons that could very easily burn ASU.
I like ASU secondary, though, a lot.
I like them, too, but they've also been without two of their better ones for most of the year.
I think the flip side, and maybe I'll ask this question when we come back so we can get Rick and Jamal's answers on this, too, but everybody get a number in your head for how many times Jeff Sims runs the ball on Friday. Okay, and we'll come back with that. And then we'll get into Drew Petzing and what he said today about the finish against Jacksonville and what needs to happen now going forward. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They had the lead when it mattered the most against San Francisco.
Burns the most.
Tennessee was awful.
Burns the most.
Yesterday was awful. Awful. You can't win the turnover margin 4-0 and lose a football game like that. You can't.
Nope.
Teams don't. Those are the three that, beyond their record in one-score games, they needed to win those 3 games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you give me that Brooklyn beat? You know, that's what I'm talking about. We at the Wu Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians, we love it. Sleep great on it. Guess what? It's the Black Friday sale, and it's going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. Yeah, that's right, November 30th. We're talking mattresses and pillows and sheets. Everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do, Basinonians. You head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man. Yes, I am, yes, I am, yes, I am. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Nice outfit, Kenny. Would your mom pick that out for you? I don't know what this has to do with anything, but Jarrett told me to tease Kenny. Oh, wait! Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, will join us at 7:15 ahead of the Territorial Cup. Join us Wednesday, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I think my favorite part of that is very clearly hearing Bick laughing in the background.
Okay, because you just see Jarrett like right at the end of the show. Oh, wait, we forgot to record these.
Got to do lookies.
Just tease Kenny real quick.
Yeah.
All right, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf today. Do you guys all have a number? Number of carries for Jeff Sims.
I have a number.
On Friday in the Territorial Cup. So his 3 starts since he took over for Sam, he's gone 29 carries, 17 carries, and 8 carries.
16.
16? Okay. 16 for Rick.
17.
17 for
And I'm
Mitch.
not just doing the Price is Right thing. I genuinely had 17.
I have it. Jamal, do you have a number? I have a specific number.
13.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to go with 20. 20 to 21.
right on the
Actually, you know
dot.
what? I'll go to 21. I'll round up. I'm not even going to Price is Right you. I'm just going to go 21.
So his jersey's just going to be off by the time the game.
He's just going to be
Doing the 9 plus 10. Got it.
I think it's the Territorial Cup. You do anything you possibly can to get the yards, and I think they may have a hard time passing consistently against U of A.
Well, unless they run a bunch of screenplays through. It's everything is housed within the option. Right, because that's how they're seemingly utilizing Jeff Sims. Is they're either direct snapping him the ball and he's just running, or they're direct snapping him the ball and either he's got Raleek Brown on one hip or whoever else they have in the backfield. Maybe it's Udo. But they are allowing Jeff Sims to just kind of dictate how the offense goes. That's a lot of trust that they're putting in him, first and foremost. But number 2, it's led to a lot of success these last 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, I don't think they're going in with the plan of, hey, we're going to give Jeff Sims 21 carries and see how he feels on Saturday. I don't think that's the plan. I just think as the game goes on, and I think this game's going to be hotly contested in the second half. I don't think it's going to be one like last year was. Last year felt like it was over 2 minutes in with the way ASU was playing and the way U of A was playing. I think in the fourth quarter, if they have to run with Jeff Sims, they're going to. All right, over to the Cardinals, and Drew Petzing spoke today. So
I can't wait.
I'm just going to start firing these off. I haven't heard these yet, obviously, because he was talking while we were doing the show.
Okay.
Drew Petzing was asked how to overcome the close losses.
Yeah, it's both encouraging and frustrating. It's a little bit the nature of the NFL. I mean, they want every game to come down to the last possession for a number of different reasons, but it makes your margins really small. And you got to fight for every little inch, whether it's coaching or technique or scheme or play calling. You make 1 or 2 plays, and 6 games ended differently. And so I think that's where the focus comes. I think that's where you kind of lock in on the little details of what you're doing and why you're doing it and why it makes such a difference. You keep pointing it out, and you keep trying to improve collectively. And I think we've done a really good job of that. We need to continue it because we need to start to flip some of these.
What have they done a good job of in terms of these one-score games? They haven't won one
Drew's
of them since
here,
week
right?
2.
Okay.
They haven't won a one-score game since week 2.
Mm-hmm.
So what are they doing a good job of in that department exactly?
I can't answer for him. I could say they are playing
one-score
games.
I'll give him this one reprieve. Some of these one-score losses have come when his team is not on the field. Right? They're losing because the defense is the last team on the field. But then at the same time, you could argue, where is the offense in the fourth quarter? Because if you go back from some of the earlier weeks, they're getting killed in the fourth quarter.
I mean, the 2 one-score games that they won were only one-score games because the offense couldn't kill the clock at the end of the game.
Or couldn't just hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
So what? So that's all of a sudden better because now they can hold on to the ball towards the end of the games? Like, is that the improvements that we're looking for? I'm just curious here. Maybe I misinterpreted how the quote was slugged and what exactly he was referring to. But if that was about one-score contests, they haven't gotten better in that department at all because they haven't won any. So,
do you want more audio that might enrage you? I don't know. I haven't heard this yet.
We did this over No Thanksgiving. But yes, go ahead.
Well, you're airing some grievances right now.
I've got a lot of problems with you people.
Here's Drew Petzing on how frustrating it is to still be missing the details.
I think the frustration is that it's happening. I think the hard part at times is not always the same thing. And that's where it's like, it's like you fix something else and something else might go. So you really just got to kind of hone in on some of those things. You got to try to figure out, is there a theme? If there's not a theme, you got to collectively look at everything you're doing. I think it takes all of it. I really do.
All right. Here's the
no comment.
Drew talking about the final play before the game tying field goal. So you remember it looked like the Cardinals were going to lose. They fought back. They ended up getting themselves in position where a field goal would tie it with that defensive stop. They marched down the field. They're close. They only get one shot at the end zone from inside the 10, even though Michael Wilson caught the ball with 25 seconds. Here's Drew Petzing on all that.
Yeah, I think there was, 35 seconds left. So my mindset right there is I'm going to keep calling plays as quick as I can. Typically for me, even after an explosive, I would expect 20 seconds off the clock, 20 to 22. Unfortunately, I think it ended up being about 3 or 4 seconds longer than that. And that was the difference between probably getting another opportunity at the end zone and only having the one shot. But I do like kind of the chaos of that situation, I think benefits us. It creates more one-on-ones. It doesn't allow them to necessarily get into a pressure check or an end-of-game call where they can kind of dictate, like they did at the end of the half a little bit, what looks we have or what protections we need to get into. Felt like we kind of had an opportunity to get a one-on-one to Mike or Trey, two of our best players out there in that moment, but would have liked to see about 3 or 4 more seconds on the clock when we did that. I think that was kind of the disappointing part, and the part we'll focus on in the room is like, hey, we got to operate just a little bit quicker, and as we talked about those details, sometimes 2 seconds is all the difference.
The other issue I have is that it seems like when they fix something, there's some other issue that's just holding them back.
No, it's just the kind of season it's been.
Yeah.
You know what I'm realizing, though, as we play these cuts, and this goes positive or negative, I'm just done talking about or hearing people talk about how the Cardinals could win games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just win the games at this point. Because, like, it's easy to hear things that Jonathan Gannon or Drew Petzing are saying this week and be like, oh, they're being too positive. After a loss, they should be more negative. Yeah, like, I guess I don't.
But also, like, how do you want them to respond?
Yeah.
Like, I understand it from their perspective, to your points earlier, of like, you don't want everybody freaking out, but also, it just falls on a lot of deaf ears, and I mean a lot of deaf ears, for them to talk this seemingly pious about how much better they've been in recent weeks when they've still lost all of these games.
Yeah, and that just, honestly, now to me, it's almost retroactive into this past offseason of I'm just tired of talking about, hey, the Cardinals could win if they did this. Hey, they could win if they did this. Yeah, well, but if they did, well, yeah, that's great, but they're 3-8. They're closer to picking first than making the playoffs right now.
At least they're ahead of the Falcons now in the pecking order. Thank goodness they will pick before the Rams in this next draft if things stand the way they do.
I can't believe the Falcons traded that pick to the Rams and then proceeded to go out there and just melt
apparently,
down.
because the Falcons do this all the time.
Well, then if you're going to trade your first-round pick to the Rams, how about you, win some games so it's not a top 10 pick? The last team that needs a top 10 pick right now is the Rams. This is like when the Eagles kept having the Saints pick every year.
Hey, at least they're better in the situation they are than if they had hired Bill Belichick as their coach.
Well,
that almost happened.
Yeah,
they did interview him.
That might have ultimately been a wise decision. I don't know. Drew Petzing was also asked why the run game has taken a step back, seemingly, this season.
Yeah, again, I think we talked about this a little bit in the pass game earlier. I think it takes everybody. If you're going to be good in the running game, we got to scheme it right. I got to call it at the right time. We need to generate movement. We need to put the ball where it needs to be put. And at times, you got to make some guys miss to be really dynamic in the running game. So I do, and just looking at it, and we have time at times to go back and glance at things, see what we're good at. I think it's a lot of those different factors, and when you put all those on top of each other, you kind of get the results we have. But we got to figure it out, and it starts with me. I got to be better for the guys to make sure I'm putting them in the right position, to make sure that we're more productive in that area of the game plan.
When does the "I gotta be better" mantra just ring hollow? Because we're at week 11 and they're 3-8. I'm good. You've had so many chances to be better, and you've not been.
Again, it's like, what are you supposed to say? I'd rather that than him go out there and blame players. Oh, they're not executing well enough. But when they're saying it, I don't even hear it anymore, honestly. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to Mitch for filling in for Wolf today.
Forks up, baby.
I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons, because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do and booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with Pro Smile. Pro Smile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mo Odom scored 36 points as Arizona State men's basketball took down Sean Miller and Texas 87-86 in the first round of the Maui Invitational last night. Odom made 6 3-pointers, 16 free throws, and the game-winning three with 10.6 seconds left. ASU takes on Washington State tonight in the semifinals. Tip-off is at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury unveiled new uniforms. You can check out what those look like up now on arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here. And don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the massively biceps John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much. You gave those things an extra point today. You must be trying to make up for the fact that you're off tomorrow. So there you go, right there. Because I'm not going to be here tomorrow to show you these bad boys.
Yeah.
I'm going to show them to you one more time before I head out that door today.
My last show at the age of 58. This is the final show at the age of 58.
Yeah, so
next time I come in here, I will be 59.
I missed time I jump a little bit. I was driving in today, and I realized this was going to be our last show before the birthday. So we'll have some nothing bunt cake for you on Monday.
Oh, no big deal.
I didn't realize. I'm like, oh wait, this is the last one. Before.
They really don't mean anything when you get older. They really mean absolutely nothing.
See, you know what?
They mean nothing.
Maybe I'm cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
I like it when people make a big deal out of my birthday. I really do.
Don't care.
I like getting showered with gifts, and I like all the Facebook messages, and I
just want to hit 60 and be able to do my box jump. That was always my goal. I want to hit 60 and be able to clear that box.
So November 27th, 2026.
Yeah.
You're going to do a box jump, and then you're going to. That's it.
I just want to be.
Everything
able to
after that is like house money. I'm good. I'm fine.
No, I just. It's kind of odd because I think my generation, our generation, people that are in our age group right now, we're a lot younger than our parents used to be. Mm-hmm. My father at 59, my father at 49 was he was
ancient,
done. Like he was done at 49. Like really, he was like, oh, like our parents' generation was old. They worked 2 jobs, 3 jobs, the struggle, like they, all the stuff you had to shovel your own driveway and mow your own lawn and do all these things. It was different. I think our generation was very older. Like my dad at 50 was like done. He was in his pajamas every night at 5. Like he was done. At 50, just done. I don't know. I don't feel like. I think my generation's a lot. We just feel a lot younger. It doesn't feel. We don't feel our age.
I think you're right. So it's just a number, Gambo. But happy final day as your last birthday in your 50s. The Suns did not give you a parting gift.
I know. It was there last night too.
Weigh in our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
The way that game ended, Livers passes it to Bouye. You either knew they got blown out or they blew somebody out.
That's right. The guys that are on the floor.
It wasn't a close game. Livers gives it to Bouye.
Yeah, that's true.
Reality check last night. I mean, it was that team's really, really good. That's a really good basketball team. They're physical. They're long. They're aggressive. I was really impressed with the Rockets. I liked them last year. They might be even better this year. So to me, that was like, okay, here's your first reality check on this. You're good, but you're not that good. Mm-hmm. Like, you're good, pesky little Phoenix Suns. We respect the way you play. You play hard and everything, but this is a different level. This is a different level, and you're not here yet, and we're going to make sure you know that you're not here yet. That's what the Rockets did last night.
Yeah, the Rockets are, and I mean, to me, it almost, and I'm going to go off on a little bit of it almost accentuates the difference between the Houston Rockets and, like, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Like, we both know they're really good Western Conference teams. The Timberwolves are a good Western Conference team. The Rockets are a great Western Conference team. Now, you still have 2 more games this week against great Western Conference teams, and I'm not saying that to diminish what happened Friday night. I mean, Minnesota's good. They're one of the elite teams of the Western Conference, but there are, like anything, there are tiers, right? There are tiers to all this. And the team you played last night was one of the 4 or 5 best in the NBA, and they thumped you. And they thumped you something good. And they took you out of everything you wanted to do, and they slowed the game way down. You only had 11 assists. They forced you into turnover after turnover, and they easily scored points off of those turnovers. They showed you, not that you have a long way to go, but you still have further to go. Like, you still have stuff to work on. You still have stuff you need to do. And it also showed you, I think last night was the first night they missed everybody that they've been missing.
That's
I
right.
mean, it was
no
just
Mark Williams,
so
no
obvious
Jalen
last
Green,
night.
no Grayson. You were missing 3 of your top 6 players. You know, you didn't have Jalen Green, you didn't have Mark Williams, you didn't have Grayson Allen. To me, that's 3 of your top 6. So without those guys, knife to a gunfight, you know, against other teams, you could battle, you could stay in it, you could try to. The Suns were still pesky, and they kind of hung around as long as they could until they couldn't. It was just no stopping the Rockets. I mean, the length of that team was unfreaking believable, and they didn't have Durant, who's long, but Jabari Smith is so long, and then Adams is just so damn big, and man, Amen Thompson, like, wow, it's just what a beast he is. That's a real, and they don't have Van Vliet, and they don't have Durant. That's a really, really good basketball team.
Yeah, when Amen Thompson figures it out even more than he's already figured out. He's not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination. Man, is he
most gifted, maybe the most gifted athlete.
Freaky athlete.
Yeah,
just freaky.
Just one of those, you're just in awe of his athleticism. You're just like, wow.
Yeah, no doubt.
I wish I could do some of those things.
Jordan Ott, after the game, just said, look, just not a great night for us offensively.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. And you look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. In those areas, some of it was them, some of it was us. We could just never really get to it. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
Dylan Brooks.
It was a good fight. We'll see him in December. We got some learning to do, probably got to hit more threes.
We'll talk specifically about the Devin Booker game coming up in the next segment because I think it's so intertwined with what happened last night. I can feel inside I want to start talking about Devin Booker because I think that was so essential to what happened last night. But we've devoted our own segment to him and kind of his struggles and things like that. But it was a struggle offensively. I do wonder, and I understand the strategy. We had a fun debate about it, you and I. Which Mark Williams game do you want him playing in this one? Do you want him playing in the San Antonio game?
I think they did the right thing.
And I think they did too. I think this game could have been a lot more competitive if Mark Williams' size was out there. The backup bigs for the Suns last night were atrocious.
Richards had a terrible game, and you could see how frustrated he was in that game. Like, he had a ball go off his hands. He made a terrible pass. He got dunked on by Jabari. It was tough. Oso wasn't much better either. I mean, it was just, trying to go in the lane against those guys. And, Oso's got a weird shot anyway, but sometimes you just flicking it up there and you have no idea if it's
like that 5-footer where he's just kind of running down the paint and he's just kind of one hand, and he's good at it. He's got it down to almost a science where you feel good about it going in, but sometimes it feels like that's his only, in fact, it doesn't feel like it. That is his only shot. Like, he doesn't really have a jump shot of which to speak beyond that, not one that you see a whole lot. He's either getting stuff at the rim or doing that little 5-foot floater. But it was, I think he would have made a difference with their size. Maybe you could have made an argument last night would have been come on, Malawatch, let's give him some minutes and see how he does against that big lineup last night and see if he can make a difference.
I would have liked to have seen his length and size.
Especially if you're not going to play Mark Williams.
Yeah.
And your other two bigs are struggling. We saw Fleming, and he was not good at the beginning of the second quarter.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. A game, and that's the second time that they've given him some run in the second quarter. But Ryan Dunn was out too. You know Grayson Allen. So you probably had 4 of your top guys out, 4 of your top 7 or 8 guys out. So that allowed them to give Fleming a little bit. Now, Fleming and Malawatch's size and length is going to be really good for this team once they're really able to get into being a regular part of the rotation.
I know. It just there was a temptation for the first time this season where I felt like that could have been a come on Malawatch. Let's give him 9 minutes, 10 minutes. Let's give him non-garbage time minutes and see how he does. But it might not have made a difference. Mark Williams might not have made a difference. And I understand the strategy. Play him in the game that you think you have a chance to win, almost like you're sacrificing this one. The second night of a back-to-back, it's got that schedule loss kind of feel to it. The problem for the Suns is they've got 2 more. You talk about brutal back-to-backs. At Oklahoma City on Friday, home against Denver on Saturday.
And Jokic is on a back-to-back. Denver's on a back-to-back too.
Are they on the second night of a back-to-back?
Jokic will play. He plays back-to-backs.
Yeah.
Jokic doesn't like to take time off. So Jokic will play in that game. Right, Mitch? Mitch, did you see that pass by Jokic last night? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't believe that. Did you see that?
I can just copy and paste that little soundbite you gave me there and apply it to any of the other Jokic passes.
Oh, my God. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, I did. Even Peyton Watson was like, I don't know how I pulled that off.
He scored the basket on it. I swear he's got eyes in the back of his head. There's no possible way you can make a pass like that unless you truly have eyes in the back of your head.
So the other night, Houston played against Denver, and there was a moment where it was a fight for a loose ball, and Şengün gets it, and he's literally on his back. Like, his head is facing his basket, and he's on his back, and he just goes like this. Heaves it like a little granny shot behind his head, and Reed Shepherd gets it in transition. And I'm like, that's stupid, man.
So will you send me a link to the video so I can see this pass? I did not see. I did not see the
goodness.
oh my God pass. The oh my God pass. The oh my God pass. we're gonna call the oh my God pass.
It's like, wow, like this guy's a freak. He's just a freak.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Devin Booker did not flash last night again. He's in the midst of a little bit of a struggle. Why? We're going to talk about it next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus, superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ever told you I live in Gilbert?
Yes, I actually lived in Gilbert when I first moved here.
Good.
Yeah,
glad we
cleared
that up.
When I lived in Gilbert, I could actually look and see Power Road all the way down from my house.
Oh, because there wasn't much out there.
There wasn't much out there, so
Yeah.
I could see Power Road. And now there's 470 million houses between
there are
Gilbert and
approximately
Power Road.
470 million houses.
I could see the
in
lights
Gilbert
on Power
between
Road on a
you
clear
and-
night.
Yeah,
I could see them.
Yeah, just wanted to mention that in case nobody knew. Jordan Otts after the game, not a great night offensively.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. And you look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
Yeah, and he might as well have been talking about Devin Booker specifically, even though the question was not about Devin Booker specifically. It was another mediocre to poor game for Devin Booker last night. 18 points, 5 assists, 6 turnovers. His third straight bad game, though somebody looked at the numbers in his last 4 games, and they're not good at all for Book.
You know, when you without those key players, when you're without Grayson Allen, and you're without Mark Williams, just Grayson. Let's just start Grayson Allen.
Mm-hmm.
When you're without somebody like that is one of the purely great shooters in the league that you have to pay attention to. You're able to blitz. Book on a regular basis. It's almost like the Cardinals don't have a running game, so you could tee off on their quarterback all day long because they don't have a running game. Well, you take Grayson Allen out, and the Suns will still shoot the 3, but it hurts not having him, and they were able to blitz Book. Now, every great player is double teamed, so there's no excuses here. I'm not making any excuses. Booker's not playing at a high level right now. But he is being blitzed all the time. He's trying to make the right play. It led to a lot of turnovers again last night. Yep. He's definitely struggling a little bit, but great players have to find a way to break through that. Every great player in the history of the game gets double teamed. Mm-hmm. They throw 2 guys at you. They're doing everything they can to trap you and get the ball out of your hands. You got to figure out a way to score.
Yeah, and that is exactly the takeaway that I had watching the game last night, is that both things can be true at the same time. Yes, are teams making things very difficult on Devin Booker right now? Absolutely. And teams are making things very difficult on Devin Booker right now because he just does not have a lot of backcourt help. He just doesn't. Not with no Grayson Allen, with no Jalen Green, without somebody there to help kind of alleviate the load and provide a threat. But both things can be true, and the other thing can be just as true. Devin Booker has got to figure out a better way to deal with it, has got to figure out a better way to handle it, and because that's what the highest paid supermax star of your team players do in this league. Yeah. It's what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does. It's what Nikola Jokic does. It's just they're going to throw every defense in the world at you to see what you are going to do against it, and you just got to figure it out. And Devin Booker knows that.
All the great players are, Halliburton's double teamed, Luka Doncic is double teamed, Jalen Brunson is double teamed, Jason Tatum is double teamed. Like all the great players, get double teamed, a lot throughout a game. It's a good, get the ball out of his hands. Get the ball out of his hands. You want to do that. Yeah. Booker's had some struggles here, and he's definitely. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at the last few games. I did not look at that, but I noticed it last night when he was missing some threes. I think he's in a bad rut with the 3-point shot, too.
I know in his last 4 games, he's shooting 30% from 3.
Okay.
In his last 4. I didn't go beyond that.
1, 2, 4. He is 6. 2, 4, 5, 6 for 6, 12, 18, 26. So 6 for 26 in the last 4 games.
Okay, yeah.
So he's missed 20 out of 26 3-pointers. I've noticed that it seems like he's just forcing the shot a little bit, trying to get it up before the double team comes. And I could tell that he's struggling with that shot.
Yeah, and he hit a couple early last night that made you think that maybe it was going to be a good Devin Booker night. And after those 2 threes in the first quarter, it just got real quiet, real messy, real kind of sloppy for him. I think something else, too, here in watching Houston play last night And it's no coincidence, I think, that one of the other struggle games that he had during this stretch was against Minnesota. There are certain teams that I do think bother him more. And I think teams that have that excessive length and that excessive athleticism,
100%.
right?
Yeah.
Like Minnesota always bothers him. Minnesota, I'd have to go back and look at the splits just to kind of confirm that. But I think over the last couple of years especially, he's just had a real struggle against them. Houston, I thought, presented the same sort of, man, they're long and they're athletic and they can keep in front of you and I think those teams in particular give him a really hard time.
He's 9 for his last 44. That's a 20% clip on three-point shots. 9 for his last 44. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45. He's at about a 20% clip in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games from three-point range. So a lot of struggles right there from three for Book.
Yeah, and hopefully Jalen Green is obviously he's still weeks away from coming back.
Yeah.
Hopefully Grayson Allen is close. And I don't know. We haven't gotten an update on him. Nothing's really been said about him. I see you reaching for the phone.
I'll check.
See if you can get an update on how he's doing and when he's going to come back. Because I feel like the way he was playing before he went knee to knee, which game was that? The Pacers game?
Yes.
Before that happened, I felt like you had a little bit more balance back there. And certainly when Jalen Green comes back, that'll help too. But in the meantime, I'm looking for something to spark kind of Devin Booker into being Devin Booker again. And I think Grayson Allen returning is the first thing because it's not going to get any easier. You got Sacramento tomorrow. And as we mentioned, Oklahoma City on Friday, Denver on Saturday. Like this got the
You got to beat Sacramento.
This got to be you do.
You got to beat Sacramento.
For the NBA Cup. I mean, it's a huge game.
Oh, that's an NBA Cup game?
Oh, yeah.
So they could be 3-0.
We're going to go 3-0, baby.
They could be 3-0 in the Cup.
What does that mean? Does that mean they're in the finals?
So if they go 3-0,
yeah?
we presume Oklahoma City's going to beat Minnesota. Then that Friday game would be who wins Group A. Whoever wins that game wins Group A.
So, and would get a spot in like the bracket. But then the Suns could still get in as one of the wild card teams.
Oh, my goodness.
It comes down to like point differential and all. So they
let's
have to
break that down in the next segment. Game-by-game scenarios
No, let's
on
not.
the Emirates Cup.
No, let's not. But I will continue to believe. You can mock it all you want. I think for a team like the Phoenix Suns where they are, it matters a little bit. It'd be cool if they got in. It'd be cool if they made a little push in it because they're not going to compete for an NBA championship, right? They're not.
No.
They're not good. They're not good enough to.
Of course
clearly,
not.
right?
No.
So you give a little low hanging fruit at this point in the season to kind of motivate and push a team that's playing really well. It's playing surprisingly well. Again, it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world if they compete in the NBA Cup. But for a team with such low expectations, you're smirking at me, but I think I'm kind of right on this one. That it would give them something to shoot for, something to win in a season in which they're probably not going to win much of anything else.
Okay.
No?
No, I mean, probably.
Okay.
Probably.
I know you hate it, but from their perspective, from an organizational perspective, do you see any value in it at all? Their opportunity. Take your feelings aside. No. Try not to think like you. Try to think like Brian Gregory.
All right.
Try to think like Jordan Ott. Try to think like Matt Ishbia.
Okay, those people are very smart.
Oh, so you're incapable
my brain
of thinking
doesn't.
like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So your brain just looks at it and goes, "That's stupid. It's dumb."
Somebody put a picture up on Twitter and said some left brain sees a turtle, right brain sees a rabbit. I'm like, I don't see either. What does that mean about my brain?
It means you have no brain.
It says when you look at this picture, if your left brain you see a rabbit, if your right brain you see a turtle. And I looked at the photo for 5 minutes. And I'm like, I don't see anything.
We will agree.
What does that mean?
We will agree. We will agree to disagree on this one. I look. I get it. You don't care about it. You think it's stupid. I think there is a little bit of value in it for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, and listen,
a little bit of value.
Maybe you're right.
For them.
Maybe you're right.
Colin Gillespie wants that money, baby.
Beat Sacramento. There is some money involved.
There's some money involved. Good for give those young kids some money.
Listen, the only thing I care about, beat Sacramento, because the next two games are going to be really difficult to win.
The Territorial Cup is coming up on Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or back in the Wildcats, we want you in the stands. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona, and here is your shot to be there. Text the word Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, text Sparky to 620. Will we see Kyler Murray again this season? Will we see him on the field specifically? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Do you have an older house? Is your house 20 years old or older? Well, if so, Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they offer a $50 electrical inspection. Now, you're going to love what it includes. It includes a full panel and circuit safety check, a GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrade recommendations and energy-saving suggestions. You get that all for $50. You don't have to spend any more money, just $50. So if you've got a house 20 years old or older, it's a good time to get this $50 electrical inspection from Christian Brothers. Been serving the Valley for 50 years, so they're making $50 worth something again. They'll check everything out. You get that peace of mind. Older houses sometimes tend to have some electrical issues, a lot of outdated stuff. So you may want to know where you're at. You don't have to do anything, but it's good to at least know where you're at. So for $50, get a full electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, 2 teams have checked, or there are at least 2 teams that we now know that have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte. Those 2 teams, the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Diamondbacks have been listening to calls that they have received on the All-Star second baseman, but they are not actively shopping him. You could read more on this report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We also have a double dip of college hoops tonight. Arizona State moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They face Washington State at Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage will start at 5:30. And you can listen to that right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon is taking on Utah. They're at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off is a late one. You got to stay up for it. 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Luke. Which players will swing Sunday's Cardinals-Bucks game? We'll be previewing Arizona-Tampa Bay tomorrow at 10. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Will you tip jar the chili peppers for me, please? Thank you. Jonathan Gannon from yesterday. Has he talked about a return-to-play plan with Kyler Murray?
I talk to K1 every day, and he's working hard to get healthy. That's what he's doing right now. He's in every meeting. He's engaged. He's rehabbing a boatload of time in there. But I know he wants to play.
The knee-jerk reaction is to assume that we've seen the last of Kyler this year. I think we both generally believe that to be true, just given kind of the risk of if you put him back out there, does he get re-injured? Does he hurt himself? Does he lose value? Can you not trade him, et cetera, all that stuff. And then I saw Jacoby Brissett get lit up on the sidelines this past weekend. And I thought to myself, I wonder if we're going to see Kyler Murray at some point this season out of just sheer necessity. I mean, if he – and I understand Keaton Slovis is the backup right now, and Kyler still has 2 more games until he can come back. So
right.
It's not anything to think about just yet. But – and we'll go through the numbers here in a second. Watching the pounding that Jacoby Brissett has been taking back there, and watching him being tended to on the sideline and wondering if he was out of the game.
That late hit out of bounds that they threw the flag and then they picked it back up, he got clobbered on that play.
And he's been getting
he got clobbered.
And he's been getting clobbered because he plays a style of quarterback that lends itself to getting clobbered.
He holds onto the ball for a long time.
Stands in the pocket, surveys the field, takes a licking, right?
Yep.
That's what he
Keeps
is
on
all
ticking.
about. And at one point, you hope he doesn't stop ticking out there, because if he does, then you're going to be forced into some really, really hard decisions.
Murray or Keaton Slovis.
When Kyler comes off the IR.
Say Jacoby gets injured and you need somebody to play.
I wouldn't want to play Kyler Murray because I want to protect his value.
Okay.
I don't think he should see the field.
I agree.
I wouldn't want to put him out there.
I agree. Keaton Slovis, there you go.
Yeah. It's just
former USC, Pitt, and BYU quarterback.
And other teams have done it. The Denver Broncos did it with Russell Wilson. He was perfectly fine. He was perfectly healthy. They just sat him and, nope, we're not playing him. We're not going to play him.
You play him and he gets injured and he can't play next year. You're in a boatload of trouble.
Keaton Slovis, especially when there's 0 to play for. Like if the record were 6-5 instead of 3-8, now we're having a different conversation.
That was what we asked Gannon yesterday, though.
No, he said you asked him if he coaches different.
You coach different.
Yeah, I guess
But it's the same thing.
I'm thinking if you're competing for a playoff spot,
okay,
you're putting Kyler out there.
Okay,
because you're not competing for a playoff spot.
But this is where
it's a lot easier to have Keaton.
This is where the higher ups would. You're Jonathan Gannon. You want to win a football game. Kyler Murray gives you a better chance than Keaton Slovis. So if he's available, you're going to go I want Kyler to play. That's where the higher ups have to be no.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
No, he's not playing.
It's going to be Keaton Slovis.
Keaton's your guy. Keaton's your guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because you have to protect value, and hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully Jacoby Brissett can just finish out the season. I mean, he keeps putting up great numbers. The offense isn't completely, totally doing their part, in large part because he can't run the ball very well. But hopefully Jacoby Brissett is able to stay upright and not force you into that decision, because that would be, in some ways, the worst thing that could happen is that you're forced out of necessity to put Kyler Murray back out there. And God forbid something happens to him, and now everything you do next offseason is thrown into doubt. Or the injury protections, the contract, the things like that, it probably mostly impacts you if you're going to try to trade him. You could probably still cut him if you wanted to. You just have to potentially owe him more money because of injury guarantees or things like that.
Injury guarantees
I don't know exactly
are a real thing.
how it would work.
It was about $180 million in injury guaranteed on the contract when he signed it. A lot of that's gone now, but there's still some remaining. So, yeah, it's just teams don't do it. If you're going to have a guy that's not going to be on your team next year and you know it, you're either trading him or cutting him. You're not going to play him.
Yeah.
It's foolish. It's foolish. It's not worth the risk, especially if you're not going anywhere. But you're right. If you had a chance to make the playoffs, to be like, okay, we'll ride with Cavs. But
if you had a chance to make the playoffs, there's nothing to think about. You put him back out there.
Right.
If Jacoby got hurt, like if Jacoby's still playing well and you're 6-5, well, then you have nothing to think about either. You're going to ride with Jacoby as long as he can take you. But if you were 6-5 and Kyler and Jacoby got hurt, you're putting Kyler Murray back out there trying to get into postseason.
Right.
Absolutely. But it becomes a very different decision. The numbers, and I got this off of Cards Wire from Jess Root. 6 more sacks, 15 more hits. In 6 starts this year, Jacoby Brissett is up to 24 sacks and 64 hits far this year.
In how many games?
6 starts.
He's averaging over 10 hits a game?
Through 6 games, Jacoby Brissett has been sacked 24 times and hit 64 times, an average of 4 sacks per game and more than 10 hits per game.
There's only so many hits your body has in you. Trust me, I know.
I know.
There's only so many hits that you can take. That's a lot. That's a lot of quarterback hits. That's a lot of quarterback hits.
It's a lot.
Now, you're done playing some, but no, you got the freaking Rams coming up twice. Oh, boy.
The Rams have been.
Oh, boy.
What the Rams did to, and not just knocking Baker Mayfield out of the game, but just in general, what that Rams defense, they destroyed Tampa Bay. Destroyed them. I mean, so you could make an argument anyway that by the end of the year you might just be going with Keaton Slovis anyway because the season's so lost and you're going up against the Rams or you're
going to run the ball a lot against the Rams.
That too.
So you can't throw the ball 45 times against them and have your quarterback's head knocked off.
Yeah, no, we agree. It's just one of those. And again, if something happens in the next couple of weeks, there's nothing they can do about it anyway. Kyler can't come off the IR. See what Tyrann Mathieu said about Kyler Murray?
I did.
Thinks he should go to Miami.
Taking his talents to South Beach.
Yes. He said, quote, this is on a podcast. This was on the, I'm trying to look for the name of the podcast here because Casino Beats. There it is. Tyrann Mathieu told Casino Beats in an exclusive interview that he thinks Kyler Murray would be a good fit with the Dolphins. Quote, he's so dynamic. I think at the quarterback position, it's hard to find one of those guys that can do it all. For him, a great team, I can see him with Miami. One of those types of teams, those relationships are kind of hard to judge sometimes because I don't know what Kyler particularly needs, but I think a change of scenery is for sure needed. Here's the line that kind of bugged me a little bit.
Okay.
Matthew said, quote, it's all about the coach too. I think in this league, the team that they have, the head coach and the quarterback have a great relationship. Those teams are usually the most successful, and you really want to see him go to a team that really believes in him, that understands him, close quote. And that bothered me a little bit because I feel like Jonathan Gannon and Monty Austinfort
did everything.
Bent
over backwards. From the beginning when they went out to the Heisman Trophy statue unveiling in Oklahoma when they first got here. They all got on a plane, they went, and they took a day.
And I'm not trying to make beef with Tyrann Mathieu necessarily, but it seems ridiculous to suggest, what are you saying, the Cardinals haven't? You know, are you saying the Cardinals haven't done everything they can to have a great relationship with their quarterback, their head coach, and their quarterback? Right? Like I even the suggestion I find mildly offensive to suggest the Cardinals haven't gone the nth degree to try to make Kyler Murray as comfortable as he can be.
I think that they've gone above and beyond to the point when Murray was really struggling and the team wasn't winning games. Gannon kept backing him even when he was injured.
Yeah.
Nope, Kyler's our guy. Nope, Kyler's our guy. Shut down every possible debate about Jacoby comes in first game. Nope, Kyler's still the guy. Second game, Jacoby's still the guy. It wasn't until we pressed him where he finally said, yeah, I would go with Jacoby even if Kyler was healthy. But I think for the most part that they have done everything possible to put Kyler in a position to win. It just hasn't won. And again, this isn't Kyler Murray sucks. Kyler Murray's fine. He's okay. He's not great and he doesn't suck. He's okay. There's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that are just they don't suck, but they're not great. He's in that category.
And I think even beyond like the if we're just talking about the coaching staff now and the styles of offense they run, you can say what you want about ownership and the homework clause and that silly dance we went through a few years ago. That wasn't peak relationship when it comes to Kyler or the Cardinals organization. But in terms of Cliff, in terms of Gannon, I feel like the Cardinals have tried on lots of different pairs of shoes here to see which one's going to fit when it comes to Kyler and what kind of offense he should be running. Like, I don't know if there's anything more organizationally they could have done in terms of, here's an offense we think you could be good in, let's try this. Okay, you know what, let's try that. Let's go get you this receiver. Let's go get you that receiver. Let's go get you this tight end. Let's go get you that running back. Like, I feel like in a football sense, they've done just about everything they can to maximize the return of Kyler Murray.
The other thing is, too, has got a $56 million cap hit for next year.
So
that's almost impossible.
Seems like
it's almost like they're stuck with him for one more year.
Yeah, no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, this Territorial Cup compared to cups of years past, how much more meaningful is this one? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren on this Tuesday. She got a poll question. No idea what it's about. Not a clue. No clue. None. So lay it on us.
It's about the Suns.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay. Who did the Phoenix Suns miss most last night? Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Ryan Dunn, or Grayson Allen?
I'm going to say Grayson. 3-point shooting. The only way you're going to beat a team like that is you got to outscore them by 7 or 8 from the 3-point range to make it a plus 21 or a plus 24 in your favor. Mark Williams doesn't give you that. Neither does Jalen Green. So I'll go Grayson Allen.
Jalen Green. Just to be the counterpoint to Book back there, even though I know he's still weeks away from coming back. But Jalen Green. If Jalen Green was not an option, I would have said Grayson Allen.
Mark Williams is leading the way with 51% of the vote.
Okay.
29% going with Jalen Green, 15% going with Grayson Allen, and 5% going with Ryan Dunn.
I wonder if I'll continue to wonder if this is going to be the plan with Mark Williams all year long, or if at some point we'll get to the point where they trust him. Not trust him, that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Where they feel comfortable putting him out there on the second night of back-to-backs.
And good.
Yeah. You know, because if they're really going to be this good all year, and if we're really talking about a team that's fighting for the 9th spot, the 8th spot, the 7th spot in the playoffs in a play-in tournament, then at some point you're gonna need Mark Williams to be able to play in the second night of back-to-backs. You're gonna need it. This season is gonna have too much value baked into it for you to sacrifice that by not playing him on these back-to-backs. You know what I mean?
Right. I think I don't know for sure, but I know I like the plan right now, and the plan is not play him on back-to-backs, but you're probably onto something. Whereas the season wears on, and you've given him enough rest here and there, then you may be able to do it if you need it. You need it.
Yeah. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. This is Jordan Tyson, and he was asked today if he thinks this is his last game in Tempe.
Nah, I try not to look into the future, just be where my feet at. But it's a possibility. You never know what God has planned.
It's probably his last game in Tempe. I think the more pertinent question is his last game in an ASU uniform. Right. I think that's the question.
Right. Will he
play in the bowl game?
Will he play in the bowl game, whatever bowl game that may be? If it's not the Big 12 championship game, we don't expect it to be. If it's not the Big 12 championship game, then his advisors will probably say the risk is just not worth playing in the game.
Yeah.
You know, for him, the most important thing is to the combine and getting ready for his next chapter. For a lot of these other kids that aren't going to play in the NFL, it's a great game for them. But for Jordan Tyson, who's going to be a first-round pick, yeah, probably not worth it.
Friday night, 7 o'clock. You'll hear it here. No, actually, the game's on ESPN 620. My apologies for that. Kenny Dillingham yesterday on what he expects the atmosphere to be like.
Oh, yeah, I'm expecting this place to be rocking. Absolutely rocking. Unfortunately, there's going to be some other colors in there, too, because a lot of their fans live up here as well. But I want this place to be rocking. I mean, this should be one of the best environments in college football this weekend. Absolutely one of the best. And you got two really, really good football teams playing in a rivalry game with, a lot of guys who are passionate about their schools on both sides of the ball. This is what you want rivalry games to be. You want them to be this.
You know what you're going to have? You're going to have a complete reversal of what the last 2 years. 2 years ago when Jed Fish was the coach, U of A spanked ASU really bad, 59-23. They won 10 games that year. It was a great year for U of A football. The next year, with Fish gone, Kenny Dillingham won in Tucson 49-7, and that punched their ticket to the Big 12 championship game. So you had a 59-23 U of A win and then a 49-7 Arizona State win. This is going to be a close game.
Mm-hmm.
U of A's defense is legit. Like, they've got a top 25 defense. So this is going to be a much closer game. Could go either way. I don't know who's going to win. But I know it's not going to be anything like the last two games when they were complete blowouts, one for each side.
No, where both teams, and that to me is what makes this game really something to look forward to because of the unpredictability of it. And I know you could say that about any rivalry game. You never quite know what's going to happen, but you're absolutely right. It's been very predictable the last couple of years given the very wildly different states of where they were at. This year, They both want it. They both need it. They're both good. It should be. And for that reason alone, I understand I'm not going to be watching it, and I don't think you are either. I'm not going to be watching it through the lens of, okay, you got to beat U of A, and then this has to happen, and that has to happen, and that has to happen for them to get in the Big 12 title game. I'm not going to be watching it like that at all. I'm going to be watching it to see if ASU can put the cherry on top of a very successful season, even though it didn't get him back in the Big 12 title game, or if U of A can do it. I think it provides a level of competitiveness that we have not seen in a long, long time between these two programs. And so even though nothing's on the line for ASU, I still think it should be a great, great game for them.
I think it will be. Now big advantage with Fafita as far as the quarterback is, going up against Sims. Even though Sims has played well and runs the ball really well. This guy's got 69 career touchdown passes. That's the most in program history, more than Nick Foles, more than Willie Tuitama. Their defense is top 20 in top 25 in just about every category. Turnovers, tackles for loss, total defense, scoring defense, passing yards allowed, interceptions, first down. So this will be a big challenge for the ASU offense to really have to move the ball against what is a really good U of A defense.
Here's Kenny on Arizona.
The thing about them is they won 10 games 2 years ago. Their quarterback is the same quarterback. Their free safety, who's the most valuable player on their defense, is the same kid. They have another DB who is the same starter who's been there forever. They have the core of that team is still there. So it's not a shock that they're having this amount of success. It's that same group and that same core of kids who have stayed there through and through, and they've been loyal to the program, stayed true to the program, and now they're playing really good football. And I really think it's because that core and that root of people are still there from that team, and that they're doubling down and people are rallying behind them.
Let me ask you a question. I was thinking about this when I was driving in.
Okay.
We've said for a while now, hey, if ASU wins this game and they go to a bowl game and they win, that's a 10-win season. That's a heck of a way to follow up what happened last year, even if they don't get in the Big 12 title game. What if they lose? What if they lose to U of A? How do we...
you're playing for a 9-win season. You're probably going to the Sun Bowl.
But do we judge the season differently?
No.
Not at all. It's still this season is a success, win or lose on Friday. That's what I'm getting at.
How many teams are in the Big 12 total? Is it
16?
16. If they and I haven't looked at this yet. I don't know. I think a successful season is finishing in the top 4.
Okay.
Because I think that's where you'll always have a chance to play in a good bowl game or a championship if you're top 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I always used to think about that with the Pac-10 and then Pac-12 is you're not going to win it every year. But can you be top 3 every year? Can you be a consistently good program that's in the top 3? With there being 16 teams, I won't say 3, but I'll say 4. Because you're in the upper 25% of everybody if you're in the top 4.
If they lose, they will likely not finish in the top 4 of the Big 12.
So then you would be talking about a loss to Houston and then a loss to Arizona that would that would have knocked you out.
Yeah,
Those two losses right there would have knocked you out of it.
I think you're kind of answering my question for me a little bit. I think it will change the tone of this season.
If you lose, because you're not a top 4 team?
If you lose, I think
you're sixth in the Pac-12?
It doesn't...
I mean,
it's not
the Big 12?
It's not a failure, but it is a disappointment, which is crazy to say that about a 9-win season if you go to a bowl game and you end up winning that. But I think to defend a Big 12 title and to not finish in the top 5 the next year of the conference would be a tough pill to swallow.
Is there a word that's not disappointment, but is not like a success? Because that's what I would say. It's not a disappointment to go win 9 football games and go to a good bowl game, but it's not where you want it to be. And again, that doesn't mean you have to win the Big 12.
I'm not a wordsmith, but to me, there's success at the top, failure at the bottom, disappointment's kind of in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, I think, was it a successful season? Was it a failure, or was it a disappointment? I feel like disappointment would be the word I would use to describe a season that's not. It's not a failure. They didn't fail this year, but was it a successful season coming off a Big 12 title game? You know, but that gets tricky. 9 wins, tough to do in college football.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Texas Tech.
It puts them in a weird space if they lose this game on Friday. A really weird space.
Yeah,
I think,
their losses would be to Utah on the road with Sims as your quarterback, and then the other two.
The Cardinals spent big this offseason, and yet not produced all that much. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
How would you like to save $1,000 from Pro Smile right now off of custom veneers or the All-On X implants? That's right. If you don't like your smile, you see something wrong with your teeth. You just don't have good teeth. Some people, great hygiene, just don't have good teeth. You got gaps in your teeth, spaces. You've got discoloration that's really bad. You've got a really high gum line, so your teeth are small. So you got a lot of gums that show. Whatever the reason is, there are people out there just don't like their smile. So what happens? They don't smile. Photos, videos, social media, interviews, family gatherings. Getting together with a whole lot of people for that. You don't like to smile. You're not confident in your smile. Pro Smile is offering you $1,000 off custom veneers right now, or $1,000 off the All-On X implants. That's a lot of money to save. Take advantage of it. They have locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale. They're the only place where the oral surgeons are at the implant center, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, they're all right there. That's right. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620. That's text PRO to 620-620.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Squirt. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 12/125.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that rookie center Kaman Malawach has been assigned to the G League's Valley Suns. This is the second trip to the G League for the 10th overall pick this year. They'll face the Rip City Remix tonight at Mullet Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, we've learned of two teams that have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte. Those are the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. Diamondbacks have been listening to calls that they have received on the all-MLB second baseman, but they are not actively shopping him. You can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got a double dip of college hoops tonight. ASU has moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They're going to take on Washington State later this evening at the Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pregame coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight, Grand Canyon takes on Utah. That'll take place at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off for that one is 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, this offer ends December 11th.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Nice outfit, Kenny. Would your mom pick that out for you? I don't know what this has to do with anything, but Jarrett told me to tease Kenny. Oh, wait! Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, will join us at 7:15 ahead of the Territorial Cup. Join us Wednesday, starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Tuesday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Cardinals.
You know which Territorial Cup I remember? There's a lot of good ones.
Which one?
I remember the final one with Snyder and Tomey. ASU won it. They went to the Aloha Bowl. It was in Tucson. But Snyder got fired, and I think Tomey retired.
And so neither one of them coached in the bowl game? Or?
I know Snyder coached in the bowl game, but then he got fired after that.
I'm like Kenny. Kenny was asked about his memories of the Territorial Cup, and I read his answer, and if this is the one I think it is, I'm going to play it.
You know, I don't know if I have anything specific other than like I think about it and Thanksgiving kind of go together. Like when I think about Thanksgiving, I also think about like the Territorial Cup and that they just kind of go together. So it's almost like, you know, the holidays, like the Territorial Cup is, you get together with your family, you eat Thanksgiving, you eat leftovers, and you watch Territorial Cup.
I think that's exactly how I would have answered that question. I don't know if I can specifically remember one Territorial Cup game or a particular Territorial Cup game. To me, it's what you do the day after Thanksgiving. You watch ASU versus U of A. That's what you do.
Yeah.
It's just what you do. I'm going up to Flagstaff after tomorrow's show. Going to do Thanksgiving with the family on Thursday. On Friday, we're going to go out and cut down our Christmas trees. And when we come back, we're going to watch ASU U of A. That's what we do. That's just what we do every year, all the time, never fails.
I remember the billboard as you were driving to Tucson, 70-7.
No pity for the kitty, right?
70-7.
70-7. No pity for the kitty. Yeah, I remember that.
I think they just scored again.
The Arizona Cardinals are going to be back at it against the Bucs. And when you have a season this bad, you are in truly evaluate everything mode. And while there's been a lot of conversation about Jonathan Gannon and whether he's going to be back, there hasn't been nearly as much conversation about Monty Ossenfort and whether he's going to be back as the general manager. We've talked a lot about the draft picks. You sent me a screenshot today, and I want to be clear about this. This is listing the free agents from a year ago.
Yes.
And how they've – now, we would all agree.
I saw this Walter B. Mitchell had this on his timeline. I took a screenshot of it just to talk about it.
Now, look, this year's free agent class, two in particular, have performed very, very well and have been worth every single dime the Cardinals have spent on them. Josh Sweat has been worth every penny.
Yep.
Calais Campbell has been worth every penny.
Good signings.
Okay, so those are both very good signings. But if we're in evaluate everything mode, you look at and a lot of this probably just comes to light with the Jonah Williams injury and the fact that he's out for the season and how little you got out of him. Jonah Williams, 2 years, $30 million. Justin Jones, 3 years, $30 million. Sean Murphy-Bunting, 3 years, $22 million. Bilal Nichols, 3 years, $21 million.
All of those did not pan out.
Mac Wilson Sr., 3 years, $15 million.
That panned out. He's hurt now, but he's been a good player for them, Mac.
They're all on the IR, for one thing. I mean, there's that.
It's a lot of money on the IR.
It's a lot of money on the IR, but it's also, even if they weren't on the IR, I think other than Mac Wilson Sr., there aren't a lot of players in there that
Jonah Williams has not been good.
Members of the Cardinals.
Justin Jones, you barely know him. Sean Murphy-Bunting's been out all year. Bilal Nichols barely played. He hasn't been good. Mac Williams, the only one that's played. But, yeah, you went out and you got a tackle, an offensive tackle, a defensive tackle, another defensive tackle. It's just these guys just haven't worked out. It's $118 million in free agent signings with those guys. Now, for the most part, these guys were all very healthy players, and they got hurt. There's nothing you could do about that. Bilal Nichols, Justin Jones, these guys, Sean Murphy-Bunting, you were signing a lot of guys that had a pretty good track record of being available and being healthy. So, I don't know what you could do. Just bad luck, right? It's just bad luck that some of these guys got hurt, but clearly, that's why most general managers not despise free agency, but they don't want to have to build a roster around free agency. Nobody wants to go tell their boss, yeah, we spent $118 million on free agent and really not getting anything out of them because it's kind of fool's gold. I mean, you're better off doing it through the draft with your own guys and you have a little cost, you kind of cost conscious. You know what you spent on those guys and you know what they're going to cost later on than having to go out and break the bank for certain guys.
Yeah, but I also think the Cardinals are a good lesson on how it can be done right too, and how
this year.
Yeah, don't you think? Don't you? If we were generally saying, do you think the Cardinals got free agency right in 2025? I think most of us would answer that in the affirmative. Yes, they did. Josh Sweat has worked out very well. Calais Campbell has worked out very well. Dalvin Tomlinson, he's been available. I don't notice him very much. He made a play this past week. In the loss to Jacksonville, but I haven't noticed him as much as I thought I was going to. Akeem Davis-Gaither, he's been healthy. He's played. He's been okay. Not very good. He's been all right. He's never one of the best players out there.
Not very good.
But I think for the most part, certainly when compared to last year, I would say that Monty Ossenfort, if I'm giving him a grade, free agency 2 years ago, I'm giving him a C-. This year's class, I'm probably giving him a B+ or an A-, just for the Josh Sweat poll alone.
Sweat was good,
let alone the Calais Campbell one. So I think there's, free agency is fool's gold. Yeah, you don't want to build your team, but you can also, if you find the right guy and if you pay the right guy, you can find good football players out there. The Cardinals found a couple of really good football players in free agency this last year.
Bilal Nichols, he signed that 3-year contract. He played in only 6 games last year, had the neck injury. Then he didn't practice in the off season. He was on the PUP list to start the season. Like, it's just like, when you sign a guy to a 3-year deal and he gets hurt in the first year and he misses most of it's almost a waste. It's like a waste.
Yeah.
You don't have the guy for 5 years. It's just like you could still, Darius Robinson, you could still figure that out. B.J. Ojulari, you could still figure that out. But the guys that you sign to 2- and 3-year deals, if they get hurt and miss a lot of time, it just ends up being a waste.
I think if we're talking about judging Monty Austin-Fort and grading Monty Austin-Fort, and if we're truly in evaluate everything mode this offseason, for me, it's what he did in the draft 4 times out of 5. Like, I'm going to weigh so heavily. Draft success.
Yeah.
Draft results. Players you can build around. I mean, free agency I don't – GMs I don't think should be the ones who get fired because, your free agent class, like you said a second ago, they were all hurt a couple of years ago. Hard to judge. It's a lot easier to judge a GM and his ability to roster build based off of how he's done in the draft, and that's where Monty Austin-Fort, it's a real mixed bag so far.
But I think I do think that the Michael Wilson popping changes the whole dynamic of that first draft class. The whole dynamic of it is like because Michael Wilson was a high pick, and when he wasn't working out, you're like, oh my God, you're getting 1 or 2 catches a game out of this guy, And now you've seen him for the last 2 weeks doing these incredible things, and you're like, okay, and now. Whose fault is it that he didn't pop earlier? I don't know. Is it Kyler's? Is it the coaching staff? Is it Pets? I don't know. Probably a little bit of all. But I do think that, sometimes GMs, they have a guy and they really like him and the coach doesn't play him. Yeah. And you're just like, you almost like, we got to play this guy. He's good. I'm telling you, this guy's good. So you have a disconnect between the coach and the GM.
You would hope in today's NFL that doesn't happen very much, that there's synergy between the coach and the general manager to make sure they're drafting players that are going to get used. But I understand what you're saying. Michael Wilson, that class has looked better. But I don't know overall if it's made Monty's entire draft portfolio look that much better.
It changes the grade
far.
On that class for sure.
Yeah,
from whatever you're going to give it goes up a notch.
I'm not so sure. Dylan Brooks, you could tell, a little amped up to face his former team last night. We'll talk Suns basketball next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right. Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing. That's what inspired this whole conversation. Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Masoners, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Dan Bickley here with a smoking hot deal from Waltz TV and Appliance, where right now you can bundle a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch television with a Samsung Q-Series soundbar. We're talking a combined retail value of $17,000, and right now you can get both for under $6,000, saving $11,000 on a beautiful system. Hurry in today because these kind of in-store offers do not last. Elevate your home entertainment for less at Waltz.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State, the duel in the desert, on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Shouting out those in Carefree who are joining us here on this Tuesday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show.
Where there is a highway, that is a famous song by Gordon Lightfoot, who actually drove on the highway and scribbled a bunch of notes and wrote the song about the Carefree Highway.
That is correct.
It's a good song, Carefree Highway, Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah, that came up about a week ago.
95% of you listening have never heard the song.
95%?
90% have never heard this. 9 out of 10 people have never heard the song. 9 out of 10.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It's a good song. It's a good song. That is where the Carefree Highway came from, and we double checked that. We were told that was the case, so we've got that.
Mm-hmm.
We've got that. This is Dylan Brooks after last night's reunion with the Houston Rockets. Typical Dylan Brooks.
I've never seen so many flops being rewarded on the other side. It honestly felt like I was in a FIBA game. Like playing basketball in FIBA where you just get rewarded for flopping. And that killed every single run we had. Couldn't be physical, but the Rockets were physical, grabbing and holding. And when we tried to do it, there was calls right away. So, got to fix that somehow, some way. They got to get in the lab and watch these things because that looks like every night.
We might have been deprived of Kevin Durant, and Jalen Green might have been deprived of playing against his old team. There was nothing deprived at all about what Dylan Brooks did last night against his old. It wasn't as dialed up as I thought it was going to be, but it was still dialed up.
Because
plenty.
he loves them and he respects them, and he loves the coach and the players, and they were going at it, and he gave Adams a little shot, and then Adams went down, and listen.
John with Ime Udoka a little bit,
and they love each other. Those guys love each other, and Udoka spoke very highly of Dylan Brooks and what he brought to change the culture in Houston, and so I think there's a lot of respect there. I think there's mutual, so it's not a hatred thing. It's not. Yeah, I'm sure each side really wanted to beat the other side, but there's no disrespect. It was all love. Like, he loved his time there, and they loved having him. They just had a chance to go get Kevin freaking Durant. So they made the trade to get Kevin Durant, and Dylan Brooks is one of the guys that had to go.
Yeah, this is what Udoka said before the game. When he was asked how he dealt with Brooks and his habit of pushing boundaries, he said, quote, "If you know me, you know I don't mind that at all. What he did for our organization was invaluable. To bring in a veteran like him and Fred VanVleet to change the culture and environment, the competitiveness on a nightly basis, you've seen that happen here. I don't mind at all. We both toe the line, I guess, at times, but he's a guy that I love and have a ton of respect for," close quote.
Right.
And you read it, And you can start to see. I mean, we're seeing it. We're living it every other night when the Suns play. But you can start to feel like he's done this before. He's done this before in Houston. He's done this before in Memphis. He's done this in other markets with other towns where he's come in and said, "Hey, yo, change the culture, change the competitive, amp it up a little bit." He's done it before. And he's doing it again.
We had 3 guys that changed the culture here. They never got booed. You know who I'm talking about. We had 3 guys that helped change the culture of the Phoenix Suns that were always respected and will always be respected. They're not going to have their name on a rafter. They're not going to have their number retired, but they'll always be looked at with a little bit of gratitude. Thank you for what they were able to accomplish.
Ricky Rubio.
Kelly Oubre.
Who's the other?
Aaron Baines.
Oh, Aaron Baines. Forgot about Aaron.
Those 3 guys.
Forgot about Aaron Baines.
Are never going to be like, Suns legends or anything like that. But you know damn well that those 3 guys changed the culture.
Yeah.
You went from sucking and losing and winning 20 games every year and picking in the top 5 of the lottery to, oh, my God, you went 8-0 in the bubble and you almost made the freaking playoffs because of those guys. Okay, those guys changed the culture. Those guys brought grown-ups into the room. Well, Baines and Rubio brought grown-ups into the room. Kelly Oubre brought a hell of a lot of fun, I don't know if he was a grown-up.
You saying Kelly Oubre wasn't a grown-up?
No, but he was fun, man.
He brought some swag in the room, man.
He brought swag.
Oh,
he brought some cockiness
some
and
serious
swag.
in the room.
Yeah, so those 3 guys, I will always have the utmost respect for Rubio, Baines, and Oubre for what they were able to accomplish because it was the first time in a long time, almost 10 years, where you felt like, oh, my God, the Suns are respectable. Oh, my God, the Suns have turned the corner. Oh, my God, look, they had guys that cared. They had guys that played hard. So guys like that, you never crap on those guys. You always respect those guys.
You don't. But like you say, they're never going to be the ones who, they never shine the brightest. They're never the stars necessarily. And I think Dylan's a little different in the regard that because there are just so many injuries right now, Dylan Brooks, I feel like, is almost the main attraction of the Phoenix Suns right now. Not Devin Booker-like, but I think because Jalen Green's not playing, because Grayson Allen's not playing.
He always gets a loud ovation when they do the introductions.
I think he has become very quickly a very popular player, almost Kelly Oubre-like, if we're going to use your example and evolve it a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Those 3 guys.
Take me down that road.
Those 3 guys were important, but Kelly Oubre, I think of the 3, was clearly the biggest star, right? Like he was the one that the fans. He
had the swag.
And I think Dylan Brooks brings some of the swag that Kelly Oubre brought with him, along with some of the work that Aaron Baines and Ricky Rubio. In some ways, he's like a mashup of all 3 in one guy because he's got a lot of swag. He said, "You were at the game. What are you doing?"
I'll buy that.
You can buy that.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, look at that. 3.
Remember, the cameras are on.
Yeah. I said, I'll buy. I'm buying Burnsies.
You're buying that? He has a little bit of both. I think he's got a popularity that Ricky Rubio was. I wouldn't say Ricky Rubio was popular. He was respected and appreciated, but I don't know if he was popular. Dylan Brooks is popular. People love him.
Ricky Rubio was good.
Yeah.
And he was
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that swag.
I agree.
Charles Barkley was on Bickley and Murata today and said he wants to put Brooks's brain into Devin Booker's body. I can't wait to hear this.
I told Matt Ishbia this the other night. If I could put Dylan Brooks' brain in Devin Booker's body, it'd be scary. It'd be scary.
Explain.
That mental toughness, they're like, okay, I'm going to be in you. I'm coming after you for 48 minutes. I like to smoke. That's what he brings to the team.
One more.
Man, that guy, he brings energy. He brings toughness. I'm glad. I love watching him play. I do. Like I say, does he cross the line sometime? 100% he crossed the line.
Yeah.
But that goes back to my earlier statement. I'd rather have a guy who's overly aggressive than a guy who's passive.
I think it was Mitch. Was it you a week ago who kind of compared Dylan Brooks to a poor man's Charles Barkley? Was that you? No? Somebody did. I can't remember who it was. Somebody had made that comp, and I thought it was, looking back on it, it's a really good comp. He doesn't obviously have nearly as much offensive skill as Charles Barkley did, but in terms of that cross the line, that willingness to cross the line, and to get up in guys, oh yeah, that was Charles at his best.
I think the thing that surprises me most about Brooks might be the scoring. I know he was a good defensive player and he was tough and he brought it out. This little spin that he does when he gets in the paint, this little, I'm going to drive, and then he spins. Like every game, you'll see him do this spin, and he floats it up, and it goes in. You're like, well, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
That's a good shot.
It's the part of his game that I do wonder about the sustainability of it and whether he can keep doing that or not. I don't know. But yes, he has. You were at the game last night, but
Yes.
on the NBC broadcast, they were even joking. Like every time he brings the ball up past half court, he's going to shoot it. He's going to shoot it. He's going to put up the shot. He's been given a freedom and a license in this offense to shoot a bunch.
Good, because he could score.
Right, he can.
He's a scorer.
If it starts to, remember that opening night when he made like 2 of his first
16
14 shots or whatever. It's like, yo, Dill, chill. Dylan the villain. How about Dylan the chill? Let's just chill out a little bit. Let's not shoot it so much. I do worry that sometimes his offense, it's gonna stop, and when it does, then there's gonna be a little bit of trouble. You know what I mean?
Probably, but he does seem to relish this role of I could be a secondary scorer on this team. And I don't know that he's ever been anywhere where he's been asked to do that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, John Morosi over at the MLB Network dropped a little Ketel Marte nugget this morning on the MLB Network on the latest that he's hearing about possible destinations. We'll talk about that coming up right here on Burns and Gambo.
It originated in 1899, and on Friday, 2 Arizona college football teams battled to win it once again. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Bedding. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Roast is only $7.99 a pound with your card and digital coupon. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that rookie center Kaman Malawach has been assigned to the G League's Valley Suns. This is the second trip to the G League for the 10th overall pick. They'll face the Rip City Remix tonight at Mullet Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, at least 2 teams that we know of now have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte. Those 2 teams, the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Diamondbacks have been listening to calls that they have received on the all-MLB second baseman, but they are not actively shopping him. You could read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We've also got a double dip of college hoops tonight. Arizona State moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They're going to take on Washington State tonight at the Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage will start at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon is taking on Utah. That game is taking place at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off is a late one, 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Charles Barkley said he wants more from Devin Booker. The Phoenix Mercury have released new uniforms. And there's a report that the Phillies and Blue Jays have checked in with the Diamondbacks for Ketel Marte. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
And that is what we're talking about here on the Burns and Gambo show. That Ketel Marte one from Alex Weiner. There's a story about it right now at ArizonaSports.com. You can check it out. We are entering, we get into Thanksgiving. We get out of Thanksgiving. Now we're entering the month where things are going to start to happen in the hot stove. Some things have already happened. Josh Naylor signed with the Seattle Mariners, but for the most part,
Sonny Gray traded to the Red Sox.
Sonny Gray
today.
got traded to the Red Sox today. There have been a couple of things that have gone down, but for the most part, we're all kind of just waiting to see what happens with the marketplace in December.
Winter meetings.
It's usually the month, right? When things
December
start to happen.
7th and 8th, the winter meetings in Orlando. You could expect that the Diamondbacks will be active then. I see trades. I see pitching. I'm forecasting, but I believe that you are getting very close to seeing some new Diamondback players on the roster. Most likely a trade. Can't rule out free agency, but yeah, they are working on things and doing a lot of feelers right now. But right around December 7th, they head to Orlando, and you'll see some things start to get done.
John Morosi, when he's not on our show speaking to Gambo in Italian, he's on the MLB Network, and today he was asked about Ketel Marte. This is a longer cut, but there's a lot in here that you should listen to.
I think it's at least a 50-50 chance that Ketel Marte is moved by the Diamondbacks. And here's what I can tell you. And I talked to multiple sources on this in the last 24 hours. The Diamondbacks are actively listening on Ketel Marte. Nothing is close, but multiple teams have checked in. Among the teams to check in, the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Phillies and the Blue Jays among the teams that have checked in. And notably, Lauren, those 2 teams, Phillies and Jays, are not on Marte's limited no-trade clause, which means the Phillies or Jays could acquire Marte without his permission. And why is this really important right now? Well, if it's the Jays, think about this. That would mean that Andres Jimenez is the shortstop, that Marte is the second baseman, and Bo Bichette would be playing somewhere else. So keep an eye on that potential trade possibility. Again, I'm not saying the Jays have Marte as a greater priority than Bichette, but they are pursuing that in tandem as they think about different ways to fill out their lineup.
Reaction.
I'm not surprised. We know that there are several teams that are, interested in Marte. We had reported 7 teams have chimed in. It might be more than that by now. Ketel Marte's got a great contract. He's a terrific player. Now whether something gets done, 50-50 sounds about right. 50-50. 50-50. I think Mike Hazen's can't play it any further than that. He's got to leave it at 50-50 to make other teams like this. The more the Phillies and the Blue Jays. Well, what about the other 5 teams that called now? Oh, the Phillies and the Blue Jays?
Sure, of course.
Blue Jays are going to let Bichette go to put Marte at second. Oh, those teams now, you're trying to drive up the bid.
Absolutely.
You're trying to get as much value as you can for Ketel Marte. So you've got to play it close to the vest. No, we don't really want to trade him. We're not actively calling. We're not calling other teams. We'll listen because we have to. That's our job. But you want to get it out there that teams are calling. You want other people to know who those teams are. Mm-hmm. So a little bit of information leaks here and there, and it's just it's good for business.
Especially 2 highly competitive teams like the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays were just in the World Series. The Phillies
have to do something.
Aspire to be in the World Series every single year. So if you're also a like-minded competitive baseball team, you're going to be motivated to act because you don't want to see him go to the defending American League champs, or you don't want to see him go to the Phillies, who are good every year. Now, to your point about creating leverage and creating a marketplace, now you're basically sending a message to all the other competitors in the American League and the National League. Hey, 2 of the best teams in baseball have called. 2 of the best teams in baseball have asked about him. If you want to be one of the best teams in baseball and you want to make sure they don't get him, you better give us a call too, so we can talk. It's brilliant. My reaction was twofold. Number one, I didn't know he had a limited no trade clause. I don't know how limited it is. I'd be curious to know who's on that limited no trade clause, but that was a bit of a revelation to me that there are a couple teams he can choose to not go to.
Let me see if I can find out.
Was that new information to you? Did you know that?
I think I knew that he had a limited no trade clause. I don't know who the teams are.
Okay, yeah, I had no idea he had a limited no trade clause. The other, I was a little surprised to hear it was high as 50-50. That to me suggests, I understand 50-50 if we take it at face value, we say it's a coin flip. I didn't think this was a coin flip that he was going to get moved. I would have thought that somebody like Morosi would have said, there's like a 30% chance he gets moved. It's like a 20% chance he gets moved. 50-50, that kind of feels like he's getting moved. That kind of feels like it's got a little more weight to it than, we're just listening and we'll see if somebody calls. And 50-50 feels like a far greater chance of moving him than I would have anticipated. Let's talk about
unless you go to figure out where the hell else are they going to get pitching from.
Well, that's
like, where are they going to get pitching from?
Yeah, I mean that to me is the tell here, is that they've exhausted all their other options for improving their roster, and there just aren't any great ones. And this is the only great one they've got to be able to address the multitude of needs that they have. They don't have the money to spend. They don't have, their high-end prospects that they have in the system. That's not great bait at the end of the hook. Ryan Waldschmidt's probably not moving the needle that much. Jordan Lawler's probably not moving the needle that much. We know that, like, the Alec Thomases, who was at the Suns game last night, by the way.
Alec
see Alec there? They're not moving the needle very much. If it speaks to Mike Hazen's competitiveness that he wants to keep going for it this season, Ketel Marte might be his only way to do it,
Probably, and I'm just looking at the Blue Jays roster, and you're not going to get Ye Savage from them. I'm just trying to look at what you could get pitching-wise. I don't even know that I love, their starting pitchers. Gossman's too old, and Bassett's been kind of injured, and you're not getting Max Scherzer, and Eric Lauer, I think, was just on a one-year deal. I don't know what they could get. I'd have to look at their minor leagues. But the way to get pitching is Ketel Marte. Like we said, if you trade Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy, you're probably getting back a relief pitcher. You're probably getting back a relief pitcher. You're not going to get back.
And maybe not even that great a one, to be
You're
honest.
not getting back a primetime starting pitcher for one of your surplus outfielders. The only way you're going to get back a quality starting pitcher is to trade Marte. You know, because you're not trading Corbin Carroll and you're not trading Geraldo Perdomo. So you're not trading
nice and slow.
You're not trading
Perdomo.
Ryan Nelson. So to get a starting pitcher back, it's most likely that you have to make a trade to do it. And the only guy that's got a lot of value that you could trade is Marte.
Yeah. I guess how you react to this soundbite is kind of how you feel about trading Ketel Marte. I personally have no problem with trading Ketel Marte. None. I mean, it's a risk. There's always a risk involved in making a deal like that, but I think given their state and where they are, it's probably a risk worth taking.
Good time to roll the dice because of his age. I think if you wait another year, the value still starts to come down.
But keep in mind,
because of how old he is.
When I advocate trading for him, and I think you feel the same way, it's not because about what happened in the clubhouse last year. It's not because of the All-Star break or the special treatment or anything like that. It's exactly what you said. He's the path to getting starting pitching, and you don't have any other way to do it.
I think it's five.
Desperately need it.
5 teams is what I'm
5 teams.
told.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know that. I'd love to know. If you're talking with somebody, I'd love to know what 5.
Please no Dodgers. Please no Dodgers.
No, I hope I hope they're on his no trade list, so they just don't even mess with the Dodgers. You know, we're not going to trade him somewhere where he's got a no trade clause.
It's usually
then he's got to approve it.
We'll take Roki Sasaki.
I would have thought Toronto would have been on it.
Yeah, because you don't want to
go to Canada.
Yeah,
like if you're going to have a limited no trade clause,
it's like
like first and foremost on the list, right?
Like where do you not want to play, right? So it's not like it's like places you don't want. It might be the Marlins because they're cheap. It might be the Pirates because they're cheap. It might be the White Sox.
For some reason,
you might pick like the 5 worst teams.
Yeah, this is triggering a memory too about I think we did talk about this because I thought some of the teams that might have been on that list were teams that would make it really hard to go home to the Dominican. For some reason, I remember talking about that.
I wouldn't think Miami would be one of those teams.
Do you remember that? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like I feel like a year ago we were talking about he wants to make sure that he doesn't want to be too far away to get home to the Dominican when he wants to go home to the Dominican.
I remember this because I was looking up direct flights from airports there.
So there you go. We have talked about this
Let me
before.
just see where the All-Star game is in 2026.
When we come back on the Burns and
It
Gambo
is,
show, where is it?
Philadelphia.
It's
in Philly.
Philadelphia.
Direct
Freedom.
flight from Philly. You're good.
He continues to be a steady presence off the bench for the Phoenix Suns. Colin Gillespie is going to join us next, exclusively here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Cardinals lose once again. And maybe that's the silver lining of all of this is that they were close but still lost the game.
Yeah.
Because they're playing for nothing at this point. They're not factors in the playoff race. And I hate being this person because it takes every shred of my being as a fan of a team to be okay with losses, to improve draft position, but that's where we are.
I know.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here with you to tell you about Global Credit Union and to tell you why you should be doing your banking with Global Credit Union. Everything you would ask for from a bank, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and credit cards, all the services, but mixed in with that, a real, true, legitimate attempt to eliminate fees from your life for doing your banking, right? To keep your money in your pocket. Now, you can't eliminate them all, but I've met with their executives. I've seen some of the numbers, and it is true. $195 million last year that Global members collectively saved doing their banking with Global Credit Union as opposed to doing it with a bank. And they do it through low to no fees on the accounts. They do it through a better interest rate than they can get at a bank. It's different. It's with you in mind, and it's all about saving you money. So please explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus, superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Coming off the court, you hear it straight from a Suns player with Burns and Gambo.
It's the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. Coming off the courts, it is our weekly visit with a member of the Phoenix Suns, and joining us right now, coming off the loss last night to the Houston Rockets and in advance of tomorrow's game against Sacramento, Colin Gillespie joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Colin, as always, we appreciate the time, man. How are we doing today?
Good. How about yourself?
Very well, thank you. From your perspective, tell me about that loss last night. I saw after the game you lamenting the fact that you guys only had 11 assists. That is very much not what you guys are about in terms of Suns basketball. What was happening on the floor when it came to your inability to kind of get everybody involved like that?
Yeah, I think we got a little stagnant, especially in the second half. Played a lot of ISO ball, got away from what we normally do, and I thought that you got to give the Rockets some credit too. They played good defense, flying around, making it tough on us, but I think we just got a little too stagnant, got out of kind of our character of basketball and what we like to do, and just got to learn from it and grow from it and move on.
Was it you? Was it? I don't mean you personally, but I mean, was it the Suns? Was it them? Was it something they were doing to you defensively to force you into that style of basketball?
They're physical. They fly around. They're athletic. They play big lineups, so they make it tough on you for sure. But there's stuff that we could have done to combat that, and yeah, we just got to be better moving forward in terms of that, and not letting teams kind of get us out of what we do.
Yeah, I think I saw that it was your first game this year under 100 points. Do you expect that other teams will try to dictate pace like that? Because you guys obviously want to get out and run and you want to move the ball, and it looked like they were really trying to slow the game down more towards a pace that they prefer.
Yeah, that's the tempo that we like. We like to play up tempo, get out and run. I think that starts on the defensive end. I don't think we got enough stops in the half court. And then they were also able to kind of create some turnovers and get out in transition, which allowed them to set their defense back on the other end. So I think if we got to start it on the defensive end, being able to get stops, rebound, limit them to one possession, and then get out in transition and get ourselves some easier looks. But the turnovers also hurt us a little bit in terms of them getting out in transition, getting easier buckets, and being able to set their transition or their defense up in the half court.
Colin Gillespie is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo shows. We're coming off the court talking with a member of the Phoenix Suns. Your confidence has always got to be high in this league, but from your perspective right now with the success that you've had this season, how high is your confidence right now in yourself, Colin?
Yeah, I'm extremely confident in myself and all my teammates. I think we all have confidence in each other and just kind of always trying to push each other to continue to be better, always giving each other confidence. But, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to continue to play a good brand of basketball, try to play winning basketball every time out on the floor. But I'm confident in myself. I feel like I always have been. And there's more opportunity now with guys being out. So just trying to play winning basketball and continue to play good basketball moving forward.
How much does that get amplified, though, when you're off to the start that you're off to this year? You personally, when you're playing like this, how much does your confidence get amplified in a moment like that?
I think it does for any basketball player. When you're playing well, I feel like you feel more confident when you're out there. But like I said, I feel like I've always been confident in my ability and in my game, and then there's more opportunity right now. But definitely playing well, I think, helps. And you just kind of look to build off of it and continue to play well and try to impact winning in any way you can. Obviously, basketball it goes up and down. You sometimes can't control if the ball goes in or not. So just always pride myself on doing the little things every night, bringing energy, effort. And if the basketball goes in, that's a plus.
I know it was 2 games ago, and I hope you're not sick about talking about it yet, because I'd really like to ask you about what happened on Friday against Minnesota. When Coach draws up that play for you, given where you guys were in that moment with who you had available and things like that, what was your reaction? Were you surprised when you see that you're going to be the one taking that shot? What sort of went through your mind in that moment, Colin?
No, I wasn't really surprised. We've been in situations like that kind of in the summertime, in training camp, and obviously knowing that Book was out already and Dylan was out, and the lineup that we had out there, I think it was just Coach was going to put it in my hands and try to make the right play, whether it was me taking the shot or finding somebody. But he drew up a good play. We were able to get a switch on somebody that we wanted to go downhill on, and then I told the guys before coming out of the timeout, make sure you go to the glass, because if I was able to get a shot up, if I missed it, we'd be able to get a tip in. So I wasn't really shocked at how it was drew up. It was a good play design, and lucky enough, it was able to go in.
Well, there were so many moments in that final minute of that game, and obviously you hitting the game winner was the biggest of them all. But when you sort of replay the last minute 10 seconds, how much does your steal and you poking the ball away, how much do you think about that when you think about everything that went down in that final minute?
Yeah, I think that was important because I was able to cut it back to 3. So I think Goody hitting that 3 was probably the biggest play in that last minute, probably, because we were able to cut it to 3, and then we didn't have to foul. And then Goody was actually able to get another steal and then laid it up and it cut it to 1. So at that point, we're in the game, even if we have to foul and they make 2 free throws. And then obviously Edwards missed 2 free throws, and that probably doesn't happen many times. But we were able to have it happen for us, get a timeout, and then Coach drew up something good for us coming out of the timeout. But those 2 plays by Goody were massive. The 3 and then the steal and the layup were really big for us in that moment.
How important has he been in the midst of all of this? You guys are on the court together an awful lot. How important has he been in the way you guys have been able to start this season so far, Colin?
Yeah, he's been crucial for us in terms of just energy and effort, non-negotiables for guys like us in the second unit coming out, making sure we bring it every night, and then also just he plays a brand of basketball that's just something that not a lot of guys do. Doing all the little things, extra effort plays, creating extra possessions, offensive rebounds. Especially at his size, he guards the best players. He can guard guys that are bigger than him. So he's definitely been awesome for us, and we'll continue to need him down the stretch here. But he's been awesome to start the season so far.
Was your phone blowing up Friday night? Who'd you hear from?
Yeah, I had a lot of people reach out to me. Obviously, a lot of people back home, my family, friends, old coaches and stuff like that. But yeah, there was a lot of people that ended up reaching out. It was a cool moment for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure like coaches will tell you to flush the good moments, flush the bad moments. You got to move on, and it probably doesn't help that I'm asking you a million questions about it. But I got to think it's a moment as good as it was. It is kind of like flush it and on to the next, right? Like you don't want to spend too much time reliving the glory days of what you did a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, for sure. Somebody actually asked me about it the day after on Saturday, I think, and I told them, like, I've already moved on from it. It's one game. We play 82, and we had another one on Sunday, and then obviously one yesterday back-to-back. We got a long week coming up, so you can't really think about it too much. You're on to the next team, on to the next game, the next moment. So you can't really think about it too long. You can never get too high. You can never get too low across an 82-game season. So
yeah,
it was on to the next. Had to prepare for the Spurs on Sunday.
And then you had to do this ridiculous ridiculous radio interview where you asked about it 5 times, and I got to relive it all over again. Colin, we do appreciate the time. We thank you for coming on for a few minutes. Have a great Thanksgiving. I know you guys are busy with the games and traveling and everything, but try to enjoy it as best you can. Good luck against the Sacramento Kings, and we do appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Colin Gillespie joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, it's 4 o'clock. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports. The Reset with Lauren is next here on Arizona Sports.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thanksgiving weekend rapidly approaching, which means the deals at Liberty GMC, well, I was going to say they're rapidly approaching too, but the thing is they're already here. They're going on right now at Liberty GMC. You don't have to wait until Black Friday. You don't have to wait until this weekend coming up. You can get that beautiful, brand new GMC that you've been wanting right now at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. You can get $12,250 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. If you're looking for a truck, you can get $7,250 off a Sierra Heavy Duty. If you're looking for an SUV, you can lease a 2026 Terrain for just $279 a month, or you can buy it with $4,250 in savings. The popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models, they're arriving daily. It's all at Liberty GMC. Get the GMC you've always wanted this holiday season. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
This Black Friday, elevate your getaway at Talking Stick Resort. Enjoy 30% off the best available hotel rates when you book November 14th through December 11th for stays now through November 30th, 2026. Unwind in luxurious accommodations and indulge in world-class gaming, all in one 4-diamond destination. Don't miss our biggest offer of the year. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Blackout dates apply. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that rookie center Kaman Malawach has been assigned to the G League's Valley Suns. This is the second trip to the G League for the 10th overall pick this year. They'll face the Rip City Remix tonight at Mullet Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, 2 of the teams that have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte are the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Diamondbacks have been listening to calls they have received, but they are not actively shopping the all-MLB second baseman. You could read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got a double dip of college hoops tonight. Arizona State moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They're taking on Washington State at the Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon takes on Utah. That one's taking place at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. That's pretty good. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We turn things over to Lauren, put the show in her capable hands. She tells us what's going on in sports. She tells us what's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's got to.
Somebody's got to do it.
You made it home in time to watch Illinois last night?
I did.
Yeah, boy. It was a race to see who was going to get out of here faster. Gambo to get to the Suns game or Lauren to get out of here.
I left my wallet here.
Go watch Illinois. I'm telling you, you were in such a rush to get out of here.
I'm so forgetful these days.
I'm just so worried about your mental state sometimes.
Too. No, me too.
Parking in the wrong spot. You're leaving your wallet. You're calling
something else I did last week.
Night, tank night.
Yeah.
I just worry about you sometimes.
I'm starting to worry too. I got a little 5 days off after today, so I got to
recharge
the battery.
There you go.
Gambo beat me out of here by a few minutes.
Yeah, but not by
it was
much.
Close.
You beat me out of here.
I did.
Yeah, usually you're the last one here. So,
yeah,
all right, go ahead. You got it. What's
up?
All
I'm glad
right.
I called Mitch instead of you then to check on where my wallet was. You would have been here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll start with the game that Gambo rushed off to last night. The Phoenix Suns, they lost to the Rockets 114-92. Here's Jordan Ott post-game on just not being able to get the offense going.
Yeah, 11 assists isn't a great number. You look down at that number and then you look beside it and see 20 turnovers. It just wasn't a great night there. We just kind of clunking through it. Thought we had a couple moments where it was like, okay, just get over the hump. We just never could.
Phoenix Suns, they will have a chance to get redemption tomorrow at 8 against the Kings in another NBA Cup game.
Bring it on.
The Kings court, by the way, purple.
Purple.
Suns
will feel right.
The worst court out of all of them, and I don't pay much attention, the Timberwolves court. Disgustingly like lime green.
Oh, yeah. It reflects off of players' faces on the
I
broadcast.
almost want to puke when I look at it. Like, like it makes you want to throw up.
We've been talking about the Suns a lot today. It was bound to happen. They missed so many guys last night. They were playing a vastly superior opponent last night. It was predictable what happened. It really was. They're just long and they're athletic, and the Suns just don't have enough bodies to even hope to compete with a team like that.
It's just a different level. And, you don't have Grayson Allen. Probably not going to have him. I don't expect you're going to have him for tomorrow. He's still out. I don't think he's that close to coming back. You don't got Jalen Green. You didn't have Ryan Dunn yesterday, so you were shorthanded and you were playing a great team.
That little nugget's a little concerning. Don't expect to have him back here.
I don't think he'll be. I would not expect he's going to play tomorrow. But this is, I mean, he could even miss more than that. So I don't think that they've mentioned that he's close to coming back or anything like that. So I still think he's going to be out for a little bit.
Don't love the sound of that.
No, not at all. And in case you were not up until 12:15 in the morning, like I was, here is what ASU's late night game winner over Texas 87-86 sounded like.
Gives it over to Odom. Odom moves into the offensive end. 18 seconds to go. Odom on the dribble. Keeps it active around to the top of the arc, shoots a three, and hits it! The Devils in front! 10 seconds to go! Holy smokes!
Texas was ahead by 10 points with 7.5 minutes left. ESPN's win probability had them at over 95%.
Look at you quoting win probability.
And I'm not a win probability guy. Devastating loss for Texas. They turned the ball over 19 times in that basketball game. ASU had 19 points off of those Texas turnovers. They just played terrible. Texas played terrible, and Arizona State, give them credit, ended up coming back in those final 7 minutes and taking the game from them. That's a good win for Bobby Hurley and the Devils.
36 points for Mo Odom in that game, and now they'll play Washington State tonight at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports. And
49 fouls called in that game against Texas, too.
I was going to say, one of the key things in Odom's stat line is he was 16 of 18 from the line.
They called a foul every 30 seconds.
Yeah,
they kept blowing the whistle.
He only made a third of his shots last night. It was not a horribly efficient game, but he got to the line a bunch.
Texas had 28 personal fouls in that game. 28.
5-1 on the season for ASU basketball.
The game's happening in Maui, and to quote the late, great Bill Walton, if I only have 1 minute to live, I hope it is the last minute of a college basketball game.
I think the officiating crew that did that game is the same one that had the 17 penalties on Arizona Cardinals against the 49ers.
You think so?
I think
they just jumped right over into college basketball, right out of the
NFL.
Right
very easy to officiate both sports seamlessly.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And U of A, they beat Denver 103-73.
Yeah, easy game for them. They got to rest some of their key guys, but I think that they got their freshman going. The Braden Burries kid got going a little bit in that game, which is good to see. And then the kid from Munich, Germany, had a big game for them, the freshman. Can't even pronounce his name, but he's a freshman from Munich, Germany. He's good. He's good. So he got an opportunity to shine a little bit in that game, and he played really well.
I believe the freshman accounted for 72 points of the total that they scored last night. So it was a good night for the youngsters.
Yeah, they both had Burries and him had career highs last night.
Kochetkov, how do you pronounce his name?
I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name, so I'm going to defer.
He's from Munich.
Also not 100% sure, but I was really excited to hear Gambo give it the good old college try. Nailed it.
Yeah, got it.
I like him. He's good. Good player.
I'm sure that's it right there. Yep. And as the Cardinals prepare to take on the Buccaneers on Sunday, Nick Rallis discussed how they're preparing for Teddy Bridgewater in case Baker Mayfield is not ready to go.
Yeah, probably back to 2014 when he was with JG. Now I'm just playing. We go back with both people and situational stuff with what we feel like we need to. But you got to be prepared for in the NFL. You got to be prepared for multiple people. So.
Hasn't started a game since 2022. They're not ruling out Baker Mayfield.
Mayfield has not missed a game with the Bucs. 45 starts without missing a game.
It's been a very impressive stretch for him in that regard. So I'm sure we'll get more information as the week goes on. But prepare yourself for a Bridgewater game potentially in his first start in 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, and the semifinalists for the Pro Hall of Fame class of 2026 have been announced, and Larry Fitzgerald is a semifinalist. He's made it. Those finalists and those being inducted will be announced at the NFL Honors in San Francisco in February, and then enshrined in August in Canton.
I wouldn't think number 2 all-time in receptions or number 2 all-time in receiving yards would have anything to worry about.
First ballot.
You
no
would
problem.
think number 2 all-time would have nothing to worry about, so hopefully he's got nothing to worry about, and he's just in.
It's a good-looking class, too.
Can you be inducted without officially retiring? Just asking for a friend.
We might be waiting a little while then on that one. Yep. And Joe Burrow, he gears up to return to the field on Thursday, but he shared his thoughts on Thanksgiving games today.
I think just like a lot of kids, you grow up going through Thanksgiving, you have your meals with your family, and then you go and sit on the couch, and typically there's not a lot on, except football. Back in the day, it was Lions and somebody. You go watch Matthew Stafford throw for 300, 400 some yards with Calvin Johnson and probably lose the game, but it was fun to watch. Those are memories that you have, and so I kind of always wanted to be the person out there.
Sounds like Joe Burrow and I had the same childhood.
Pretty much,
then.
Pretty much, yeah.
It reminds me of the old Bing Crosby song with David Bowie. You go back that far, huh? Matthew Stafford is quarterback. Wow. You go back that far.
He's a young man.
Well,
he's a young man.
He didn't go to Scott Mitchell or Joey Harrington. Right to the old time machine with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. I think of the Lions. I never think of the Cowboys when I think of Thanksgiving Day. I mean, I know they both traditionally play that day. They both always play that day. But to me, that Lions game in the morning is absolutely. It's just I think about that. Because the Thursday game always rotates. It's always different teams. But I always think about the Lions a lot.
I just remember going to my grandmother's house in Massapequa. And the whole family would gather and we'd sit and watch football, and me and my cousins would go outside and play football in the streets, and it brings back good memories.
Yeah, I like
some good memories.
Football. Yeah.
And finally, a little bit of baseball news. The Boston Red Sox have acquired veteran right-hander Sonny Gray in a trade with the St. Louis Cardinals. In return, St. Louis receives left-handed prospect Brandon Clark and right-hander Richard Fitz. Boston will also receive $20 million to help cover Gray's salary, and Gray waived his no-trade clause.
He's owed like $40 million, so they'll pay 20 of it. He's 35 years old. He's a good pitcher, solid. He pitches a lot of innings, strikes a lot of guys out. He's been around the block. I remember when the Yankees got him from the A's. I was all excited, but he never ended up being that good. Just a solid middle-of-the-rotation veteran guy.
No doubt. The things are starting to loosen up a little bit with the hot stove league. Things are starting to happen a little bit. The Simeon trade over the weekend, now the Sonny Gray deal.
Yeah, Marcus Simeon's in the Mets. He's like 35 years old. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but all right.
Yeah.
All right, and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. The Territorial Cup is coming up on Friday, and whether you're rolling with the Sun Devils or back in the Wildcats, we want you in the stands at Mountain America Stadium. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football. ASU takes on Arizona, and your shot to be there. Text Sparky to 620-620 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. That's Sparky to 620-620. Are the Arizona Cardinals wasting a great Trey McBride season? The answer is obviously yes. The question is what they're going to do about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900. Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models, own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us for a pre-Thanksgiving Eve show full of reflections and thanks and all that stuff. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, all that gratitude stuff. That's all coming tomorrow. In the meantime, we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Shout out our audience in Avondale today, joining us on this Gambo's final day before he takes an extra long Thanksgiving break. So hello, Avondale. Say goodbye to John Gambadoro. He's here with us for about another hour and a half
Good
or
night,
so.
everybody.
And then
No,
not quite. We're off a little early today.
A little early
today.
today.
Yeah, not that early.
All right, I was ready to go if you want to.
Yeah, no. Well, don't forget anything. You'll just be back,
Yeah,
right?
I know. I'll have to come back.
You walk out the door and you'll forget your keys or your wallet or your this or your that.
People get, you get older, you become forgetful. You do.
So I've heard, yes. The Arizona Cardinals will get more on their injury situation and Baker Mayfield's injury situation later in the week. In the meantime, we know at 3-8, this season is destined to be a very forgettable year for the Cardinals. The question is, well, I mean, it's in part, what are they going to do about it? But there's also a little bit of lingering kind of the shame of it all. And the shame of it all is that they're wasting a tremendous season from Trey McBride.
The numbers are just incredible when you look at what Trey McBride has done this year, and it's just the first thing you think of is like all we talk about is the losing, game after game, the 5 straight losses at home, the 3-8 record, the coach and the offensive coordinator, the decisions and all of that. Trey McBride is among tight ends this season. 71 receptions are number 1. 718 yards are number 1. 7 touchdowns are tied for number 1. He's got the most routes run. He has 301 receptions since entering the NFL, tied with Jimmy Graham for the most by a tight end in his first 4 seasons in NFL history. Mm-hmm. But you are looking at a really special season. Think about this. There are 6 games left in the season. He needs 29 catches to go over 100 catches. He's going to get that if he stays healthy. He might clobber that. I mean, if he averages 6 catches a game, he's going to clobber that. So it's the one thing that I thought about is, God, it's just to have such a great season by Trey McBride and for it to be on a 3-8 football team, it's tough because he's very difficult for any defense to contain, to cover. As we say all the time, linebackers can't run with him. Safeties are too slow for him. Too small for him, not slow, but too small for him. He's a nightmare matchup for defenses, and he's having an absolutely fantastic season, even with the change at quarterback.
Yeah, he had 111 catches last year for 1,146 yards. So
he needs 40 more catches to top that in 6 games.
So you're going to look at back-to-back extraordinary years out of Trey McBride, right, where it's likely over 100 catches, where it's likely over 1,000 yards receiving. It kind of puts to bed all those thoughts we used to have about the Cardinals and tight ends and how they could never find a good one. There's no question this season you are wasting a great Trey McBride season. I'll take it one step further, and this is going to sound very ungrateful 2 days before Thanksgiving. I hope they don't waste a great Trey McBride career.
Oh,
I hope Trey McBride doesn't become one of those players who, you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Who just a great player, and it's not just the Cardinals, right? Like Paul Goldschmidt was a perpetually great player on a Diamondbacks team that just never did that much when he was there.
Don Mattingly with the Yankees never won a World Series.
Don Mattingly with the Yankees.
Whole career, never won a World Series.
I know it's early. Trey McBride's, 26 years old. It's too early to start saying things about, but think about it this way. Trey McBride last year was disappointing. This year is going to be disappointing. Next year is going to be some version of a rebuild, either a full rebuild or a partial rebuild. Either way, they're going to be trying to put the pieces back together from a team that wasn't very successful, and I don't think a lot of us think they're going to be very good next year. Now you're running on 3 straight years of Trey McBride potentially having special years in the NFL and not leading the team success. You hate it when guys like Trey McBride, who are very easy to like, very easy to root for, and very good at their jobs, that they're not rewarded with team success. That is really hard to take.
Do you remember all the talks about a lot of fans wanting Larry Fitzgerald to go try to win a Super Bowl with the Patriots or somebody else.
Of course.
For years.
For years.
It was like, this team's not going to win. Like, you need to go somewhere else. You need to go play somewhere where you have a chance to win.
Felt the same way about Shane Doan and the Coyotes. Go.
Yeah.
Go. It's fine.
Go somewhere.
We understand. Go win. Have fun. Enjoy some success. Play on good teams. And it's I'm not making any declarations, and I'm not saying this is how it's going to be. We like Trey. We've had Trey on our show a dozen times, if not more, right? Like he's having, I hope he doesn't have one of those careers where we look back on it and hey man, let's give it up for Trey McBride. He was a really good player for a number of years on a really bad football. Aeneas Williams. I know I'm going in the Wayback Machine. He was a really good player on really bad football teams for years and years.
Him against Michael Irvin was the best matchup on a Sunday you could have, and he went to the Rams for the final 2 years of his career. Doan went to a Western Conference Finals. Booker's been to an NBA Finals. Fitz has been to a Super Bowl. Now, even with that said, you play all those years, you only have a couple of years of, Fitz played a long time. He only had like 2 years of success, like real success in his career. So you do wonder if, sometimes, like I remember Ray Bork when he was with the Bruins and he left the Bruins and he went to the Avalanche and he won a Stanley Cup. He won a Stanley Cup, and it was like, the Bruins fans were like, we sucked. We weren't going to win. Let him go get that cup. Let him go taste that. So I do understand. I do understand it. I think it's early because he's only 26. If he was 30, I think it'd be a different conversation. He's been in the league. This is his 4th year in the league. He's 26 years old. I mean, he's still going to be in his prime for the next 5 years.
I know.
But to your point, like, you've got a generational type tight end on your roster. You got to find a way to have success with this guy because these guys don't. My whole time in Arizona, they never had a good tight end.
What I don't want to have happen, okay, is we've both been to that stadium 100 times, all right, and you can look at the names in the Ring of Honor at State Farm Stadium, okay, and there are a lot of players who were up there who were on very bad teams. You can look at the names at the Ring of Honor, and you can remember the good Carson Palmer teams. You can remember the good Kurt Warner teams, right? I'll use our own Ron Wolfley as an example. Ron Wolfley, a great Arizona Cardinal. He wasn't on any good teams when he was here, right? You just hope that one day when Trey McBride's name is up there in that Ring of Honor, that you'll be able to look at his name and remember the good teams that he was on and the good moments that the teams that he was on provided rather than just an individual great player. Because I think we celebrate the players with the team success more than we do the individual great player.
To your point, the Diamondbacks will celebrate the 25th anniversary of their World Series title coming up next year.
Mm-hmm.
You'll remember the great season Gonzo had and Randy had, and they all because of the success that they had. So I don't disagree with you at all.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, the Phoenix Suns, how have they been able to turn the page on their old era so quickly? That is next here on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is the biggest disappointment of the season for me. This offensive line that I took so much stock in going out and actually being able to run the ball. I was so excited to watch this rushing attack develop over the course of this season. It just has not transpired like that at all.
You're going to have to overhaul this in the offseason.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dr. Jay Schwartz is simply the best when it comes to taking care of your eye care needs. He is the best. He has performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures right here in the Valley, the most advanced LASIK surgeon in Arizona. He's the team eye doctor for the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. He's my family's team eye doctor. Nobody in my family will trust anybody else with their eye care needs except for Dr. Jay Schwartz. I have a daughter that comes all the way down from Tucson and she's a doctor, and she comes all the way down to see Dr. Jay Schwartz. Why? Because he's been taking care of her eyes since she was a kid. And so she trusts him. And when you find somebody you trust, you stay with them for as long as you can. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers 2 years of interest-free financing for your LASIK surgery. I had it done. It's one of the best things I've ever done for myself. You could have it done as well. 2 years interest-free financing. You can get a free evaluation for your eyes right now. There's locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You might even want to give the gift of sight to somebody for Christmas this year by getting them a gift certificate for a vision correction procedure with Dr. Jay Schwartz. Just call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, Bay Centurions. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Bedding. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. You know, people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that rookie center Kaman Malawach has been assigned to the G League's Valley Suns. This is the second trip to the G League for the 10th overall pick this year. They'll face the Rip City Remix tonight at Melville Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, two of the teams that have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte are the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Diamondbacks have been listening to calls they have received, but they are not actively shopping the All-MLB second baseman. You could read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got a double dip of college hoops tonight. Arizona State moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They're taking on Washington State at the Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon takes on Utah. That one's taking place at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Why? Because you could buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for ASU to beat U of A in the biggest Territorial Cup since 2014? We'll be talking Sun Devils Wildcats tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And I quote, with all those picks out the door and all that money already spent, though, all the current iteration of the Suns can do is take the first steps down that path, and they're kind of kicking ass at that, close quote. That was a line from a story today on Yahoo Sports, as despite last night's loss, and I'm pretty sure this was written before last night's loss, the Suns are beginning the early stages of capturing the attention of those around the NBA. Not fully, not like, that are still spending more time talking about Oklahoma City and Denver and Luka and all the things that you would normally talk about, right?
Toronto,
Detroit for the start they're off to. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the Suns are like everybody in the league is talking about the start that the Suns are off to. They're starting to get their fair share of attention, though, and probably beat Minnesota on Friday night the way they did helps a lot. The record certainly helps, but I think because expectations were so low for this team, to see them with a record of 11-6, 11-7, has people are starting to notice how they're doing it and what they're doing.
Yeah, there's a few things in here that I took note of. It says, under Jordan Ott, Phoenix has jumped on the post-Pacers league-wide trend of picking opponents up the length of the floor. After dialing up full-court pressure on just 1.5% of their defensive possessions last season, the Suns are pressing 5.8% of the time this season, 7th highest rate in the league. So when you have a younger team with more athletes, you could do that. Mm-hmm. When you've got an older team with a bunch of guys that have, an injury history, and you're running around there with Yusuf Nurkic and Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant and the guys that you had, you just can't do it as much. So that stood out to me. It says aggressive backcourt pickups, hard doubles in the post, in your jersey ball pressure, hands in the passing lanes while tracking cutters. These Suns want to man up, get in your faces early, as often and physically as possible, and make you feel them on every possession. So true. I mean, wouldn't you think in some ways we always talk about this, like what's the identity of the team? What's the identity of the team? That is very much the identity of this team.
Oh, absolutely.
They are going to defensively get in your grill and try to stop you. They're going to shoot the three, especially when they're at full strength, they're going to shoot the three. But their identity is very much, to me, more of a defensive identity than it even is an offensive identity right now.
And for those of us longtime Suns fans, you, me, and I would imagine a lot of the people who are listening right now, I mean, like those who go way, way back, it's just something that they've never been identified with. It's something that has never really, truly been their calling card. The Phoenix Suns have been, for the most part, I'm sure you could find specific examples if you look back at their history. For the most part, the Suns were looked upon as an offensive basketball team, whether you're talking 7 seconds or less, whether you go back even further to Charles Barkley and the Paul Westphal teams back of the early 90s, even the ones in the late 80s. That was a team that I feel like was more predicated on outscoring teams. The Suns have almost always been an organization that has just been, we're going to outscore you. We've just got more offensive talent than you do.
True.
Very, very rarely have they been identified as a defensive, I don't want to call them a juggernaut, but that being their calling card, it was always hardly been how you define the Phoenix Suns.
There's always one or two players. Dan Marley was a very good defensive player. Sean Marion, Raja Bell. There was always one or two guys, but never a team. It says this: after finishing 27th in points allowed per possession last season, Phoenix entered Monday ranked 8th. The Suns are second in the NBA in steals per game, behind only the Thunder. And it says they're 5th in deflections per game. Well, you got a bigger, longer team, you can get those. They're forcing turnovers on 17% of opponents' offensive possession, the 3rd highest rate in the league, and the highest rate of any Suns team since at least 2003. So again, more defense, steals, the deflections, forcing turnovers, the backcourt pickups, the pressure on the ball, the swarming defense that they talk about. They make a line here. I don't know how you call it. They no longer feel like the
laissez-faire.
Oh, thank goodness you said that. Team that employed Durant and Beal.
Do you know laissez-faire? You don't remember laissez-faire from
sounds French
high school history? Laissez-faire is it defined a style of government back in the 1800s where basically it meant hands off. Basically, it meant like we're not going to interfere with your business at all. We're going to be hands off.
Okay,
we're laissez-faire.
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 They no longer feel like the laissez-faire team that employed Durant and Beal.
Only if you roll your L like that. You get laissez-faire. Only if you say it like that will it really have the impact it was intended for.
I could roll R's pretty good. Arrivederci.
Laissez-faire. No, they don't. But that's okay. See, and that was ultimately the problem. Well, there were lots of problems. I don't want to say there was one problem over the other. But the Durant-Beal Booker iteration of the Phoenix Suns, I mean, you could just tell watching their games. Like, we're just going to outscore you. Well, we have three of the best offensive players in the NBA. You don't. And at the end of the day, that's going to be enough. And so, yes, they were laissez-faire defensively. And, yeah, they didn't get up in anybody's jersey. And, yeah, they didn't play particularly hard. They, at the end of the day, thought that, wrongly so, because we have more talent than you do, we will beat you at basketball. And God, were they wrong. Were they wrong? Because they just didn't play hard on a nightly basis at all. They thought
they
assumed that having two of the best players in the NBA and three of the 50 best players in the NBA would be enough. And boy, were they wrong.
Yeah, too many chefs and not enough cooks. Is that the line?
Yeah.
Like they didn't have a Jordan Goodwin, last year.
They did, but they didn't have a chance. Those guys never had a chance to shine. I mean, because they never, like Grayson Allen before he got hurt was having a hell of a year, in part because Kevin Durant wasn't blocking him. He didn't have a Kevin Durant in his way. You're now free to take more shots and be more of an offensive guy because you don't have to worry about making sure Kevin Durant gets all the touches and plays iso ball for 20 seconds out of a 24-second shot clock. Just leads to a different brand of basketball.
Tyus Jones was too small. He's having a terrible year this year.
Mm-hmm.
Just a terrible year with Orlando. It's almost like they're so bad when he's on the court. Yeah, I just think that they found, they were looking for an identity to have, not just Dylan Brooks, but they just wanted a bunch of guys that were going to. Colin Gillespie said it. Like, that's how I'm going to stay in the league.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay in the league because I play hard.
Yep.
I'm going to stay. That's what I got to do. I got to play hard all the time. So he knows that's his calling card to stay in the league.
There was another story on Yahoo, same website. Early NBA awards, MVP, top rookie, best surprise team, breakout star. 2 of the 5 named the Suns as the best surprise team so far. One of them wrote, Tom Haberstroh wrote, if you told me the Suns received a go-to scorer in the Kevin Durant deal and it was going to be Dylan Brooks, I would have told you to go take a nap. And yet Brooks is averaging 21.4 points per game. Another one, Kelly Iko, said it was the Suns. While you were sleeping, they've reeled off 8 wins in their last 10. They're 6th in offense and 5th in defense in November. And are at an all-time vibes high, despite trotting out one of 9 different starting lineups with a slew of injuries. So again, it's starting to now. We're going into the stretch now, and while they certainly survived and rallied against Minnesota, we saw just how painful this stretch can be last night. Something tells me we're going to see how more painful this stretch can be with a back-to-back coming up Friday and Saturday against Oklahoma City and Denver. It's going to get rough, and how they survive and navigate these next 3 weeks, especially with no Jalen Green. It doesn't sound like Grayson Allen's going to be walking through that door anytime soon.
Not anytime soon.
Well, let's take another sampling of the opinions of the Phoenix Suns around Christmas. By then, they'll be through this part of the schedule, and we'll see what their record is, and we'll still what people are saying about them then, because it has the chance, at least, to look very different the next holiday we get to after this one in a couple of days.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think their identity defensively is kind of defined. I don't really know if I know what their identity is offensively because they don't have Jalen Green. So if you said to me, do you see a defensive identity? Yes, I do. I know how they want to play defensively. Do you see an offensive identity? Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
I think I do a little bit. I think it's pace and threes. It's pace and threes. Space and pace and threes, I think is their identity. But I don't think they can execute the vision of their offense until they get Jalen Green back. And I also don't know. I mean, they can have all the vision of what they are and how they're going to play and that. But against a tougher schedule, we'll see. We're going to find out a lot.
But I also think that when Jalen Green comes back, he likes to drive to the basket a little bit more. I wonder how much that takes away from the threes.
We'll see. The Territorial Cup is on Friday, and whether you're rolling with Sun Devils or backing the Wildcats, we want you to be there. Get ready for one of the oldest rivalries in college football as ASU takes on Arizona, and your shot to be there is here. Text Sparky to 620-620. It's your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Again, text Sparky to 620-620. How exactly are the Cardinals preparing without knowing what quarterback they're going to face on Sunday? You'll hear next on Burns and Gambo.
Way out west, there was this trophy. Trophy I want to tell you about. Trophy by the name of the Territorial Cup. The Territorial Cup is the prize for the winner of Arizona versus Arizona State. Get pregame coverage of one of college football's oldest rivalry games. Friday afternoon at 4. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Listen to Arizona at Arizona State. The duel in the desert. On Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
How would you like to save $1,000 at Pro Smile right now on fixing your smile? You can save $1,000 on cosmetic veneers, very popular. You can save $1,000 on the All-On X implants. So if you're struggling with smiling, you don't like to smile for pictures or videos, you're plastered all over social media, you're not smiling in any of the photos, you dread Thanksgiving and Christmas and the holidays because a lot of people are over and you don't like your teeth. It could be your gum line is too big, or it could be your teeth have big gaps in them, or it could be a lot of discoloration, or just years of neglect on your teeth. Whatever it is, Pro Smile, with locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale, does it better than anybody else. And right now, they're going to give you $1,000 off your cosmetic veneers or your All-On X implants. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620 or call 1-888-GO-SMILE.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
We're giving you an update on the poll question Lauren rolled out a couple of hours ago. Suns were clearly missing some people last night. Maybe it would have made a difference. Maybe it would have made none. That's one of the best teams in the NBA they were playing last night. But either way, they got their teeth kicked in pretty good. So, who were they missing the most last night?
A shout out to the man in the comment section of this saying the little popcorn kid.
The little popcorn
yeah, that
kid.
It's a little cute kid.
He's adorable.
Yeah, he is adorable. The popcorn kid.
He is cute.
All right,
He
he's
is
not
cute.
an option in
He's
the
not
poll
an option?
question.
Okay,
no,
that's,
but we like a good write-in. Today's poll question is, who did the Suns miss most last night? Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Ryan Dunn, or Grayson Allen?
Jalen Green.
Grayson Allen.
For a second, I thought you were going to change.
No, Grayson Allen.
Oh, okay.
Mark Williams is still leading
course.
the way in this poll question. 54% of the vote, 26% going with Jalen Green, 15% going with Grayson Allen, and 5% going with Ryan Dunn.
I mean, there is logic in selecting Mark Williams. He was available. I mean, in a literal sense, he was available. The other three guys were just not going to play because of the injuries that they've got. It was more of a choice with Mark Williams not to play him. But I think on most nights, if you're going to say who are they missing out there, they're missing Jalen Green because it just changes the whole equation, which we're going to talk about coming up in a little bit. All right, thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. This is Nick Rallis. He's the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals. And he was asked if he's picked Kyler's brain about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that can help out. Obviously Drew was with him too. That's a big one. So yeah, anything that we can use as an advantage for sure.
Question is it going to be Baker Mayfield? Is it going to be Teddy Bridgewater? We don't know. We'll probably find out a little bit more tomorrow. But I know the Baker Mayfield injury, it hasn't ruled him out for this week. It was about the best news they could have possibly gotten about him.
Yeah, they got slaughtered by the Rams Sunday night, 34-7. That was their third straight loss. They're 6-5. So you're looking at them, and now they caught a break with Carolina losing last night. So you look at the standings, the Bucs are 6-5. The Panthers are 6-5. The Falcons are 4-7. The Saints are 2-9. So this division is up for grabs. Atlanta's not very good, but they're only 2 games out of it. So Tampa and Carolina kind of battling right now. I just can't imagine a Bucs losing 4 games in a row. They're a good football team, so I'd be surprised, but we'll see. He's got a low-grade AC joint sprain, left shoulder. If he's not able to go, like you mentioned, Bridgewater's going to go. Doesn't have a lot of games under his belt the last few years, but this is a game that they need. Kind of like this is similar to Jacksonville. Jacksonville needed to win that game.
Yes.
Tampa needs to win this game. They need to win this game. If you don't win this division, you probably don't go to the playoffs. So you got to win the division. So for them, all of these games have the utmost importance.
There's no doubt. And yet, look, if Baker Mayfield plays and he's relatively the same, I know he's going to be dealing with the injury, but it's his non-throwing shoulder. I don't think the Cardinals have much of a chance against the Bucs. If it's Teddy Bridgewater making his first start in 3 years,
yeah, why not have a chance?
I think this becomes one of 3 winnable games the Cardinals have left on the schedule.
Okay,
where I think it would be if no Baker and it's Teddy Bridgewater, I think it's this Bucs game that's potentially winnable. I think it's the Falcons that's potentially winnable. And honestly, I'm looking ahead to the last game of the season against the LA Rams when they might not have a thing to play for.
Yes.
And they'll be resting everybody, and you could potentially win that game.
Yeah.
Do I see
if
them?
They've got home field advantage on the line. They're going to play.
Yeah, certainly they would. But if they're locked into their position and there's not much to gain,
right,
then I would think that would be it. Knowing that they're going to play the next week, I would think they would rest a bunch of guys.
They wouldn't play the next week, right?
They would only not play the next week if they were the number 1 seed.
If they're the number 1 seed.
If they're number 2, 3, or 4, they would play
but if they're the number 1 seed, they don't.
They don't.
So I'm saying, like, if they have a chance to get that, they're going to play hard.
Of course, yeah. Of course. I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to have something to play for.
Yeah, we don't know.
Or not.
Too far down the road.
I think 2 weeks from now when they play the Rams, I think the Cardinals are going to get destroyed. I think the Houston Texans by then will get C.J. Stroud back, and I don't know how the Cardinals are going to be able to get anything done against that defense at all. They have to go to Cincinnati on December 27th. As we've talked about a lot, Joe Burrow is back, and that environment, I think, is going to be – not that the Bengals are that good. I just think that's going to be a really difficult game to play in the cold like that with Burrow back. Yeah, so I think it's the Bucs. I think it's the Falcons. And I think it's the end of the season with the Rams. Those are your 3 chances left to make – and a lot of it depends on Baker Mayfield.
They were 6-2.
I know.
They were 6-2.
Their defense has been miserable
red zone
as of late.
And their red zone.
They're not getting any pressure on the quarterback. At one point during the Rams game, their defense had allowed touchdowns on 10 of the last 15 drives they had defended against, spanning over 3 games. It's been bad. Red zone's been bad.
Red zone, they've converted just 50% of their red zone opportunities. It's 25th in the league. They get in the red zone, they can't score. Their conversion rate is terrible. So, they're able to get there, but they're just not able to get. And on the other side, they're giving up a lot of touchdowns. I think it's 75% of the time a team gets into their red zone, they're scoring. So they've got some issues both offensively and defensively. Bucky Irving, the running back, should be back for this game, so that would help them a little bit. But again, if Baker's out, that's a big. That's big for the Cardinals to not have to face Baker Mayfield. He's got the shoulder sprain. Now, if I'm them, I wonder if I'm just better off. I'm going to look at who they play the next week. I wonder if I'm better off just it's at home. You might feel like, can I win this game at home without having to play him? Because if you could do that and you buy him a week, then you could have him get ready for the next game. So right after the Cardinals, they would play the Saints also at home. So they've got 3 in a row at home. They've got the Cardinals, the Saints, and then the Falcons.
They've got the cakiest schedule in the world left.
Yeah, 2 against Carolina, though. 2 against Carolina. That might determine the division.
The Cardinals, the Saints, the Falcons, then the 2 against the Panthers, the Miami Dolphins wedged in between them. Yeah, it's a pretty get Baker back, and I would think against that schedule. But like you say, their defenses, they're giving up on average about 35 points per game over their last 3. They've been really, really bad. So I think there's a chance. For the Cardinals this week. When we come back, Devin Booker, his struggles continue. His struggles against teams over 500. We'll get into that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Inbounds pass goes from Livers to Bouye down to the final 3 seconds. He'll dribble it out, and that'll do it here tonight. Suns fall to the Rockets. Final score 114-92. Their 3-game win streak comes to an end, and their losing streak increases to 5 in the series with the Houston Rockets.
More reaction to this Suns loss coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You need a new truck for the holidays? Maybe you want to get a truck for Christmas? Well, it's that time right now at Sanderson Ford. You can get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payment for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you're going to want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford is your Operation Santa Claus dealership. To win a new F-150 or a Lincoln Corsair, go to givetotheclaws.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns announced today that rookie center Kaman Malawach has been assigned to the G League's Valley Suns. This is the second trip to the G League for the 10th overall pick this year. They'll face the Rip City Remix tonight at Millwood Arena. Tip-off is at 7. Per reports from MLB Network's John Morosi, two of the teams that have checked in on the availability of Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte are the Philadelphia Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Diamondbacks have been listening to calls they have received, but they are not actively shopping the All-MLB second baseman. You could read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got a double dip of college hoops tonight. Arizona State moved forward in the winner's bracket of the Maui Invitational last night. They're taking on Washington State at the Lahaina Civic Center. Tip-off is at 6. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon takes on Utah. That one's taking place at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Tip-off is at 10 p.m. tonight. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long only at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Luke. Which players will swing Sunday's Cardinals-Bucks game? We'll be previewing Arizona-Tampa Bay tomorrow at 10. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we got a little stagnant. Tonight, obviously, didn't get the ball popping like we should have. They got out in transition. We're able to get easy looks. I think we turned the ball over a little too much, too, allowing them to get easy baskets. But yeah, just some stuff that we don't really normally do. So just got to flush it.
Colin Gillespie after the game last night, 11 assists for the Phoenix Suns. They were all discombobulated. It was all off. And in many ways, Gambo, this is about the head of the snake. And that would be Devin Booker, who did not, once again, have a very good game last night. We've kind of seen this run for him, this stretch for him. I thought he was good in the second half Sunday against San Antonio. He wasn't good against the Rockets. He was terrible against Minnesota on Friday. And it's like we said earlier, you know, two things can be true at the same time. He's getting blitzed. He's getting doubled. They're aggressively attacking him defensively.
Sure, why wouldn't they?
But as a star in this league, that happens, and you got to deal with it.
You got to figure it out. The thing that I've noticed a lot is the poor 3-point shooting for Book, and it might be like, you know, it's you feel like the second you get open, you got to fire it really quick, and maybe he's rushing his shots. He's 9 for his last 44. That includes 0 for 3 against the Clippers, 0 for 2 against New Orleans, 0 for 3 against Dallas, 3 for 10 against Indiana, 0 for 6 against Atlanta, 1 for 2 against Portland, 1 for 6 against Minnesota, and then 2 for 6 against Houston and San Antonio. So in the last 10 games, Bernsey, he's shooting 20% from three-point range. 20%. And it includes a lot of 0-fers. 0 for 6 against Atlanta, 0 for 3 against Dallas, 0 for 2 against New Orleans, 0 for 3 against the Clippers. A lot of 0-fers in there for Devin Booker. I think the three-point shot has abandoned him a little bit.
I think so. And he goes through pockets like this. Like I feel like with Devin Booker, we've had him for so long and we've seen him for so long that we almost know exactly what to expect. Very little surprises us anymore about Devin Booker. We know what he's capable of when he's at his best. We know what he's capable of when he's at his worst. I think what has surprised me this year about Devin Booker in particular is that even when he struggles, they still find a way to win. Even when he's less than his best. It's what we were talking about after the Minnesota game, right? Like, if you'd have told me the Suns were going to beat Minnesota, I would have said, great. Devin Booker went for what, 36?
40.
37. He had one of those Devin Booker nights. No, he had one of the worst games of his career that night against Minnesota. That's the part that I never would have been able to buy as a Suns fan. Like, you can't – they're not going to have success unless he's great. And they're certainly not going to have success against great teams unless he's great. Happening against Minnesota, it did not happen last night. Last night, he looked like he needed help. He looked like he was missing Grayson Allen. He looked like he was missing Jalen Green. We haven't said that a lot about him this year. It was pretty obvious last night.
He talked about after the San Antonio game, he talked about, like, he wasn't happy with the way he's playing. Just wasn't happy with the way he's playing. We had some cuts on that. But, like, then you go to the Houston game, and he has the struggles again, and only made 5 field goals. So, like, the most field goals he's made in any game in the last 4 is 7. He's gone for 4 field goals, 5 field goals, 6 and 7. So there's a lot of struggles right there. I'm not worried about him getting it together. You're right. He goes through stretches. But, like, to beat some of the good teams, you would expect, even though you beat Minnesota was like, they were 10-5 on the season, but their 10 losses were to teams, the 10 wins were against teams above 500, and their 5 losses were teams above 500, if you believe it or not, but that's true. I think to beat a lot of the good teams, Booker's going to have to play great. Like, can they beat Denver or Oklahoma City if Booker doesn't play great? Probably not.
Yeah.
Now, you get the odd game like the Minnesota game, but I think for the most part, yeah, you need him to play great.
John Voida over at Brightside, and I stared at this tweet for...
The 500 record one?
For 10 minutes today, because I was just trying to make heads or tails of it, and it was difficult to do because, well, I'll let everybody figure out why I was struggling to understand it. Devin Booker versus teams above 500, is actually scoring more per game than he is versus teams under 500. Not by a lot, but he's been better scoring-wise against them. Shooting-wise against teams over 500, he's shooting way better overall, but way worse from three. So it's like 47% versus 43%. But three-point percentage is like 28% versus 38%. So he's scoring more. He's shooting a better percentage, but not from three when he plays a team over 500. When he plays a team over 500, he's averaging more assists per game, but he's also averaging way more turnovers per game when he plays an above 500 team. So I'm looking at it, trying to think, okay,
the Denver game comes to mind for me. Then he turned the ball over like 10 times in a Denver game.
Yeah. Yeah, and
he had a terrible.
Well, then it was nine. It was 9 times against Minnesota the other night.
Maybe it was 9 against Denver too. It was 9. He had a terrible game against Denver, turning the ball, scored a bunch of points, but turned the ball over a lot.
So when he plays a team over 500 so far this year, he's scoring more, he's shooting better, but not from three. He's assisting better, but he's turning the ball over more when he plays an above 500 team. So is he playing better against teams above 500, or is he playing worse against teams above 500, right? Because he's shooting a better three ball against teams below 500, but his assists are down. His turnovers are down, so that's good, too.
Yeah.
Again, I stared at it for 10 minutes like, what is the conclusion here? What
and the Minnesota game brought those numbers way down because he was so bad against Minnesota.
Yeah.
So that brought those numbers against 500 teams down.
Look,
and they were better before the Minnesota game.
I don't know what the answer is. I know that during the stretch over the next 3 weeks where they're playing great team after great team after great team, he's just going to have to be better. He's going to, because it reinforcements other than Mark Williams. Jalen Green ain't walking through that door anytime soon. Pardon the expression. Grayson Allen doesn't sound like he's walking through that door anytime soon.
I would say I do not expect Grayson Allen to be available tomorrow. And then they've got the next couple games. I would even doubt that he'd play for that one. Not sure. They haven't reported it, but I would say he's not going to play tomorrow against Sacramento, and it might be further than that before he can come back.
I just know this about Devin. I know that no matter what, I want to see the Suns win. I want to have the Suns' success. I enjoy it a lot better when Devin Booker is having success too. I really like watching him succeed. I
think there's.
I am a big fan of Devin Booker, and so I want to see them do well first, but I want to see him do well in the context of that.
You kind of feel like after everything he's been through, God, you'd like to see him have some enjoyment.
Absolutely.
After the 10-year stretch, and he wasn't there for all those years, but that stretch of really bad basketball with the 20 wins every year and all the different coaches and GMs and everything, and then you had some success, and then you faltered and he said it to us, the last 2 years were the toughest on his life.
Yeah.
Toughest of his career, those last 2 years. They were the hardest of his career. So you'd like to see, him be rewarded for the commitment he's made to the organization to stay here. Yeah, I understand.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Kyler Murray, are we going to see him step onto this field again for the Arizona Cardinals this year? That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you guys can tell my love for stuffing.
Wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Mason Ritz, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax has done a remarkable job for me to set me up for my retirement, and he does a great job for many people that are in my category, people that are just, working towards a goal. You want to have a good retirement. You want to live the life you want to live. You want to be able to do the things you want to do. You work hard your whole life to support your family, and then eventually you get to a point where it's like, it's me time. Like, it's me time, right? The kids are all grown up. They're out of the house. It's you and the wife, and take that trip you always wanted to take, buy that second house to get out of the heat in the summer. Whatever your goals are, it's important to work with a guy like Stuart Willis, a fiduciary right here in Arizona at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, because he helps you not only with your financial plan and your retirement plan and also your estate plan, but he also helps you with a tax plan. Because if you go into retirement without a tax plan, big mistake. Trust me, big mistake. Stuart always told me when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've made. It's not about how much money you've invested in and you have in savings. It's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep, because there are taxes that are going to be due. That's why I recommend calling him right now at 602-877-PLAN for a free review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basin Indians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. We were alerted this morning by our fearless leader, Aaron Maloney, that because ASU won last night at the Maui Invitational, beating Texas on a last-second shot, we are off in 15 minutes because we've got ASU pregame coverage coming up at 5:30 for a tip time at 6. There were very few complaints to be heard.
Well, I'm off tomorrow, so
Yes.
I got the next 5 days with the Thanksgiving holiday and then the weekend. So I'll be back Monday. I will be back. I think I'll be back Monday.
You
No, I'm
think
teasing,
you'll
I'm
be back
teasing, I'm
Monday?
teasing. I'll be back Monday.
Washington State versus ASU, live from Maui, is coming up at 6. You'll hear that here on Arizona Sports 98.7. That's why we're getting off a little early. Also tonight, Grand Canyon is taking on Utah. That game tips off real late at 10 o'clock. Those are the two games that are on tonight. There's a variety of NBA action on tonight as well, including a battle in LA between the Clippers and the Lakers. But ASU basketball is what's on tonight. Suns are back at it tomorrow. And there you go. That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening. Yeah, Gambo's off tomorrow. Tim Ring will be filling in. Hope you have a very happy birthday on Thanksgiving Day.
Thank you. Yeah. 59 years old.
59 years old.
Crazy, yeah. I moved here when I was 30, so I am 1 year away from having half of my life here and half of my life in New York.
Wow.
Like, I am literally right at the 50-50 mark.
Still have the annoying accent. It's amazing. It's amazing
I didn't move
how
here when
that
I was
works.
12. I moved here when I was 30.
How does that work exactly?
And so I am literally just right on the verge of 50-50.
Wow.
50-50.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Had I remembered that you were going to be off tomorrow, I would have brought in some nothing but cake to celebrate your birthday. I'll bring it in on Monday.
I don't
We'll
care.
celebrate.
I don't care.
Oh, then never mind. I won't. Screw you and your cake.
It doesn't matter.
You'll get no cake.
It doesn't
None
matter.
whatsoever. Tomorrow, I would imagine, we'll
I don't want no cake Monday. You know how many pies I'm going to eat this weekend?
I mean, what's one more day, right?
All right.
Are you getting a special dessert, a special Thanksgiving dessert to commemorate your birthday as well? Like, see, now, this is great for you.
So when I was a kid, and I used to go to my grandma's house. My grandma Marcazzini.
Grandma Marcazzini, yeah.
Grandma Marcazzini. She used to always have the best family Thanksgiving dinners and everything, and she'd always make a special cake for me. Special cake that was just mine.
Hey, Johnny, here's a special cake for you from your Grandma Marcazzini.
Grandma Marcazzini.
Pardon me.
Yeah, so she used to make me this special cake. So like I always had a cake on Thanksgiving for my birthday because it was always around my birthday.
You getting one on Thursday for your
I don't know what the hell I'm getting on Thursday.
But you see, you win.
There's this place in Levine that has these pies, so I think we're going to get them tomorrow. I don't want to tip off everybody because I just want to be able to get the right ones. But Chelsea has been getting these pies from this place in Levine somewhere that are like phenomenal. So we'll go there and get the pies tomorrow. I almost told her, I said, listen, maybe we'll just go get that gigantic chocolate cake that they have at Portillo's because I freaking love that thing. Has anybody ever had the chocolate cake at Portillo's?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Is it not like literally just to die for?
Have you ever had the cake shake?
No.
They put a piece of that chocolate cake in a shake and
No
blend
way.
it?
No way. Is it good?
Well, I mean, if you want to have a heart attack shortly after, but yeah, it's delicious.
Yeah, so like, God, I do love.
If you want to have your sugar intake for an entire calendar year in one meal.
Chocolate, okay.
I've had the cake. I've never tried the cake shake.
Me either,
that
but
might
the
have to
freaking
be,
cake is delicious.
Try that. Well, yeah. Hey, look, it's your birthday.
It's my birthday. Why not? I don't have
Live it
many
up.
left. I might as well just live these to my fullest.
You win though, because Thanksgiving is normally it's not a gift giving holiday. That's why a lot of people like Thanksgiving. There's no pressure of giving gifts or getting gifts. You get gifts, and you don't have to give any, and you get to enjoy the meal too. You win.
It's almost like your birthday being on a holiday doesn't
I mean, still, you get presents.
Yeah,
you
I guess
get
so.
presents on Thanksgiving on a day that's known and famous for no presents being exchanged at all.
Yeah.
I think that's a win-win.
Look, you just got a new 2-pack of underwear from Man-Made. Way to go! All right. Hey.
If that's what you're getting for presents,
No, I don't know.
You're doing it wrong. We'll find out more tomorrow. Maybe not everything we need to know, but about Baker Mayfield, about the status of the injured Cardinals. Hopefully we get an update on Walter Nolan. I'm very, very worried about that from the Cardinals' perspective. As far as Kyler goes, we heard what Jonathan Gannon had to say yesterday about a return to play plan with Kyler Murray.
I talk to K1 every day, and he's working hard to get healthy. That's what he's doing right now. He's in every meeting. He's engaged. He's rehabbing a boatload of time in there. but I know he wants to play.
We think we're probably not going to see Kyler the rest of the year just based off of I would assume their desire to protect him and to make sure that whatever value he's got in the offseason remains with him and they're not on the line for salary they don't want to be on the line for. But these numbers were a little bit disturbing, and these came from Cards Wire and Jess Root. 6 more sacks, 15 more hits this past week against Jacksonville. Jacoby Brissett is now up to 24 sacks and 64 hits in his 6 starts.
So that would project to, just do 6, 12, 18. Let's just pretend it's one extra game. That'd be like 70 sacks. That projects to 70 sacks and 6, 12, and 180 hits.
Oh, God.
Like, it's 7. So I just take off a little bit because there's one extra game. So 25, 50,
68 sacks.
68 sacks. Is that what the number is?
Yeah, 68 sacks.
68 sacks and 180 hits.
170 hits, yeah.
And 170 hits.
170 hits, give or take, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's more than 4 sacks per game. It's more than 10 hits per game.
How did you do that, Matt, so quick?
Well, okay, 4 sacks per game, 4 times 17 is 68. 10 hits per game, 10 times 17 is 170.
Okay, but it's 64 hits.
Well, I know, but it's 64 hits over 6 starts, so it's 6.4.
Okay,
6.4. So yeah, so I just kind of
so you're close enough, but like that, you can't last like that.
You can't last like that.
You can't.
And what's shameful about it is they're coming off the start against San Francisco, where he didn't get hit a lot and he didn't get sacked a lot. It was a pretty, the one in which he set the record for completions. It was a fairly clean operation for him in that regard. So, if the question about whether Kyler's going to play again this year, it hasn't been answered, and I don't think it will be answered until you can make sure you get Jacoby through this season healthy and alive and on 2 feet, because you get to Keaton Slovis. Now, I would think they would play Keaton over Kyler again for the same reason.
I would think so, too.
Kyler, but at some point, out of sheer necessity, they might have to play Kyler Murray again this year. Potentially. And then you start veering into very uncomfortable territory.
I think if Jacoby Brissett got hurt, they would add another quarterback to the practice squad.
Just avoid Kyler altogether?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I think you have to. You can't run him out there, and then he gets hurt, and then your plans just go.
Yeah, they do go pacoon.
Hey, want to trade him? No, you can't. Why? Because he's hurt. So, that goes out the window if you want to trade the guy. So I do think I don't think he's going to play.
I don't think so either. I hope they can figure out a way to keep Jacoby upright the rest of the season. That's going to do it for us. ASU basketball is next. You enjoy your birthday. You enjoy your Thanksgiving, Gambo. I'll see everybody tomorrow here straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. If you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Right now, mortgage rates have dropped considerably since that time, so you might want to consider refinancing that mortgage and saving some money. My friends at Lund Mortgage, they track interest rates daily so they can help you act fast and save big, and it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you, send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. Don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. They usually are. Lund Mortgage will give you the whole picture, rates, and total cost so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have a mortgage payment until 2026. So just make that mail right there. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move. is their mission.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. Thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, W-A-L-T-S, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-576-5457. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-576-5457. Call 480-576-5457.
Sun Devil Men's Basketball. Sun Devil Men's Basketball is on the air. Our pregame coverage begins with the Gila River Resorts and Casinos countdown to tip-off. You do you at Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Here's former ASU guard Kyle Dodd and the voice of the Sun Devils, Tim Healy.
Welcome to tonight's edition of Countdown to Tip-Off from the Lahaina Civic Center in Maui, Hawaii, where tonight, in round 2, the semifinals of the 2025 Maui Invitational, sponsored by Southwest Airlines. It's the Sun Devils and the Cougars of Washington State University. And it is loud in this building, trust me. Along with former ASU guard Kyle Dodd, our technical directors Ali Narini and Lawrence Ellis, Jeff Munn for Tim Healy. Stop me if you've heard this before. We're going to be in a delay tonight because the first game, or the game ahead of us, between USC and Seton Hall is running way, way behind, and it's got a chance to run even further behind because the two teams are tied at 78 with 35 seconds to go. There is a significance to this game from the ASU perspective. I'd rather not get into it right at the moment. But Kyle Dodd, let's talk a little bit about what we've got coming up. And I guess first we ought to talk again about last night because, frankly, as soon as we got off the air last night after that dramatic win over Texas, I know your phone was blowing up, my phone was blowing up. There were constant calls and people reacting. So apparently a lot of people stayed up late.
Yeah. I think a lot of people stayed up late and enjoyed what they watched. I think we thought that it was a tremendous basketball game, just a really good, well-played college basketball game, here courtside. But apparently it looked that way on TV as well, because I got a ton of calls, and as late as it was in Phoenix, I think a lot of people, they couldn't turn it off, and rightfully so. But I just think that overall the Sun Devils had a really nice effort, found a way to win that game. Mo Odom, obviously the story, but a number of contributions from throughout the roster, and just really good college basketball game, like I said.
So we're going to talk a little bit and visit, because we probably are looking at least a 10 to 15 minute delay in the start of this game, but we've got lots to talk about. And obviously a lot of people, as we said, talking about last night, but one thing that impressed me almost as soon as we got back to the hotel, among the players and the coaches, it was, okay, that's done. Now we got to focus on Washington State. I was really impressed with that. We are going to talk to Pick Johnson on our pregame show interview, and he said it. He said, no, that's yesterday. We're on to today. And I really am impressed with that amongst this young team.
Yeah, you could see it in the meal room. Obviously, a lot of people talked about the celebration and how the Devils were super pumped after the game, and the crowd was going crazy, and the Sun Devils were running all over the floor. But right when they got back to the hotel and they went in that meal room for a post-game meal, it's like the light switched off on last night, and it was already to today's game. And I think that's what's special about this team. They understand, yeah, that was a heck of a win, but that doesn't mean they didn't come here to win one game. They came here to win the whole thing. So I think they're pretty focused. I think it's going to take, obviously you're going to have to battle against the natural letdown, an emotional game like that, and playing Washington State. An old Pac-12 team maybe will get their attention a little bit. But, I just think the Devils did a nice job of turning the page, enjoying the moment while they were here in the gym. But then once they got back to the hotel, it was on to the next step.
Now, as you mentioned, Washington State, the opponent tonight. Last night in this building, in the game ahead of us, Washington State got down by a large margin early against Chaminade, rallied, won the game. But I almost think to myself, I know that there is probably a concern among Sun Devil Nation about what do the Devils have left after all that emotion and all that great competition last night. I think that's a legitimate question for Washington State, because they were right on the edge of the cliff most of that game.
Yeah, I think, they were down 19, maybe 20 in the first half, and had to give everything to get back in that game. They actually flipped the script completely and went up 15, but then gave the lead back, and they were in a tight one late, so it was an emotional game for them as well. And I think both teams are gonna be a little fatigued today, but Washington State did have the benefit of a couple more hours rest than the Sun Devils. But either team, I think, will have to deal with that and the fatigue issue. But I think both teams will be ready to play.
Now, we'll hear from Bobby Hurley on that subject coming up a little bit later on in our pregame show. But he brought up a point, and I wanted to get your reaction to it. I asked him about, are you concerned tonight about managing the minutes? It might be a bigger concern tomorrow, third game in 3 days, but he pointed something out that I found very interesting. He said, look, we had a number of guys in foul trouble, so we had to limit their minutes last night. So actually, they might be fresher tonight because of the fact that they couldn't get on the floor as much.
Yep, that's something you don't think about. A guy like Masamba Diop did not play a lot because he couldn't stay on the floor, and some of their guards were in foul trouble. A guy like Trevor Best didn't play yesterday.
That's right.
Not saying that he's going to play today, but, he's a guy that's a fresh body. He's always able to bring energy and guard the basketball, and I think against Washington State that could be a huge key. Washington State turned it over 14 times in the first half yesterday, 25 times overall, and we know the Devils' success at turning teams over early in the season. I think that could be a huge key.
One of the things that Washington State does well, and they've struggled a bit to start the year at 3-3, they do light it up offensively. Their average per game scoring total is just above 80 points. So we would anticipate, obviously we've seen Arizona State ramp up the offense against two defensive-oriented teams on this trip in Hawaii and Texas. They've cracked the 80-point mark in both games. So I'm looking forward to what could be a really high-scoring game tonight.
Yeah, I think, Washington State's a team that shoots the basketball pretty well, and Arizona State can score the basketball themselves. We saw what they did to Texas, who is a good defensive team, putting up over 80 points. So I think this is going to be an exciting game, and I think it'll be another close one.
Now, let's get you updated on where everything stands with this tournament. The first game of the day saw North Carolina State beat Boise State. So the Wolfpack will play in the 5th place game tomorrow evening. Boise State will play in the 7th place game. And North Carolina State will get the winner of, now I'm getting myself confused. North Carolina State will get the winner of Texas and Chaminade.
Yep.
Loser of that game will play Boise State tomorrow. And keep in mind, this tournament in the final day works backwards. Championship game goes first, then third place, fifth place, seventh place. Obviously, for Arizona State, the deal is this. If they win, they get the winner of this game, and USC, by the way, has an 80-78 lead with 24.5 seconds to go. And I know where our fans are thinking, and I'll get there in a minute. The Devils, if they win, would play tomorrow at 12:30 Arizona time, and we would be on the air at 12 noon with the pregame show against either USC or Seton Hall. If they lose to Washington State, they go to the third place game, which would be at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, Arizona time. And we would come on the air at 3. And again, the Devils would play the loser of Seton Hall and USC. We were driving back to the hotel last night with an ASU administrator who pointed out the 3 former Pac-12 schools. Washington State is technically still in the Pac-12. But 3 of the former Pac-12 schools all won their opening round games yesterday. And there is the distinct possibility we could have an all Pac-12 final in the title game tomorrow. And I know a lot of people back home like to stand up and say, hey, that's one for the Pac-12.
It's almost like it makes sense to have a league like the Pac-12 where you have 2 teams in every state and really good travel and easy. It's almost like that would make sense to just have a league like that. But apparently we couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, well, just the same, though, I think it's quite a statement about the schools that 3 of them are here at Maui, and so far none of them have lost.
Yep, I think it's great, and it's always good to see. I know they've been our rivals for so long, the other teams, but it's good to see USC. I would love to play USC. It's good to see Washington State and the Cougs, and we're going to play UCLA in a non-conference game in a couple weeks, and
Oregon State.
And that's what I grew up with. That's what you grew up with. I think it's a shame, but it is good to see these guys out on the road and having success.
Well, I always tell people that, and USC and Seton Hall are playing the final moments, and USC just got the ball off a Seton Hall possession, and they have a 2-point lead with 13.2 seconds to go. I always tell people I miss the relationships and the friendships in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And when you and Tim go to Pauley Pavilion, I know that'll be a fun trip because you get to reconnect, and you're from the LA area. The women's team, where I'm usually headquartered, we're going to Corvallis in December to play Oregon State, and I've told people I'm really looking forward to that trip because it brings back a lot of memories. I've got a lot of friends in Corvallis. I've got a pizza place that's been really struggling financially since we left the Pac-12, and they're excited about me coming back. It is fun to reconnect with these schools.
Yeah, I think, like I said, we've all seen so many great games between a lot of these schools over the years. And, you're right, I grew up in Southern California, which means, we were SC football fans, UCLA basketball fans. I mean, that's kind of how it was if you were a California kid. And it's just a shame that we couldn't figure it out. But, I think SC and UCLA are doing their thing in the Big Ten, and we're enjoying life in the Big 12. It's something new, seeing some new places, some new fan bases. I think the hospitality from the fans in the Big 12 has been amazing. Some really great fan bases, and it's not what we're used to and not necessarily what I would want. I wish the Pac-12 was still around, but we're dealing with it, and it's not a bad thing.
It is strange to see that Big Ten logo on the USC uniforms, and Washington State is playing this year in the West Coast Conference. They will join the reformed or reassembled Pac-12 with new members next season. Oregon State's doing the very same thing in the West Coast Conference. So it's a transition period for both Oregon State and Washington State. We talked about this last night too, and SC's now up 3. Seton Hall's got the ball with 10 seconds. We'll see what happens. I'm going to wait here and say, there was a kicking violation, or was it a foul? It was a foul. I don't know if that works in Seton Hall's favor or not, because they get a 1-and-1, but you almost think they'd have to miss a free throw and get the ball back. Anyway, we were talking last night about the impact of these tournaments on things like RPI, and I was talking about it in relation to playing Chaminade. And I'm not trying to pin this on ASU because we're a long way away from March. But any of these teams that play in this event, when you win a game against a Power 4 opponent, it does carry weight as you get closer to March, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think, these tournaments, your goal obviously is to win it, but if you don't win it, you're trying to win 2 out of 3, and you get 2 wins against, power conference teams and hopefully build your resume.
Yeah, and Seton Hall made both the free throws, so we would anticipate a foul is coming. And there almost was a turnover, and there finally is a foul with 3.4 seconds to go. SC is leading Seton Hall 81-80, and again, the winner of this game gets the winner of ASU Washington State tomorrow. The Cougars, and I guess we'll go ahead and kind of dive into a scouting report on Washington State. In this day and age of the transfer portal, you can say, yeah, it's great that you're reconnecting with a Pac-12 opponent, but any resemblance between the last team that ASU played in the Pac-12 in Washington State and the one they're facing tonight, well, there's no resemblance whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a completely new team, just like ASU has. Not a lot of people are retaining very many players anymore. It was actually funny to see Jordan Pope, an old Oregon State Beaver, last night on Texas. He had a lot of good games against ASU as a Beaver. But, yeah, Washington State, I think a solid basketball team. I think they've struggled, have their own struggles early on, and a good shooting basketball team, like I said, but I think a team that you can speed up and you can turn over. Like I said, the turnover numbers were really high yesterday, and I think with the success that ASU's pressure has had early on in the year, I think if you could turn Washington State over and get easy buckets, this is a game that you could handle. But, Washington State has the ability to get back in quickly with their three-point shooting, and that's exactly what they're probably going to do.
The other thing they do really well is shoot free throws. They're in the top 40 in the country in free throw percentage, and you might, as a fan, you might say, is that going to be that big a deal? It could, and the first example I'll use is last night when Texas had a player collect a technical foul late in the game. Yep. Mo Odom goes to the free throw line and knocked down 2, and we were talking about it afterwards. I really thought ASU got the momentum it needed to get back in the game on those 2 technical free throws. It got them back within 6.
Yeah, and I think Mo Odom, made more free throws than any other player since James Harden. Took more free throws than any other player since Jahi Carson.
Yes.
And getting to the line is one thing. Making free throws is another. And I thought Mo was really good. And I thought, honestly, the technical was a huge turning point. Yes. But I think a turning point for Mo Odom himself was early in the game. He was really struggling with his shot, had turned the ball over. He got to the line, and I think he started 7 for 7 from the free throw line. And just seeing that basketball go through the hoop, I think really opened things up for him.
Now, because we're filling time in our next segment, whenever it happens, or we might do it here. I forgot. We've got an interview in our next segment. So I'm going to let the gang back at home base know to get some stuff ready. And if they've got the Mo Odom 3 near the end of the game, and Ali Narini, you can just get in my ear and tell me that you have that available. We thought our fans who couldn't stay up late last night, thank you, Lawrence, would like to hear that. So as SC has an 83-80 lead, we'll stay here for a second, see if they manage to hold off Seton Hall with 1.8 seconds to go. Goodness gracious, 1.8, they better. And Eric Musselman, former ASU assistant, that'd be another fun storyline if the Devils and Trojans meet tomorrow, is shuffling players. Now they inbound it, and what? Did somebody call a timeout? They might have. Play stopped. I'm not sure what happened. Was there a foul? Oh my goodness, there was a foul. So Seton Hall's going on. I mean, it's not that big a deal. They're down 3.
Yeah.
But just the same, Seton Hall could miss the second free throw and get a rebound and a putback. And this game could go to overtime. In any event, the bucket that got the Devils the win last night was a Mo Odom 3 very late in the game. And so let's let you hear that right now. Gives it over to Odom. Odom moves into the offensive end. 18 seconds to go. Odom on the dribble. Keeps it active around to the top of the arc. Shoots a 3 and hits it. The Devils in front. 10 seconds to go. Holy smokes. I'll tell you, Kyle, you mentioned it, and I didn't really think about it at the time he launched that shot. I saw it on replay. It was a knuckleball. You described it perfectly.
Yeah, it came off his hands. Just weird. I think he was just trying to get it off. And drilled it, though.
And a pass down court. SC's going to win the game defeating Seton Hall. One other little clip, and if you got it, Lawrence, the defensive play right at the end of the game. And I want to play it, and then we'll comment on it from a perspective we touched on a little bit at the end of the game. But once ASU got that three from Odom, they're up 87-86. Now Texas, you don't have it, Lawrence? Okay, we'll just talk about it, and our gang back at home base helping us out here fill some time. The Longhorns got the ball back, 10 seconds to go, and basically what happened is Tremont Mark of Texas slipped going up against Masamba Diop. Diop was playing with 4 fouls, and the thing that gets me about the way Diop defended that play and the way he set screens late in the second half was he was playing with 4 fouls, and every time he would set a screen, I mentioned this in the postgame last night, I was holding my breath, and he did an amazing job to defend and to set screens without fouling.
Yeah, I think, like I said on the broadcast last night, the luxury Bobby Hurley has is he can switch 1 through 5, all positions on the court, and that's what he did. The ball screen, he switched off. Diop had a guard on him, and they were going to try to take him off the dribble. Diop did a great job sliding his feet. Guy slipped, and then he took the basketball, went down, and was weaving in and out of his own team because the time had gone off, and they were all out on the floor celebrating. He had to Euro step a couple of his own guys to finish, but heck of a celebration, and just a really good, solid defensive play by Diop.
Well, it is over. USC has defeated Seton Hall 83-81. Here is that play at the end of the game last night. Emphasis now is on defense. The timeout has expired. Swain will inbound it. Left sideline, just into backcourt, and it goes into Pope. Pope with 7. Pope with 6. Pope gives it over to Mark with 3, with 2, slips to the floor, lost the ball. Devils win! Devils win!
Holy cow!
What an effort by Arizona State, and it was quite an effort. As we said, the fact that Diop was able to defend without fouling. I want to get a thought from you, and both teams are taking the floor for warm-up, so we're going to get to our first commercial break and our pregame show guest in a minute. When Danny Ainge coached the Suns, you might remember that at one point he started a lineup with 1 center and 4 guards. And somebody asked him one night, why do you do that? And he said, I don't want to react. I don't want to try to match up with the other guy. I want to make the other guy match up with me. And when you talk about the flexibility of this roster, that's a thought occurs to me. Bobby Hurley has the ability to make the opposing coach match up to him.
Yeah, I mean, they went multiple lineups last night with foul trouble. There was times when they went with the starting lineup, which is 3 guys, 6'11" or bigger. And then there was times where they had just a center out there and 4 wing guys. And both lineups had success. I thought, the versatility of this roster is really important to this team and how they progress throughout the rest of the year.
And the fact that they have that versatility, we'll go ahead and nominate that as an Arizona Lottery Learning Moment, brought to you by the Arizona Lottery, supporting higher education. And once again tonight, in 20 minutes' time, Kyle and I have filled the time and set the table. Nice effort, young man.
Hey.
You did it again.
It was fun. I'm checking out. I'm going back to the beach.
All right, you tired? All right, well, call the bullpen. We got to get a guy. Our Setting the Table features brought to you by Oregano's. Big dish energy that Sun Devil fans can't resist, from big old pastas to crispy pizzas and jumbo wings. You'll always leave satisfied. Oregano's, your neighborhood Italian joint. I don't see that countdown clock moving, so I'm going to stay here with this until I see that baby counting down from 20 minutes. But Arizona State and Washington State have both taken the floor. Oh, what the hey. Let's go ahead and take a commercial break. And when we come back, our pregame show guest tonight is a guy who was also very important to ASU, especially in the first half, guard Anthony Pig Johnson. We'll talk with him right after this, and we get a chance to catch our breath on the Sun Devil Radio Network.
It starts with a simple order, a cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
The Sun Angel Network is where business goals and athlete growth collide, connecting local companies with ASU athletes through the power of NIL. Every deal drives results for business, opportunity for athletes, and pride for Sun Devil Nation. Want to grow your brand and invest in development? Join the movement and make your business part of the win. The Sun Angel Network. Create the advantage. Activate the Valley. Go Devils!
Forks up, Sun Devils, because as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona, we know who tops the leaderboards. Yep, Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Hey, we're a 2 Ford family, and at ASU, being the best isn't just the goal, it's the standard, and Ford knows exactly what that means. For 48 years and counting, the Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck in America. From the iconic Ford F-150 to the powerhouse Super Duty, Ford trucks deliver the strength, the capability, and performance to lead the way. So pull up for an ASU game, cruise through campus, or ride off into the desert. Just keep choosing the truck brand that's made being #1 a tradition. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024, based on 1977 to 2024 CY industry reported total sales.
Our guest tonight on Countdown to Tip-Off is Sun Devil guard Anthony Pig Johnson. Immediately as I've watched you these last 2 games, it reminds me of something a coach that I know always tells me. There's a lot of points to be scored if you go right to the hoop, and you demonstrate that a lot. It's not all about three-pointers.
Mm-hmm. You don't always have to shoot a three-pointer. Just get to the goal and make an impact in the hole.
And with your speed, the other thing that happens is you force defenders to commit fouls.
Yeah, they got to guard me. You got to stop me. If you don't stop me, then why would I stop doing what I'm doing?
And that's got to be fun for you.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Last night's ball game, the confidence